Chapter 548. Yes, what about that master who called himself Meng Wuya? Even now, he hadn't taken action. Why hadn't he taken action? Was it because he disdained to do so, or was it because he wasn't here? A long night is fraught with dreams. Kang Zhan's brow wrinkled, he had a bad feeling about this. Perhaps Yang Kai injuring him last time had left a psychological shadow in his heart. In any case, as long as Kang Zhan thought of Yang Kai, he couldn't help feeling terrified. Gao Rangfeng nodded gently. Over the past few months of the Inheritance War, Gao Rangfeng had accompanied Yang Zhao and fought with Yang Kai many times. Every time, Yang Kai's house would exceed everyone's expectations, creating some unimaginable achievements and brilliance. This time, it seemed that the 7 great families were in control of Yang Kai's forces, but who knew what kind of unexpected change would occur in the end. Miracles were nothing new in Yang Kai's forces. I'll go help. Huixing's eyes darted around, and without waiting for Yi Xianro to respond, he rushed over. Yi Xianro's beautiful eyes flashed as she coldly snorted, surprisingly not stopping him. I'll go meet the little lord. Lu Qinyao stepped forward. This time, Yi Xianro couldn't remain calm and quickly said, "Young Lord Lu, don't, you're not his." Before she could finish her words though, she swallowed them back down because Lu Qinyao was staring at her with a cold gaze. Although she was now nominally the person in charge of the 7 family coalition and didn't take Gao Rangfeng or Kang Zhan seriously, using Yang Kai's name to act arbitrarily, she still felt an instinctive fear towards Lu Qinyao. This was a mark left behind by living in the shadow of the central capital's first young lord. Yi Xianro wanted to say that Lu Qinyao wasn't Yang Kai's opponent, but this sentence would naturally offend him. During the battle at Pijing Lake, I said that when the little lord broke through to the immortal ascension boundary, I would fight him again. Now is the time, whoever dares to stop me, don't blame me for being impolite. Lu Qinyao said faintly. Yi Xianro squeezed out a smile and softly said, "Then young Lord Lu, please be careful. I wish you victory and defeat Yang Kai." Below them, Huastars had already rushed to the outside of Yang Kai's mansion, smiling as he greeted a group of young leaders outside the mansion. Everyone glared at him. These people did not understand how the situation had developed to this point. Huastar's Hua family had also participated in the attack on Yang Kai's government tonight. Naturally, they were not happy about it. Huastars didn't care and instead stared at Dong Qinghan and said, "Fatty, get out here, young master has long since found you displeasing. You're as fat as a pig, yet you're still pretending to be elegant and unrestrained. How can you even compare to 1/10,000th of this young master's elegance?" "What did you say?" Dong Qinghan's expression went cold as he glared at Huixing. "If you're not deaf, you should have heard it." Stars Hua tilted her head, looking sloppy. Dong Qinghan chuckled lightly, the muscles on his slightly chubby face twitching slightly as he stepped forward, cracking his knuckles as he did so. "That's right." Huixing laughed. A trivial young lord from a first-class family dares to associate himself with an evil creature like Yang Kai. Just watch how this young master cripples you today. Saying so, he turned to the others and sneered, "And you idiots, if you don't want to die young, leave Yang Kai as soon as possible and scram as far as you can." Everyone's expression became extremely ugly. "If you don't accept it, then come and fight young master, this young master will wait here." Huixing sneered. Han Shaoqi stared at him blankly, her brow furrowed, suddenly shouting, "Teach him a lesson, let this superior young lord know that we are not to be trifled with." The next moment, more than a dozen people rushed to Huixing's side, and began beating him. After a dozen breaths of time, Huixing was picked up by Dong Qinghan like a dead pig and thrown into Yang Kai's mansion, shouting to his subordinates, "Strip him of his clothes and throw him into the cellar for a few days, he dares to call me fat." Seeing this scene, Gao Rangfeng, Kang Zhan, and the others all wore strange looks, a very uncomfortable feeling rising in their hearts. Young Lord Hua was captured alive, what should we do? Meng Shan-yi suddenly said with a smile. Clumsy trick. Yi Xian coldly snorted, not caring. It didn't matter whether Huixing was here or not, as long as the masters of the Hua family were here, it was fine. While Huixing was being captured, Lu Qinyao also came to Yang Kai. Last time at Pijing Lake, I was unable to enjoy myself to the fullest, so today I came here specifically to ask Little Lord for advice. I hope Little Lord can fulfill my wish. Lu Qinyao's expression was indifferent as he looked towards Yang Kai and said softly. Yang Kai nodded slightly. Please forgive me, young Lord Lu, I'm in a hurry, please hurry. Lu Qinyao also nodded, expressing his understanding, no longer saying anything. In the next moment, his aura suddenly erupted as his yuan qi surged violently. He gently took a step forward, and a muffled thump resounded between heaven and earth. Lu family's 9 winding steps. Last time at Pijing Lake, Lu Qinyao had used this move to fight Yang Kai. This was one of the Lu family's secret arts, a mysterious grade mid-rank secret art, and Lu Qinyao's most powerful move. However, this time was different from the last time. Last time, because of the absolute suppression in terms of cultivation, Lu Qinyao had held back when he used this move, not wanting to have an unfair advantage. But this time, Lu Qinyao was going all out, his momentum far stronger than it had been back at Pijing Lake. Dong, another step forward, accompanied by a rumbling sound like that of a war drum, shaking everyone's eardrums, causing their hearts to throb and their bodies to tremble. Dong dong dong, Lu Qinyao's figure seemed to grow larger and more majestic. By the time he took his 9th step, Lu Qinyao's entire body had become a giant monster. His head held up the sky while his feet stepped on the ground, like a giant, as if this world was being supported by him. 9 steps, heaven and earth destroyed. This was the Lu family's 9 tuned steps. By the time he took his 9th step, Lu Qinyao's aura had reached its peak, not far from that of a peak immortal ascension boundary master. Lu Qinyao's giant foot steadily and slowly stomped down towards Yang Kai. Everyone involuntarily had the illusion that this foot would step on their bodies and crush them into powder. Some of the weaker martial artists couldn't help but shiver, their faces pale with fear. Facing such a terrifying blow, Yang Kai simply swung his fist upwards. This seemingly ordinary, straightforward punch actually contained a devastating amount of energy. The tip of Lu Qinyao's fist collided with the giant foot, and in that instant, it was as if a myriad of afterimages had appeared. As soon as Lu Qinyao's momentum collapsed, the giant figure suddenly became sluggish and fell backwards. Hong, with a loud bang, the giant fell to the ground, disappearing into specks of light. Lu Qinyao, who was standing mid-air, suddenly let out a grunt and coughed up a mouthful of blood, clutching his chest as he staggered backwards, staring towards Yang Kai in horror. Thank you for letting me win. Yang Kai took a deep breath. Fierce. Lu Qinyao sincerely praised, this Lu has lost, many thanks Little Lord for showing mercy. Last time at Pijing Lake, when Lu Qinyao used this move, Yang Kai had to use the same mysterious grade martial skill, Star Mark, to resist. But this time, with just a casual punch, Lu Qinyao had easily broken the Lu family's secret martial skill. The difference in strength between the two was obvious at a glance. Young Lord Lu is too polite. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Although I lost, I cannot make decisions here, so I hope Little Lord can forgive me. All I can say is that this time, this Lu will not intervene again. Farewell. Saying so, Lu Qinyao's figure flashed like lightning and quickly disappeared into the night sky. Young Lord, young Lord. When the Lu family masters saw Lu Qinyao leave just like that, they were shocked and hurriedly called out. However, they received no response. Yi Xian's face became extremely pale. In just a short 2 hours, 3 young masters and young mistresses had withdrawn from the competition. Qiu Yimeng's withdrawal was caused by her, and it could even be said that she had deliberately allowed this to happen. When Huastars withdrew, she didn't stop them, nor did she care. In any case, although this person's body was here, his heart was in Yang Kai's house, so there was no point in him staying. It was better to leave early so as not to become an eyesore. However, Lu Qinyao actually leaving like this was not something Yi Xin could accept. After all, Lu Qinyao held the title of the Central Capital's first young lord. His principles could influence many things to a certain extent, such as public opinion. Lu Qinyao still had some prestige in the eyes of the world. How could Yi Xin not be annoyed? Now, there were only 3 people left on her side. Kang Zhan, Gao Rangfeng, and Meng Shanyi. Whether or not these 3 were of the same mind as her, she wasn't sure. Kang Zhan and Gao Rangfeng weren't so bad, but Meng Shanyi was more difficult to understand. You won't also withdraw, right? Yi Xin took precautions, turning her head and glancing at the 3 of them. Sister Yi worries too much. Kang Zhan shook his head. This time, it was the will of the 8 great families. How could we withdraw so hastily? If we really did that, it would be too irresponsible. Gao Rangfeng also nodded in agreement. Although they also had some sympathy for Yang Kai's current situation, in the end, they weren't familiar with Yang Kai, so they weren't in the mood to care too much. All they needed to do was act according to the will of their families. Seeing them express their stance, Yi Xin's brow furrowed slightly as she nodded. Then Sister Yi can rest assured. In such a big scene, Sister Yi will not be able to handle it alone. I will need the assistance of several elder brothers. She couldn't help lowering her posture, completely different from her previous performance in Yang Zhao's house. Qiu Yimeng, Huaxing, and Lu Qinyao withdrawing one after another had affected the mentality of the masters from these 3 families. With their own young lord and young lady not here, these masters couldn't help feeling like they were making a wedding dress for someone else, so they couldn't help lowering their guard and trying to protect themselves. This was especially true for the masters from the Qiu family. They had been the vanguard and had suffered the most losses, so how could they be willing to go all out now? Since the arrival of reinforcements, they had been waiting on the sidelines, never confronting the enemy head-on. These masters were all extremely shrewd, so how could they be willing to do something that would cause them to suffer a loss? The 7 great families coalition appeared to be a solid block of iron, but in fact, it was full of flaws and loopholes, making it somewhat laughable. Chapter 549. The intense battle continued. The losses of the 7 family coalition were getting heavier and heavier. The 9 immortal ascension boundary 9th stage blood warriors who had used their mad tyrant blood skill had become their biggest obstacle to defeating Yang Kai. Time and time again, the bloody battle continued, but they were still unable to repel these 9 blood warriors. The 9 of them were divided into groups of 2, each of them capable of holding back an entire family's cultivator. As for Ingjiu, he was constantly guarding Yang Kai, purging any enemy who dared to approach him. Yi Xin's, Gao Rangfeng, and the others' expressions all changed. Because the blood warriors were able to maintain their mad tyrant blood skill for a long time, according to the information they had received, the Yang family blood warriors' forbidden technique could only last for half an hour at most. However, even after this time had passed, the 9 blood warriors still didn't show any signs of exhaustion and instead fought more valiantly. It wasn't until this moment that everyone realized that there was a reason why the Yang family had stood at the head of the 8 great families for so many years. Although they were all masters from super families, the 7 family coalition couldn't do anything to these 9 blood warriors, making them both anxious and angry. In the middle of the battle, Yang Kai was also constantly observing the situation. Although the 9 blood warriors were incomparably fierce and Old Demon was no pushover, the number of immortal ascension boundary masters in the mansion was decreasing. The reduction of these people's numbers would greatly affect the outcome of the battle. Ling Tai-su and Meng Wuya hadn't taken action yet. Yang Kai could understand, because once the 2 of them took action, the situation could develop to a point of no return. In War City, there were more than just these two top masters. Yang Kai didn't approve of the two of them taking action now. These two were more suitable as deterrents. In this battle, until the end, no one knew what the result would be. A white figure flashed from the side and Yang Kai felt a familiar aura, quickly retreating to join up with her. Turning his head, Yang Kai saw Su Yan rushing over. "Qiu Yi Meng is fine, she's resting," Su Yan said softly. Yang Kai nodded. "I'll help you." "All right." Su Yan originally didn't intend to participate in this battle, but the other side had too many people on their side and Yang Kai had already made it clear that this was no longer the inheritance war, so how could she just sit still? After settling Qiu Yi Meng down, he immediately came to her aid. Along with him were the 4 elders of High Heaven Pavilion. The strength of these 4 people was not bad. After joining the battle, they immediately gained some advantages. The mysterious grade mid-rank mirror artifact was taken out by Su Yan, and a bone-chilling cold instantly spread out as she poured her yuan qi into it. Towering snow-white peaks began to appear on the mirror's surface, and the world inside the mirror was covered in a thick layer of silver, giving off a chilling aura. Rays of light blossomed, and a huge barrier suddenly enveloped the 7 families' experts. Kang Zhan's eyes suddenly trembled as he exclaimed, "It's that artifact." 10 days ago, 4 peak immortal ascension boundary masters from the Nan family and Xiang family had been trapped by this artifact and frozen into ice sculptures. Now, seeing this scene again, Kang Zhan suddenly felt terrified. "What's so special about this artifact?" Yi Xianro quickly asked. Kang Zhan's expression became dignified as he explained everything he knew. Listening to his story, Yi Xianro's pretty face also paled. Nearby, Gao Rangfeng and Meng Shan-yi also wore cold expressions. Such a powerful artifact, who could break it? As they spoke, the barrier covering the ground suddenly shattered and 2 figures walked out. Everyone stared at them and sure enough, these 2 people were Yang Kai and Su Yan. As for the experts who had been shrouded in the enchantment, they had all turned into ice sculptures at this moment. They stood there quietly, in all kinds of strange poses. It was unknown whether they were still alive. From beginning to end, only half a cup of tea worth of time had passed. But this was not the end. Su Yan, who had just dealt with a dozen masters, once again poured her yuan qi into the mirror and under the horrified gazes of Yi Xianro and the others, a similar barrier appeared. This time, more than a dozen people were enveloped in it. "Impossible!" Yi Xianro screamed, "Such an artifact consumes an incredible amount of yuan qi, even if she's an immortal ascension boundary master, it's impossible for her to use it twice in a row." With Su Yan's own ability, it was impossible for her to use it twice in a row. If she really did so, it was likely she would exhaust all of her yuan qi, and even if she could trap her enemies, she wouldn't be able to do anything to them. In the end, she might even be captured by her enemies inside the barrier. However, she still had Yang Kai by her side, and the 2 of them cultivated the yin-yang joyous unification art. Yuan qi was constantly circulating around their bodies. This level of consumption was something Su Yan could afford. A burst of uneasiness rose in Yi Xianro's heart. Relying on this mysterious great artifact alone, Yang Kai and Su Yan could deal with most of their opponents. If they allowed her to use it a few more times, who would be left? Just as she was panicking, the barrier broke a second time and more than a dozen people were frozen into ice sculptures. The light once again bloomed, and the masters from the 7 families who couldn't avoid it were enveloped by the mirror barrier for the 3rd time. Yi Xianro finally panicked, her expression becoming ugly as her thoughts raced, but she couldn't think of an effective way to break this barrier. For the first time, she felt a deep sense of powerlessness and couldn't help thinking that if the 2nd young lord was here, with his temperament and means, he might have been able to come up with a way to restrain this move. Although this move was simple and monotonous, it was very effective, at least against the 7 family coalition. Enough! An angry roar suddenly sounded from the void, bringing with it endless majesty. Everyone who heard this roar involuntarily stopped what they were doing. A terrifying pressure was born. Looking in the direction of the pressure, everyone discovered that in the void, there was a huge palm print that seemed both real and illusory. This palm print slowly descended, its target being the barrier created by Su Yan's artifact. *Pang, the palm print slammed into the barrier, causing the ground to tremble and everyone to lose their footing. With a loud crash, the seemingly impregnable barrier shattered like a broken mirror, revealing the figures inside. Yang Kai and Su Yan both let out a muffled groan at the same time, their faces suddenly going pale. The mirror artifact could be said to be shared by the two of them. It had been refined by Yang Kai and was now being used by Su Yan, so having the barrier forcibly broken had caused some damage to both of them. Some of the masters who had just been enveloped by the barrier saw this scene and felt as if they had been saved from a desperate situation, joy filling their faces as they quickly fled. They didn't want to be frozen into ice sculptures. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian Ro's face couldn't help showing a look of joy while Gao Rangfeng, Kong Zhan, and the others all opened their mouths wide as they stared towards the sky. There, 8 figures appeared at the same time. These were the 8 above Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters who had been sitting in the Seal Temple all this time. All 8 of them stared at Su Yan and Yang Kai with different expressions, some showing surprise, some shock, and some fear. Yang Kai raised his head and stared at them coldly. The appearance of these 8 people was both Yang Kai's expectation and Yang Kai's surprise. One of them slowly retracted his raised hand. He was the one who had slapped out that huge handprint. Yang Kai deliberately glanced at him and suddenly remembered that this person was one of the top masters who didn't like him before. Old ancestor. Yi Xian Ro called out happily. The old man nodded gently to her. Gao Rangfeng, Kong Zhan, Meng Shan-yi, and the others quickly bowed. After more than 10 days, 8 above Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters had appeared once again. What their purpose was self-evident, causing all of them to feel both relieved and somewhat ashamed. If the 7 Family Coalition had been able to destroy Yang Kai's mansion, there would have been no need to provoke these 8 people. They probably also realized that with the current strength of the 7 Family Cultivator, there was no way they could deal with Yang Kai's mansion, so they had no choice but to appear. This was also the result of Yi Xian Ro's improper deployment, otherwise, such a situation would not have occurred. Yang family little brat. The square-faced above Immortal Ascension Boundary Master stared at Yang Kai solemnly and said, "Last time, we didn't cripple you on the spot because you were a young lord of the central capital and gave you a chance to turn over a new leaf. Now, not only have you not shown any signs of repentance, you have instead become even worse, even allowing your subordinates to kill my 8 great families' masters. Do you want to rebel?" Yang Kai took a deep breath, calming the tumbling blood in his chest, and said loudly, "With a blade pressed against my neck, should I just die or resist? If it were senior, what would you have done? If you hadn't done anything wrong, how could my 8 great families treat you like this? How could your young family not care about you? Fools make mistakes and remain stubborn. I don't think I've done anything wrong." Yang Kai stared at him coldly. "If you're worried that after I die, I'll become a monster like the Demon Lord, I'll forfeit this inheritance war and not compete for the position of Yang family patriarch. You don't need to worry. The 8 great families will not allow a black sheep like you to appear. Your existence is a stain on the Yang family and a stain on the 8 great families." The man coldly declared. "In the end, you want me to submit?" Yang Kai sneered, "Sorry, I'm a bit of a cheap man, I can be persuaded by reason but not cowed by force. If you want to talk things over with me, then we can all talk, but if you insist, then we'll fight to the death, neither of us will be able to win." Impudence. The square-faced master coldly shouted, "You don't have the qualifications, today, no matter who it is, they won't be able to protect you. Brother, you're already so old, yet you're still competing with a junior, isn't that a bit inappropriate?" A light voice suddenly sounded and two figures flew out from Yang Kai's house. It was Meng Wuya and Ling Tai-su. Meng Wuya smiled indifferently and said, "This is a child's business, we don't need to intervene, right?" Meng Wuya. The square-faced master stared deeply at Treasurer Meng, his expression unchanged, as if he had long known that Treasurer Meng and Ling Tai-su would appear. "I don't know what secrets you're hiding, but you alone aren't qualified to stop my 8 great families." When Yang Kai broke through to the immortal ascension boundary last time, the masters from the 8 great families had also been provoked, but at that time, they hadn't acted against Yang Kai. Firstly, it was because Yang Kai was still under their control, so there was no need to shed all pretense of cordiality. Secondly, it was because Yang Kai had Meng Wuya and Ling Tai-su by his side. Chapter 550. Meng Wuya was shrouded in a mysterious aura, but Ling Tai-su was an above-immortal ascension boundary master. Once an above-immortal ascension boundary master fought, it was no laughing matter. "I'm not qualified, haha." Meng Wuya laughed, his expression calm. "Not to mention me, even that guy down there, in a one-on-one fight, none of you are his opponent." Saying so, he gestured towards the old demon down below. The old demon grinned fiercely, his expression terrifying. "Him." The square-faced master's heart trembled, but a look of surprise appeared on his face as he slowly shook his head. "He's nothing." As he spoke, his face filled with contempt and disdain. Not only did he have such an expression, many of the 8 great families above immortal ascension boundary masters had similar expressions. All of them secretly felt that this Meng Wuya was a bit senile, actually daring to say such a thing. Old Demon, Meng Wuya, and Ling Tai-su. Of these 3, the one these 8 feared the most was Ling Tai-su. This Ling Tai-su was an above immortal ascension boundary master, and his cultivation was much higher than theirs. What's more, he was the one who had cultivated the demon lord. Next was Meng Wuya. Although Treasurer Meng was a peak immortal ascension boundary master, these 8 couldn't see through him. Toward someone they couldn't see through, it was natural for them to be suspicious of him. As for the old demon, although he was also a peak immortal ascension boundary master like Meng Wuya, they didn't put him in their eyes. Such a martial artist, they could kill him as and when they wanted. Last time, Yang Li Ting had killed the old demon's blood demon puppet with a single palm strike, but he hadn't dared to resist, so it was obvious that this demon lord wasn't much of a threat. Hearing the square-faced master's sarcasm, Meng Wuya couldn't help laughing. "Old demon, I'm looking down on you, what do you do?" "If they look down on me, then they look down on me, what's there to say?" The old demon laughed strangely, not showing the slightest trace of anger, his expression light and indifferent, as if he didn't care at all. "Can you still endure?" Meng Wuya looked at the old demon with a smile. "With your brutal nature, shouldn't you teach this group of short-sighted fools a lesson? You said that they are short-sighted, so why should this old man lower himself to their level?" The old demon grinned as he continued to spout nonsense with Meng Wuya, completely ignoring the 8 above immortal ascension boundary masters. Everyone's mood became subtle. Listening to these words, it seemed that this old devil's methods were truly unfathomable, not even putting an above immortal ascension boundary master in his eyes. Did he have the ability to do so? Was he qualified? While everyone was puzzled, the old demon's expression suddenly turned solemn and he said indifferently, "Although this old master doesn't want to lower himself to their level, if this old master doesn't do anything, I'm afraid they will look down on me. This move is very exhausting to use, so this old master won't use it unless it is absolutely necessary." As he said this, the yuan qi rolling in his body suddenly quieted down and became as still as an ancient well, like a pool of stagnant water. Spectre Saint Technique. A resounding roar suddenly burst out from the old demon's mouth, and along with this roar, the surrounding atmosphere suddenly became chaotic. At the same time, everyone felt their blood surge, as if an unparalleled suction force was being exerted from the old demon's body, trying to draw out their blood. The weaker cultivator instantly wore pained expressions. Under this kind of suction force, their faces flushed red and blood began to flow from their 7 orifices, making for a horrifying sight. Even the immortal ascension boundary cultivators had no choice but to use their secret arts to resist this suction. No one could escape unscathed. No one knew what kind of method the old demon had used to actually cause such an effect. Shio shio shio, a bright red light suddenly burst out from all directions and rushed into the old demon's body. These bloody lights were all condensed from fresh blood. This blood came from the dead cultivator. Whether it was the masters from the 7 family coalition or the cultivator from Yangkai Mansion, as long as they died, their blood would be sucked dry in a single breath. Even the blood that had seeped into the ground was sucked out by this huge suction force. The old demon's body absorbed all of this blood, leaving not a single drop behind, his entire body suddenly becoming red, like a roasted crab. From his body, a terrifying blood chi suddenly burst out, several times stronger than the Yang family blood warriors after using their mad tyrant blood skill. After all the blood within a 1,000-meter radius had been sucked dry, the suction force suddenly disappeared. All the cultivator below the immortal ascension boundary 8th stage began bleeding from their 7 orifices, including those from Yangkai Mansion. However, none of these cultivators were in any life-threatening danger. The old demon still had a sense of propriety and wouldn't allow them to die for no reason. It wasn't until this moment that an earth-shattering aura burst out from the old demon's body. An invisible aura, centered on him, quickly spread outwards. His momentum continued to climb, breaking through the immortal ascension boundary at an incredible speed, but it still continued to climb. The eyes of the 8 masters from the 8 great families trembled violently as they stared at the scene in front of them, deeply shocked. A moment later, the earth-shattering movement slowly subsided. The old demon took a deep breath, still wearing a ferocious grin on his face as he stretched out his arms and legs, a look of satisfaction appearing on his face. The 8 above immortal ascension boundary masters were stunned, quickly releasing their divine senses to sweep the old demon's body and were immediately stunned. Above immortal ascension boundary. At this moment, the old demon was a genuine above immortal ascension boundary master. After recovering, the 8 masters realized something incredible. What kind of secret technique was this demon spectre saint technique? What kind of secret technique was it? How could it allow a peak immortal ascension boundary cultivator to reach the above immortal ascension boundary in such a short time? Even the Yang family's blood warrior Hall's mad tyrant blood skill couldn't have such an effect. Although Tu Feng and the other masters could exchange a few blows with an above immortal ascension boundary master when using their mad tyrant blood skill, they were still far from reaching that realm. The old demon had truly set foot on this great family's territory. In an instant, the 8 masters' breathing became rapid and their eyes became bloodshot. If they could obtain this kind of secret technique, just how much would their family's strength increase? Each of the 8 great families only had a few above immortal ascension boundary masters, but there were many peak immortal ascension boundary masters. Even if it was only a short time, this secret technique would have an irreplaceable effect. Is this old master qualified to exchange blows with you now? The old demon stared at the 8 masters with a gloomy expression. The 8 masters all wore a strange expression, none of them answering. The square-faced master who had cursed the old demon before had an even uglier expression on his face. He was also an above immortal ascension boundary master, so how could he dare to criticize the old demon now? Demon Spectre Saint technique, this one is quite good. Meng Wuye suddenly nodded gently. Is this secret technique complementary to the blood demon puppet you refined? The old demon grinned meaningfully, don't expose me. Meng Wuye's insight was amazing, and at a glance he saw the subtle connection between the demon spectre saint technique and the blood demon puppet. The demon spectre saint technique required a lot of fresh blood to display, and the higher the strength of the cultivator, the greater the space for the old demon's own strength to improve. However, this condition was very problematic. It was impossible to have fresh blood for the old demon to use at all times. With the blood demon puppet, the situation was different. The biggest role of this puppet was to absorb the blood of the dead while its own combat strength was secondary. When the time came, Old Demon could sacrifice the blood demon puppet and use the blood demon's sacrifice and his own blood to display the demon spectre saint technique. You have such an ability? Yang Kai also glanced over at the old demon in surprise. Although he had long known that the old demon was extraordinary and had secretly speculated about their strength, Yang Kai found that he had still underestimated them. Young master, please forgive me, old servant doesn't usually use this trick, so I haven't used it before, the old demon smiled. Yang Kai nodded lightly, not caring much about this. He wasn't curious enough to ask about other people's secrets. Saying so, he and the old demon both turned their eyes to Meng Wuya. Old man, don't just watch, I'm afraid this old master alone won't be enough to accomplish this, the old demon shouted. There were 8 of them on the other side, so they had an overwhelming advantage in terms of numbers. Although the old demon and Ling Tai Su were both very powerful, they couldn't force them to retreat. Meng Wuya nodded gently, only uttering a single word, release. Asterisk Kacha, asterisk from Meng Wuya's body, a chain-like energy pattern appeared, wrapping around his body like a wriggling snake. With a single shout, this chain shattered, releasing a burst of light that spread out in all directions. An unparalleled pressure suddenly descended, causing the world to tremble. Meng Wuya's expression was indifferent, but compared to just a moment ago, he was like a completely different person. Above immortal ascension boundary. With just a single word, in an instant, Meng Wuya had broken through to the above immortal ascension boundary. What's more, his method was completely different from the old demon's. The old demon had used a secret technique to absorb all the blood within a 1,000-meter radius in order to increase his strength. Meng Wuya, on the other hand, seemed to have unlocked a seal in his body and restored his original strength. In other words, Meng Wuya's original cultivation was at the above immortal ascension boundary, but for some unknown reason, he had sealed his strength. This discovery shocked the masters from the 8 great families. Looking at Meng Wuya again, the expressions of the 8 great families all changed. They couldn't see through Meng Wuya. He was so mysterious that they couldn't figure him out. At this moment, Meng Wuya gave them the greatest pressure, followed by the old demon, while Ling Tai Su, who was originally the strongest, had become the weakest link. Such a lineup, such a heritage, the situation had escalated. The 8 great families all wore strange expressions. They had thought that with the 8 of them stepping forward, they would be able to resolve the situation, but now they discovered that things were not as they had imagined. Only now did they understand why Ling Tai Su and Meng Wuya had been so confident in preventing them from interfering with Yang Kai's breakthrough 10 days ago. If they had really fought, not to mention whether or not they could stop Yang Kai, War City would likely have been destroyed. This fierce battle was full of twists and turns, causing everyone to be dumbfounded, their hearts filled with both excitement and nervousness. The old demon had entered, and now all of them had broken through to the above immortal ascension boundary. This kind of show was not something ordinary people could witness, so they couldn't help feeling that even if they died here, it would be worth it. At the same time, they were secretly looking forward to how the situation would develop next. Chapter 551. In a trivial war city, 11 above immortal ascension boundary masters had gathered here. The development of the situation was now completely out of the control of both sides. At this time, no matter who it was impossible for either side to back down easily. The situation had already been set, so whichever side retreated would appear weak and cowardly. Ling Tai Su secretly sent a message to Yang Kai, warning him to be careful. Yang Kai remained silent, ordering the cultivator in his mansion to withdraw from the battle and gather together. At the same time, Yi Xian Ro was also making the same arrangements. A short time later, the two sides were clearly divided. High up in the sky, the 11 forces were facing each other while Yang Kai's mansion cultivator and the 7 family coalition were separated by 1,000 meters. Most of them were so nervous that they couldn't even breathe. Do you really want to fight? Meng Wuya stared at the 8 forces opposite him, reading this message from their eyes. Things have already reached this point, so let's just casually exchange some pointers. Among the 8 forces, a fat old man said lightly. He was one of those who had been quite optimistic about Yang Kai's chances and didn't want such a dispute to occur, but since things had turned out contrary to his wishes, he was helpless. After all, he was standing on the side of the 8 great families, so even if he was optimistic about Yang Kai, he couldn't do anything for him. Very well. Meng Wuya nodded gently, smiling as he stared forward. A group brawl, one-on-one, and a tag team battle. How do you want to play? Just draw a line, and the 3 of us will follow suit. Among the 8 forces, several of them couldn't help coldly snorting, their expressions clearly displeased. Meng Wuya's words were too contemptuous, naturally causing them to be somewhat unhappy. The fat old man also calmly said, Your Excellency's tone is quite big. All of them were above Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters, all of them with high status. Normally, they wouldn't fight with them, nor would they have the qualifications to fight with them. Today's battle seemed inevitable. If they really swarmed up and outnumbered the enemy, it wouldn't be good for them. Since they couldn't fight as a group, they could only fight one-on-one. None of them had any confidence in fighting one-on-one, so there was only one option left. However, none of them were fools. Naturally, they wouldn't directly answer Meng Wuya's question. Yang Liting suddenly took a step forward and said in a clear voice, Sect Master Ling, speaking of which, you and my Yang family are quite close. 2 generations of my Yang family's young lords have been cultivating under your tutelage and I am indebted to you for your care. Today, this Yang has come to meet you and see what Sect Master Ling's methods are like. Ling Tai Su smiled faintly and said indifferently, That's fine too. Ever since I broke through, I have never fought with anyone of the same level. Brother Yang, please show mercy later. We'll stop when the time comes. Please. As soon as his voice fell, Ling Tai Su suddenly leapt up into the night sky, disappearing in an instant. A moment later, in the sky, a violent energy fluctuation spread out, and as far as the eye could see, one could even see bursts of light flashing. This was a battle between 2 above Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters, but not many people were lucky enough to witness it. Brother Yang is still impatient. The fat old man shook his head slightly and smiled bitterly before suddenly turning to stare at Meng Wuya and saying, Brother Meng, let's also go up. As he spoke, his figure flashed, and he disappeared into the night sky, wrapped in a green light. Meng Wuya followed closely behind. Old demon, this old master will meet you. Another man stepped forward and pointed to the old demon and shouted. The old demon snickered, Ling Tai Su and Meng Wuya have both gone up, so this old master won't go. If I leave, who will protect the young master? The fat old man angrily shouted, What do you mean by that? Do you think we'll take advantage of the fact that you 3 aren't here to attack a junior? Isn't that what you're planning? The old demon squinted at him and asked sarcastically. The fat old man was furious and shouted back, If you think so, then you're looking down on this old master too much. We aren't shameless to such an extent. The old demon snickered, Who knows what you're thinking? He looked like he was determined to stay here even if he had to die. Obviously, he was also worried about the problem he mentioned before. The old demon didn't accept the challenge and the fat old man's face immediately turned ashen. The remaining top experts also had ugly expressions as they glared at the old demon, their yuan qi fluctuating. Fine, I believe you're all honorable and upright people. It's impossible for you to take advantage of our absence to harm the young master. The old demon snickered and deliberately spoke in a loud voice. Although he also felt that these people wouldn't do such a thing with their status, it was still necessary to guard against them. The old demon was still somewhat vigilant. But if he didn't accept the challenge at this time, it would only worsen the situation. He had no choice but to take action. Young master, you must be careful. Don't be careless. The old demon whispered and turned into a bloody light that shot into the sky. His voice came from afar, "Come up, this old master will wait for you." The man who had just been talking to the old demon quickly leapt up. The 6 above immortal ascension boundary masters were fighting in the sky several thousand meters above the ground. Everyone couldn't help but raise their heads and watch, but even though everyone's strength wasn't low and their eyesight was much better than Chang Jin's, they couldn't see much. Yang Kai could only vaguely sense some of the mysteries in the sky. These were the 6 above immortal ascension boundary masters' understandings of the martial Tao and the heavenly way. If one could absorb and digest these things, it would be of great help to any cultivator. While paying close attention, Yang Kai silently sensed these mysteries in his mind, memorizing them and waiting for the day when he would be able to fully understand them. The battle seemed to be getting more and more intense. The light in the sky was also as bright as day, dazzling and piercing to the eyes. Only in that space where the light bloomed, the crowd seemed to see some figures flying back and forth. As for how they attacked and what kind of moves they used, no one knew. Many of the more intelligent individuals quietly observed the expressions of the remaining experts from the 8 great families, and were surprised to find that they all had nervous and helpless expressions on their faces. Immediately, they realized that the 8 great families seemed to be at a disadvantage in this battle. This discovery startled many of them. The 8 great families of the Seal Temple had always been regarded as the representatives of the world's strongest, but now, compared with the 3 from Yang Kai's mansion, the difference between them was obvious. The above immortal ascension boundary was a realm full of secrets. Until one reached this step, no one knew what it was like. Even Tu Feng only had a vague understanding of the above immortal ascension boundary. So, after learning that the 8 great families above immortal ascension boundary masters were at a disadvantage, everyone was shocked by the strength displayed by Ling Tai Su's trio. Meng Wuya and the old demon had clearly just reached this level using different methods. Ling Tai Su had only broken through to this realm a little over a year ago, but they were actually more powerful than the top masters from the 8 great families. Each of those masters had broken through to the above immortal ascension boundary at least 50 years ago. Could it be that 50 years of bitter cultivation wasn't as good as a single instant breakthrough? What kind of realm was the above immortal ascension boundary? Just as everyone was wondering, the battle high up in the sky seemed to have reached a conclusion. A moment later, 2 figures flew down, Meng Wuya and his opponent. Meng Wuya's expression was calm, but his opponent's face was pale, and although he was unwilling, he still cupped his fists towards Meng Wuya and said, "Thank you for your advice. Thank you for letting me win." Meng Wuya nodded gently. Neither of them had any injuries or traces of battle, which meant that either they had been peacefully exchanging pointers or the gap in strength between them was too great. The former possibility was unlikely. Just now, when everyone was talking, the smell of gunpowder was thick, so even if it wasn't a life or death struggle, it wouldn't have been too peaceful. As for the latter possibility, no one dared to think about it. After a while, Ling Tai Su and Yang Li Ting also flew down, both of them somewhat out of breath as they stared at each other. Sect Master Ling's skill is truly amazing, this Yang has lost. Yang Li Ting dropped a few words before walking back to his seat. The audience was in an uproar. Meng Wuya, Ling Tai Su, these 8 great families' ancestors were actually no match for these 2 from Yang Kai's mansion. What about the other battle? Just as everyone was about to look up, they suddenly heard the sound of something heavy falling from the sky. Before anyone could react, a loud bang rang out, as if something had fallen from the sky and smashed into the ground, creating a deep crater. Dust flew everywhere, and when the dust settled, everyone couldn't help but be flabbergasted. They found that the master who had previously challenged Shui Mo was standing in place with a pale expression on his face. Beside his feet was a large crater that had been created by him, and from the corner of his mouth there was a trace of blood, seemingly having suffered some injuries. Old Demon stood several dozen meters above the ground, looking down at his opponent, grinning, sorry, this old master's attacks aren't light or heavy, unlike Sect Master Ling and Meng Wuya who can control their strength. That young man glanced up at the old demon but didn't say anything, quickly walking back to his own camp, sitting down cross-legged, and circulating his secret art. A moment later, he opened his mouth and spat out a red and black aura. This aura was extremely strange and evil, so it should have been injected into his body by the old demon. 3 matches, all defeat. The audience was in an uproar as everyone's eyes flashed with disbelief. The 8 great families above Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters were actually so weak. All of them stood at the pinnacle of the martial Tao. Come again. Looking at your posture, if I don't beat you until you're convinced, today's matter won't be over, the old demon smiled grimly. It seemed like the old demon was provoking them, but in fact, everyone knew that since the 8 great families' top masters had been dispatched, they would definitely finish what they started. After losing 3, there were still 5 to go. Everyone had a tacit understanding. In response to the old demon's words, 3 of them stepped forward. Ling Tai Su sighed, exchanging a helpless glance with Meng Wuya before flying up for the second time. The fierce battle between the above Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters once again began. At this time, the masters from the 7 family coalition couldn't help praying silently that these 3 wouldn't be completely defeated like before. For a long time, the 8 great families of the Seal Temple had been the object of worship for many people. If all of them were defeated, the prestige of the 8 great families would likely collapse. Chapter 552. The 7 family coalition's Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters all held their breaths as they secretly watched the battle in the sky. The 2 above Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters who had yet to appear were also paying close attention. Brother Hua, that Meng Wuya, how strong is he? The square-faced master whispered to the fat old man. Although he had also watched the entire battle just now, it wasn't as profound as the fat old man's. The fat old man from the Hua family sighed slightly and said with a wry smile, "Please forgive me for using the word unfathomable to describe him." The square-faced old man was startled and stared at the fat old man in shock. The fat old man shook his head and said, "It's not that I want to belittle myself, but I have lived for many years and have studied the above Immortal Ascension Boundary for many years. I have a unique understanding of the martial Tao and the heavenly way, but I have never seen someone like him. Let me put it this way, one-on-one, even if we were to fight him one after another, he could still defeat all 8 of us." What? The square-faced old man paled. Although he knew that Meng Wuya wasn't an easy character to deal with, this evaluation was still too high, but since it came from the fat old man's mouth, it was absolutely correct. Everyone had been together for so many years and understood each other's characters very well. It was impossible for the fat old man from the Hua family to exaggerate. That demon lord is also extraordinary. The opponent whom the old demon had defeated before slowly opened his eyes and said, "Even if he isn't as strong as Meng Wuya, he's still not someone we can deal with." The fat old man's eyes were slightly confused as he murmured, "And I always feel that these 2 people aren't on the same level as us." What do you mean? How could they not be on the same level? Aren't they also above Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters? I can't say for sure. The fat old man frowned, secretly comparing himself with Meng Wuya. He always felt that this man was standing high above the clouds, overlooking him, a height he could never reach. So, Ling Tai Su is the most normal. Yang Li Ting interjected, "Although Ling Tai Su's cultivation is similar to ours, his secret art and moves are similar to Meng Wuya's. It's probably because the 2 of them have discussed the martial Tao for so many years in High Heaven Pavilion and learned a lot from Meng Wuya. Judging from his performance, he should only be able to win 2 matches before exhausting himself." 2 wins. The square-faced old man's face darkened. "Then won't we all lose?" The other side had 3 people, while his side had 8. Even if Ling Tai Su only appeared twice, with Meng Wuya and Old Demon's methods, they could easily deal with the rest. Even if he could only win a single match, it would still be good, but such a simple idea had become an extravagant hope for an above-immortal ascension boundary master. The 5 of them looked defeated. They were helpless and powerless to do anything. These people used to sit in the Seal Temple as grand elders of the 8 great families. They were all above immortal ascension boundary masters who were worshipped by the world, believing that even if there was someone stronger than them in this world, they couldn't be much stronger. It wasn't until today that they realized just how incompetent they were. A frog sitting in a well, looking at the sky as if it were a well. Yang Li Ting's eyes were deep as he muttered, his words echoing the thoughts of everyone present. Brother Yi, whether you encounter Meng Wuya or the old demon, you must be careful. Meng Wuya is a bit better, holding back his strength, but the old demon's methods are cruel. The man who had been injured by the old demon before warned, Brother Lu as well, you must not be injured by his demonic qi, this demonic qi is very difficult to resolve. As he spoke, his face paled and he hurriedly circulated his secret art, obviously not completely recovering. The 2 top masters from the Yi and Lu families who were warned nodded slightly. The square-faced old man from the Yi family wore a dignified expression as he suddenly turned his head and glanced over at Yang Kai. Yang Kai was also paying attention to the fierce battle in the sky at this moment, comprehending the various concepts that were being transmitted from the sky, seemingly intoxicated. Suddenly, a rather discordant feeling arose in his heart. Yang Kai suddenly became alert and hurriedly became vigilant, only feeling a faint chill pass over his body, but after carefully examining himself, he couldn't find anything. Frowning, Yang Kai glanced over at the top masters from the 8 great families and happened to meet the eyes of the square-faced old man from the Yi family. The old man remained expressionless and slowly turned his gaze away. Little Lord. Tang Yuxian found that Yang Kai's expression was strange and quickly asked, "What's wrong?" "It's nothing." Yang Kai shook his head, "It's probably just an illusion." "Oh." Tang Yuxian saw that he was fine and no longer asked. Glancing over at the square-faced old man, Yang Kai's brow furrowed. Although he didn't notice anything wrong with himself, the discordant feeling he had just felt was not fake. Beasts had instincts, as a cultivator he also had instincts, and to some extent, a cultivator's instincts were more accurate and sensitive than a beast's. Just now, the square-faced old man either wanted to harm him or had already done so, which was why Yang Kai was able to sense it. Seeing that the situation wasn't right, did he want to find a way to break through? Yang Kai's face was gloomy as he sneered in his heart. He didn't dare act carelessly. If an above-immortal ascension boundary master wanted to attack him, it was normal for him not to notice. Gently taking a deep breath, Yang Kai closed his eyes and used his powerful spiritual energy to examine himself, but he didn't find the slightest abnormality. His divine sense entered his knowledge sea and Yang Kai's soul avatar floated above the vast sea, looking around. His knowledge sea was peaceful, with a variety of fish swimming freely in the water and birds constantly flying through the sky. These fish and birds all carried Yang Kai's memories and spiritual energy. At the center of his knowledge sea, there was a 5-colored island that stood quietly like a mountain of treasures. Floating above this island was a small sword and an oblate object of unknown use. The 5-colored island was transformed from the soul-warming lotus, the small sword was Yang Kai's soul-type artifact, and the oblate object was the treasure he had obtained from the 7th page of the Black Book. However, so far, Yang Kai didn't know what it was used for. Since he obtained it, it had settled down in his knowledge sea and hadn't provided him with any help in terms of strength, nor did it cause him any harm. As the drizzle continued, the scenery in his knowledge sea was like a paradise, beautiful and unforgettable. Am I being paranoid? Yang Kai pondered. The other party hadn't taken any action against him. After all, the old demon had been worried about this problem before and had deliberately pointed it out. The other party had also said that it was impossible for them to take advantage of the absence of the old demon, Ling Tai-su, and Meng Wuya. Those people were all old ancestors of the 8 great families, so their words naturally carried some weight. With a smile, Yang Kai prepared to withdraw from his knowledge sea. At that moment though, Yang Kai's movements came to an abrupt halt and his eyes flashed a cold light as he stared coldly at his knowledge sea. After a while, he chuckled, "Interesting, I don't remember it ever raining in my knowledge sea." Everything in one's knowledge sea would change according to the ups and downs of a cultivator's mood. When one was happy, there would be no clouds in the sky, and the sun would shine brightly, but when one was unhappy, there would be rain and waves. Yang Kai had thought that it was his mood that had caused this drizzle, but after thinking about it for a moment, he felt that something was wrong. Trying to control it, he found that this drizzle had nothing to do with him. Since it had nothing to do with him, it must be someone else's doing. "Get out here." Along with Yang Kai's roar, his calm knowledge sea suddenly churned with waves several dozen meters high, shooting up into the sky. Pillars of water, like flood dragons emerging from the sea, shot straight up into the sky. The drizzle seemed to suddenly stagnate for a moment, but under the impact of this boundless divine sense, it quickly came to a stop. A vague figure suddenly appeared not far in front of Yang Kai and stared towards Yang Kai with a dignified expression. "I knew it was you." Yang Kai sneered and said sarcastically, "What's wrong? Even the words of an above immortal ascension boundary master are like farts to you?" The person opposite him was the sole avatar of the Yi family's square-faced old man. Since he had appeared tonight, he had been holding a grudge against Yang Kai and Yang Kai's people. This made Yang Kai very suspicious, wondering how he had offended this old man. Finally, after thinking about it, Yang Kai could only explain that this old man was helping Yi Xin Ro. After all, this old man was the old ancestor of the Yi family. A look of surprise appeared on the old man's face, as if he hadn't expected that his method would be seen through by Yang Kai. Nodding, he said, "You really are good. With just an immortal ascension boundary second stage cultivation, you were able to break through this old master's soul skill. This old master's spring breeze drizzle has never failed before." Spring breeze drizzle, silent infiltration, was one of this old man's signature skills. As an above immortal ascension boundary master, using this move to deal with Yang Kai made him feel like he was using a sledgehammer to crack a nut, but not only did it not have any effect, it was even quickly seen through by the other party. Yang Kai snorted and stared at him coldly, not saying a word. "Yang family little brat, how did you cultivate your knowledge sea?" The old man asked in a deep voice, "With your cultivation, it is impossible for you to have such a huge and pure spiritual energy. Although your spiritual energy is much worse than this old master's, it is still far beyond the level of a peak immortal ascension boundary master. Old dog, you didn't sneak into my knowledge sea just to ask this question, did you?" Yang Kai looked at the old man sarcastically, not waiting for him to answer before continuing, "Did you feel like you lost a lot of face this time and want to regain some face from me?" The old man didn't care about Yang Kai's sarcasm and said indifferently, "This old master was just curious about how you did it. Since you don't want to tell me, then I won't ask. There will always be a chance to figure it out. As for why this old master sneaked into your knowledge sea, naturally it was because he wanted to know some of your secrets." "My secrets?" Yang Kai froze for a moment before grinning, "A method to quickly improve a cultivator's strength?" Chapter 553. The old man spoke as if he was certain of Yang Kai's victory, revealing the intentions of the 7 great families and the Yang family without the slightest concealment. This was the reality of the situation. The reason why the Yang family had ignored Yang Kai and only sent Yang Zhen and several elders to negotiate with Yang Kai was because of this plan. In the eyes of the Yang family, since the 7 great families had set their sights on Yang Kai would definitely not be able to withstand the pressure and would willingly return to the Yang family to accept their protection, and the price would be the method to improve his cultivator's strength. A forcibly picked melon was not sweet, and the Yang family did not use force on Yang Kai for 2 reasons. First, they were afraid of Yang Kai's emotional backlash, second, because Yang Kai had many masters in his house, and third, because the Yang family believed that as a member of the Yang family, he had to contribute everything to the Yang family. Offering the method to improve his cultivator's strength to the Yang family was a matter of course. However, returning to the Yang family would result in his cultivation being crippled, which was a consequence that Yang Kai could not accept. The 7 great families were taking advantage of the subtle contradiction between Yang Kai and the Yang family to stir up trouble. Being able to capture Yang Kai alive in this battle was of course the best scenario, and this was also the scene they hoped to see. At that time, the 7 great families could discuss with the Yang family how to divide the benefits hidden in Yang Kai's body. Even if they could not capture Yang Kai and instead forced him to return to the Yang family, they could accept this result. As the old man said, the 7 great families had accompanied the Yang family to play such a good show, and many people had died. The Yang family had to do something, otherwise, how could the 7 great families give up? Yang Li Ting's appearance today was precisely because of this consideration. On one hand, he was accompanying the others to pressure Yang Kai, and on the other hand, he was secretly ensuring that Yang Kai would not fall into the hands of others. In order to maximize the benefits of the Yang family. Listening to the old man's words, Yang Kai secretly nodded, a sense of sadness growing in his heart. This was the current situation of the great families. In front of the interests of the entire family, the members of the family could not resist at all. Facing the demands of the family, they had to submit 100%. The old man continued, that was our original goal, but this old man has discovered something even more interesting. The secret to instantly breaking through to the above immortal ascension boundary. Yang Kai grinned. He wasn't a fool and could naturally guess what the other party was coveting. Tonight, Meng Wuya and the old demon each used a different divine technique to raise their strength to the above immortal ascension boundary. This was a huge blow to anyone. Putting Meng Wuya aside for now. It was very likely that he had been at this level all along, but had sealed his own cultivation. Just now, he had undone the seal and recovered his strength. This was a method that no one else could imitate or learn from. Instead, it was the old demon. Yang Kai had indeed used a secret technique to reach the above immortal ascension boundary. If he could obtain this secret technique, it would be more valuable than anything else. Each of the 8 great families had at least a dozen or so peak immortal ascension boundary masters. In times of crisis, he could summon a dozen or 20 above immortal ascension boundary masters. What did this mean? If the Yi family obtained this secret, trampling the Yang family under their feet wouldn't be a dream. Even if the old demon's methods were somewhat cruel and bloody, so what? Under the temptation of such benefits, everything was a piece of cake. Whether it was a black cat or a white cat, as long as it could catch a mouse, it was a good cat. Interesting, at this time you don't care about some evil secret art. Yang Kai looked at the other party sarcastically, I just have the potential to become a demon lord, yet you're all working together to target me. On the other hand, you're coveting old demon's methods. What's wrong? Do you also want to cultivate some kind of evil secret art? No matter what attribute it is, as long as it's useful to the family, it's a good thing. The old man coldly snorted, not showing the slightest trace of embarrassment. Yang Kai was surprised, so you know. I thought you didn't know. Putting on such a dignified posture and insisting on suppressing and destroying me, don't you think it's ridiculous? The old man slowly shook his head, our standpoints are different, so our considerations are different. Suppressing and destroying you is imperative, but as for the reason, it can only be said that you are too weak. If you were in my position, no one would dare to point fingers at you. I understand, Yang Kai nodded gently, his expression dignified, in the end, it's because I have no power or influence. That's right, even if you are the Yang family's young lord, in front of us, you are just a little brat. Many thanks for your guidance, I will work hard enough to make everyone look up to me and obey my will, Yang Kai sneered meaningfully, his eyes filled with a raging flame. You have no chance. The old man shook his head indifferently, his expression indifferent as he said, "If you hadn't discovered this old master's methods, you might have had a chance, but even if you did, do you think this old master would let you leave here safely? You want to kill me?" Yang Kai stared at the other party, not showing the slightest fear, instead a bit eager to try. "If I don't kill you, how can I obtain the secret art from that old demon? For this old master, controlling you is far more valuable than killing you." The old man said lightly, as if he was talking about something trivial, "Don't even think about leaving here to spread the news. Since this old master has made a move, he will seal off your knowledge sea." "Who said I wanted to leave here?" Yang Kai grinned, following his words, his entire knowledge sea gradually surged. "Old dog, have you forgotten that this is my knowledge sea? Here, I am the master." As soon as his voice fell, countless pillars of water rushed out from his knowledge sea, like flood dragons, and rushed towards the old man's soul avatar from all directions. The old man stood in place calmly, facing this destructive attack, seemingly not caring at all, only waving his hand as the water pillars rushed towards him. With a loud crash, all the water pillars were blocked, leaving him unscathed. "Your spiritual energy is indeed powerful, but compared to this old master, there is still a gap. Didn't this old master tell you this before?" The old man looked at Yang Kai sarcastically. Yang Kai's brow wrinkled slightly as he discovered that at some point, this old man had poured all of his spiritual energy into his knowledge sea. With all of his spiritual energy gathered here, this old man's body would be powerless to resist. But now that the above immortal ascension boundary masters were fighting, everyone's eyes and attention were focused on this battle, so no one would notice this old man's abnormality. In other words, if Yang Kai didn't deal with this old man here, he may really be controlled by this old man. Waving his hands, the birds flying through the sky and the fish swimming in the sea suddenly transformed into a sharp wave of energy that shot towards the old man. The old man's expression also became slightly dignified. Although his spiritual energy was greater than Yang Kai's, it wasn't enough to ignore him. The spiritual energy attack of this immortal ascension boundary second stage master was extraordinary, so he didn't dare take it lightly. Invisible energy was released from Yang Kai's soul avatar, innumerable strands of energy that seemed to be everywhere as it rushed towards the aggressive birds and fishes. At this point, whether it was the old man or Yang Kai, neither of them held back. Inside the knowledge sea, this battle was earth-shattering. Fish after fish turned into fluorescent light and birds fell one after another. Yang Kai's attacks were ineffective, and the old man's expression became more and more dignified. The energy released from his soul avatar was constantly being consumed. Yang Kai's strength had exceeded his expectations. Shio, from the five-colored island, the small sword-shaped soul-type artifact shot out, leaving behind a trail of light as it shot towards the old man. The old man's expression changed, no longer able to remain calm. Although this soul-type artifact was only heaven-grade top rank, its function was to attack one's spiritual energy. It was the greatest nemesis of this old man's soul. Yang Kai using it to attack was naturally not something the old man could ignore. Streams of spiritual energy visible to the naked eye burst out from the old man's body, instantly weaving into an indestructible net in front of him that shot towards the small sword. This net was extremely tough, so when the small sword hit it, it was unable to break through and instead seemed to sink into a quagmire, greatly reducing its speed. Seeing this, the old man coldly shouted, "Young family little brat, surrender yourself, this old master has already given you a lot of face, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Don't boast." Yang Kai coldly snorted, "If you really had a way to deal with me, why bother wasting time?" The old man's expression became cold. Although he didn't want to admit Yang Kai's statement, it was also a fact. Before sneaking into Yang Kai's knowledge sea, he hadn't expected the other party's spiritual energy to be so strong, causing his plan to fail. As he spoke, Yang Kai waved his hand and the small sword that had been bound by the net flew over. Yang Kai grabbed it and poured his spiritual energy into it, causing the several-inch-long sword to suddenly burst into a dazzling light. Holding this small sword, Yang Kai grinned and rushed straight towards the old man. Before he even arrived, he slashed out with the sword, sending out a several-dozen-meter-long sword wave towards the old man. The old man's expression changed as he coldly shouted, "You're crazy." In the previous confrontation between the two of them, they had both used their own spiritual energy to collide with each other, so even if there was some wear and tear, there wouldn't be any damage. However, if one's soul avatar was damaged, it would be a serious blow. If it was light, one would become an idiot and their soul would be greatly damaged, while if it was heavy, one would die on the spot, beyond redemption. So when he saw Yang Kai's soul avatar rushing towards him with a small sword, the old man was taken aback. Who would use such a method to fight? Waving his hands one after another, the old man arranged several layers of defense, but all of them were quickly broken through by Yang Kai's soul-type artifact. In the blink of an eye, the two of them were within reach. Although he had lived for many years, the old man still had an instinctive fear of death. Before the battle had even begun, his courage had already waned, so the old man hurriedly retreated and opened up some distance between him and Yang Kai. "Old dog, do you only know how to run?" Yang Kai chased after the old man, his mouth not idle as he taunted him. This was Yang Kai's knowledge sea, so Yang Kai had an absolute advantage here. From the sea below, one divine sense attack after another rushed out and blocked the old man's path. How could he have the energy to answer? "Didn't you just say you wanted to control me?" "Say it again," Yang Kai laughed, becoming more and more unrestrained, causing the old man's face to go pale. Chapter 554. Inside Yang Kai's knowledge sea, Yang Kai and the old man's soul avatar were chasing after each other as they circled around the five-colored island. The old man didn't want to have a direct collision with Yang Kai's soul avatar in order to avoid any accidents. Yang Kai, on the other hand, was still young and full of vigor, not fearing death, chasing after the old man relentlessly, seemingly determined to kill him. In terms of momentum alone, the old man was at a disadvantage. But in fact, Yang Kai couldn't do anything to his opponent. Although this was his knowledge sea and he was the master here, the old man had cultivated and used his spiritual energy nearly 100 years earlier than Yang Kai. Such a long period of accumulation was more than enough for him to escape Yang Kai's pursuit unscathed. While fleeing, the old man even had the leisure to observe the five-colored island. The more he observed it, the more difficult it was for him to suppress the desire in his heart. He didn't know what this five-colored island was, but he could feel a sense of warmth coming from it. When his soul avatar was near the island, his spiritual energy seemed to have increased significantly, allowing him to quickly restore the lost portion of his spiritual energy. In an instant, the old man understood that this magical five-colored island was a supreme treasure that could nourish one's soul. This also explained why Yang Kai could possess such a powerful spiritual energy when he was just an immortal ascension boundary second stage cultivator. The root of all of this was this five-colored island. The value of this island may be greater than the value of the old demon's divine technique. Considering all this, the old man's breathing quickened slightly. His divine sense had silently infiltrated Yang Kai's knowledge sea in order to find an opportunity to take control of him in one fell swoop. Although there had been an accident, he had now discovered another treasure of great value. This time, the price he paid was worth it. Even if his soul avatar was damaged, he had to capture this little brat. The secrets and wealth hidden on this boy were enough to make anyone's eyes go red with envy. The old man secretly made up his mind. Seemingly aware of the change in the old man's thoughts, Yang Kai's face also became gloomy. He had 3 great secrets that he would never let anyone he didn't trust know about. The first was the wordless black book, a secret no one knew about until now. The second was the 5-colored soul-warming lotus, only the old demon knew of its existence. The third was the myriad drug liquid. Now that the second secret was right in front of the other party, and the other party was also very interested in the soul-warming lotus. Yang Kai immediately wanted to kill him. No matter what, he could not allow the other party to leave his knowledge sea safely and reveal this secret. With this thought, his entire sea of consciousness shook. Countless attacks covered the sky and covered the earth, like a swarm of locusts, attacking the old man from all directions. The old man's footsteps suddenly came to a halt as he turned around and looked at Yang Kai quietly, sneering, "Young family brat, you're still too inexperienced." Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat as he felt a sense of crisis. The old man laughed. "Do you think this old man is being chased by you? Ha ha ha, this old man was secretly arranging things, but you didn't notice at all. You really are young and full of vigor." As he spoke, green rays of light suddenly appeared in the air. These rays of light weaved into a huge curtain, enveloping the entire five-colored treasure island. In an instant, the connection between Yang Kai and his knowledge sea was cut off. Yang Kai's complexion changed greatly, and without the slightest hesitation, he gripped his small sword artifact and rushed towards the green curtain, intending to destroy it. Wishful thinking. The old man shouted angrily. He had spent a great deal of effort and consumed a huge amount of his spiritual energy to arrange this, so how could he allow Yang Kai to easily break through it? If this was really broken through, all his previous efforts would be for naught. Shouting so, the old man waved his hand and sent out a series of thin threads that wrapped around Yang Kai. Yang Kai turned around and slashed at these threads, but although he managed to cut through many of them, he was still unable to break through. A strong sense of crisis descended. His entire sea of consciousness was affected by the tension and tremendous pressure. All of a sudden, it turned upside down and became restless. The old man sneered, his expression filled with confidence and calmness. Just as the thin threads were about to wrap around Yang Kai, a shocking pressure suddenly descended. Whether it was the old man or Yang Kai, both of them couldn't help pausing, as if under this pressure, their soul avatars were about to be crushed into dust. The old man was shocked, completely unaware of what was happening. Even if he was an above immortal ascension boundary master, he had never felt such a terrifying pressure before. The thin threads he had shot out to wrap around Yang Kai were like snow under the scorching sun, disappearing in an instant. Although Yang Kai was also under pressure, compared to the old man, he was still much better off. This pressure seemed to be directed at the old man while Yang Kai was only slightly affected. Gotcha, a crisp sound rang out. The two people inside Yang Kai's knowledge sea heard this sound and were both stunned. What they saw was that the flat round object floating above the five-colored island actually split open from its center. As if someone was tearing through space, this crack slowly expanded, and as it expanded, the pressure it released grew stronger and stronger. Inside Yang Kai's knowledge sea, the wind began to surge violently. The old man shuddered as a great sense of crisis descended upon him, almost causing him to lose his footing, his entire soul avatars fluctuating as a miserable howl escaped from his mouth. Yang Kai stared blankly at the flat round object floating in the sky, his body suddenly becoming cold. Since obtaining it on the 7th page of the Black Book, Yang Kai had tried many times to pry into its mysteries but had never been able to do so, but today, when he felt his life was in danger, it actually reacted. What the hell is this? Yang Kai's eyes stared fixedly at this strange object. The crack expanded again, and under the increasingly powerful pressure, the barrier the old man had painstakingly arranged shattered like a fragile piece of paper. A moment later, the crack expanded to its limit, and after seeing what was inside, whether it was Yang Kai or the old man, both of them couldn't help feeling a chill run down their spines. The old man even let out a heart-wrenching scream, an eye. It was an eye. A huge eye. When Yang Kai first obtained this thing, he had guessed its true form. Yang Kai thought it was a fruit, but when he looked at it, it actually looked like an eye. However, it was a closed eye. But now, this one eye had opened. Unlike ordinary people, this was an eyeball that was as black as ink, but had a golden pupil. This was a majestic and terrifying golden color that made one feel like they had no choice but to worship it. Although it was only a single eye, it stood quietly above the island, overlooking the old man with an indifferent gaze, as if in front of this single eye, this old man with an above immortal ascension boundary cultivation was nothing more than an ant. "Young family little brat, what the hell is this?" The old man screamed, trying to find an answer from Yang Kai, but under the gaze of this single eye, he couldn't even move. His soul avatar was under tremendous pressure and was on the verge of collapsing. Yang Kai didn't answer, his thoughts fluctuating wildly. He also didn't know what this thing was. Just as the old man was struggling to resist, a golden light suddenly shot out from the single eye and struck the old man's soul avatar. Without the slightest sound or reaction, the soul avatar of this above immortal ascension boundary master was instantly purified, leaving behind a large mass of pure spiritual energy suspended midair. Yang Kai was stunned. After doing all this, the single eye that had opened for some unknown reason slowly closed again, as mysterious and strange as before. However, Yang Kai faintly felt that before it closed, it seemed to stare at him for a moment, a look of slight disappointment and relief flashing across its eyes. Inside Yang Kai's knowledge sea, the wind gradually calmed down and the sun shone brightly. All kinds of fish continued to swim in the sea while birds continued to fly across the sky. Yang Kai stared blankly for a long time before not delving into the mysteries of this eye and quickly retreating. Immediately, a group of exclamations reached his ears. Looking around, it was the above immortal ascension boundary masters from the 8 great families. The fat old man supported the body of the square-faced old man and called out anxiously, Brother Yi, what happened to you?" Yang Li Ting also carefully examined him, but after a long time, he slowly shook his head and said, "He's dead." Whether it was the cultivators from Yang Li Ting's house or the masters from the 7-family coalition, none of them could believe what Yang Li Ting had just said. All of a sudden, all of them were dumbfounded, not knowing what to do. An above immortal ascension boundary master, was dead? No injuries, I don't know what happened. Yang Li Ting's brow furrowed, his expression filled with shock and vigilance. This square-faced elite from the Yi family was on par with him in terms of strength, but he had died for no reason, and there was not a single injury on his body. Was it because his lifespan had reached its end, or was it because someone had plotted against him? The former was unlikely. Yang Li Ting had lived with him for so many years. If he really had reached the end of his lifespan, as an above immortal ascension boundary master, he would have noticed. Yang Kai had never heard him mention such a thing, so it was certainly not because he had reached the end of his lifespan. Had he secretly killed someone? Yang Li Ting didn't even dare think about it. Who could kill an above immortal ascension boundary master under the eyes of so many people? No one in this world had such ability, even the demon lord of the ash-gray cloud evil land. What happened? Yang Kai deliberately asked the blood warriors nearby. Tu Feng gulped and replied with a look of lingering fear, "I don't know, none of us saw it. We only know that the Yi family's above immortal ascension boundary master suddenly frothed at the mouth and fell to the ground, then this happened." Yang Kai nodded lightly, his expression indifferent. Once again, he was horrified by the destructive power of that single golden pupil. With a single blow, it had destroyed an above immortal ascension boundary master's soul avatar. The Yi family old man's soul avatar carried all of his thoughts, so if it was destroyed like that, how could his physical body possibly survive? What was the origin of this solitary golden eye? The atmosphere suddenly became dignified. Whether it was the 8 great families above immortal ascension boundary masters, Meng Wuya, Ling Tai Su, or any of the others, all of them frowned, not understanding what was going on. Old Demon snickered, "Don't you dare assume that we were the ones behind this. When the incident happened, all 3 of us were high up in the sky, so there was no way we would have had the opportunity to do so." Chapter 555. Although Old Demon's words gave people the illusion that he was trying to hide 300 taels of silver here, everyone knew that he was telling the truth. When the Yi family's square-faced master fell to the ground, Meng Wuya, Ling Tai-su, and the other two had indeed been fighting in the sky until they noticed the commotion below and flew down. The three of them really didn't have the time, opportunity, or means to do such a thing. The sudden death of an above immortal ascension boundary master was enough to shake the world. None of the masters from the 8 great families had the heart to find trouble with Yang Kai again. The mystery of the Yi family master's death was unsolved, so no one felt safe. If the Black Hand lurking in the dark could silently kill an above immortal ascension boundary master, then he could easily kill the rest of them. Tonight's matter, I'll have to trouble you. Yang Li-ting looked at Meng Wuya and the others and said faintly, I'll come back another day to exchange pointers with you. Saying so, he picked up the body of the Yi family master and hurried back to the Wuxia temple with the other 6. Meng Wuya and the others didn't show any intention of stopping them. They had only displayed their strength this time to help Yang Kai. Clean up the body, we're leaving. Yi Xin Ro gave the order to retreat. Although tonight's action had caused the 7 great families to suffer losses, the one who had suffered the greatest loss was undoubtedly her Yi family. The inexplicable death of an above immortal ascension boundary master was a heavy blow to her Yi family. Soon, all the enemies who had come to invade the area had retreated. What happened? Meng Wuya was also confused. He really couldn't understand how that person could just die like that. As he spoke, he glanced at Yang Kai, seemingly intentionally or unintentionally. Why are you looking at me like that? Yang Kai shouted, it wasn't me who did it. These words made many people want to laugh, but they couldn't. Yes, even if the little lord's methods were heaven-defying and his potential was amazing, often creating jaw-dropping miracles, killing an above immortal ascension boundary master was still too far away for him. I didn't say anything. Why are you being so sensitive? Meng Wuya rolled his eyes and suddenly realized something. If Yang Kai didn't explain himself like this, he might not have thought of him. Just now, when he glanced at Yang Kai, it was just a subconscious action. But after Yang Kai's explanation, he started to care. This matter was really related to this brat. Meng Wuya was confused. Let's clean up the battlefield as well, Yang Kai said solemnly as he looked at the messy battlefield. All the major and minor forces quickly moved out to retrieve the cultivator's corpse. The sky gradually brightened. A night of intense battle had finally come to an end. Although it felt somewhat anticlimactic, such a major event was not something that could be stopped by human strength. However, after a night of fierce fighting, everyone in Yang Kai's mansion knew one thing. The current situation was more serious than what Yang Kai had told them before. In other words, not only was Yang Kai's warning not an alarmist, but he might have underestimated the severity of the situation. They had really become enemies with the central capital's 8 great families. On top of that, even an above immortal ascension boundary master was involved. What was Yang Kai capable of that actually made the central capital's super forces take such actions? Why did the Yang family remain silent and not care about Yang Kai? They didn't know the answer, but they were truly aware of the seriousness of the situation. After a day of rest, many people not only failed to restore their vitality, but instead became even more haggard. Last night's battle had caused many great forces to suffer losses. The fall of an immortal ascension boundary master was a huge loss for these forces. Every family was somewhat dejected and sad. Inside the room, Yang Kai, Meng Wuya, Ling Tai-su, and the old demon gathered together to discuss some matters. Little Yang Kai, what do you plan to do next? Meng Wuya, who had restored his peak immortal ascension boundary cultivation, asked in a deep voice. After last night's battle, he hadn't suffered much damage. On the contrary, the old demon seemed to be a little weak today. Let's leave this place. Yang Kai smiled bitterly and shook his head, there's no place for me here. Meng Wuya nodded lightly, you should have left long ago. Since you didn't want to be the Yang family's patriarch, you shouldn't have participated in the inheritance war and meddled in these muddy waters. Yang Kai's expression became gloomy. My original intention in participating in the inheritance war was to restore the sect's name. But now it seems that with my position, I can't do that. Ling Tai Su comforted him, don't feel guilty, the sect's name is still the same, there's no need to care about the opinions of the world. Yang Kai nodded gently, I know. The old demon grinned meaningfully, leaving is also good, from now on, with old servants supporting young master's future achievements will certainly be limitless, hundreds of times better than being the Yang family's patriarch. When young master's strength reaches a certain height in the future, I'm afraid even the central capital's 8 great families will come to lick young master's toes. What you said is too disgusting. Yang Kai glared at him. Meng Wuya shook his head and said, although what he said is disgusting, this is the best way for your future. Moreover, we all feel that with your aptitude and potential, you can achieve this step. You are more suited to wandering and cultivating on your own, not being bound by the sect or family. The sect and family are both shackles placed on you, if you don't break them, your future achievements will be limited. Yang Kai was stunned. Looking at the 3 people in front of him, he found that they were all looking at him with eyes that seemed to believe in him very much. His heart suddenly moved and he smiled, then I will work hard to live up to your expectations. That's right. Ling Tai Su smiled, you don't need to worry about the sect, as long as this old master is alive, he will protect the sect. As for the family, you don't need to worry about the safety of your parents. Although the Yang family is domineering and unfair to you, they won't do anything to harm your parents. I naturally understand that, Yang Kai gently sighed. Young master, when do you plan to leave? Old demon asked. As soon as possible. Yang Kai's expression was somewhat sad. After so long of hard work, he had to give up now, feeling somewhat regretful. This old master will need a few days to recover, and so will this demon. Meng Wuya lightly coughed, take advantage of these few days to talk to those people in your house, after all, they have done a lot for you. Yang Kai nodded slightly before suddenly asking curiously, Treasurer Meng, how did you and old demon break through to the above immortal ascension boundary? The shocking method they had used last night had aroused everyone's curiosity, and Yang Kai was naturally no exception. Hearing this, Meng Wuya and old demon looked at each other and laughed. If it's convenient, I'd like to hear about it. Ling Tai Su showed an interested look. Meng Wuya pondered for a moment before nodding lightly, waving his hand and wrapping the room with an invisible energy barrier, isolating it from the outside world. This old master knows that my and this demon's methods have definitely attracted the attention of many people, Meng Wuya snorted lightly. But these people are too short-sighted, thinking that as long as they know this old master and this demon's methods, they can replicate our actions. That's a bit ridiculous. Yang Kai was surprised, even if they know the methods. Old demon nodded heavily, that's not possible. They probably also realized that old Meng's methods aren't something they can copy. As for old servant's methods, even if they can, they won't be able to reach the above immortal ascension boundary. Why? Because the above immortal ascension boundary is a completely different realm from the past. If one hasn't reached it before, they won't be able to do so. Old demon said a few words but found that he hadn't gotten to the point, so he couldn't help saying awkwardly, Old Meng, please explain. Meng Wuya chuckled, to put it simply, old demon was once an above immortal ascension boundary master, but he lost his own body and seized another's body. Now, his cultivation is only at the peak immortal ascension boundary, but he has the foundation of an above immortal ascension boundary master and understands its mysteries, so by using the demon spectre saint technique, he was able to climb to this realm. Yang Kai suddenly understood. The peak immortal ascension boundary masters of the 8 great families had all pursued their entire lives in order to reach a higher realm, but since they couldn't break through the shackles of this realm, they naturally didn't understand the mysteries of this realm. So what if they knew the demon spectre saint technique? They still couldn't break through to the above immortal ascension boundary. As for this old master, heh heh. Meng Wuya laughed, my cultivation was sealed, but last night I unsealed one of those seals. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly. Even though he had already guessed this, when his guess was confirmed by Meng Wuya, Yang Kai still couldn't believe it. Meng Wuya's strength was sealed. Did he seal it himself? Or was it sealed by someone else? If it was him who sealed it, what was the reason? If it was someone else who sealed it, then who had such a high level of skill? No wonder Treasurer Meng had always been shrouded in mystery and had always been reluctant to participate in the inheritance war. It turned out this was the reason. All the top masters of the above immortal ascension boundary were proud of their status, so how could they bully others in the inheritance war? However, whether it is this old master or this old demon, although we used different methods to break through to the above immortal ascension boundary, both of us have suffered some damage. You've seen this old demon's appearance now. So if you want to leave, you should wait until we've recovered. No one knew whether the 8 great families would allow Yang Kai to leave, so in order to ensure nothing went wrong, Meng Wuya and the old demon had to maintain their peak condition. Waiting a few days won't be a problem, I guess the 8 great families will be busy dealing with the death of the Yi family's master. Yang Kai grinned, but one day you'll have to tell me more about the mysteries of the above immortal ascension boundary. Naturally, with old servant by young master's side, you'll naturally understand. The old demon replied. After thinking about it, Yang Kai took out some myriad drug cream and handed it to Meng Wuya and the old demon. This thing should be helpful to your recovery. Ling Tai Su's eyes lit up, is it that thing? Yang Kai nodded. What made you so excited? Meng Wuya glanced at Ling Tai Su curiously. Brother Meng, I relied on this thing to break through to the above immortal ascension boundary. Ling Tai Su said faintly. Meng Wuya couldn't help paling, quickly releasing his divine sense to probe the myriad drug cream, a long time later exclaiming, there's actually such a high-grade thing here. List. Chapter 556. Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he asked, what grade is it? Speaking of which, he wasn't clear about the grades of the myriad drug liquid, essence milk, and essence cream because so far, no one had ever given them a grade. Now that he heard Meng Wuya ask, naturally he was interested. Meng Wuya didn't answer and instead asked thoughtfully, is this what the 8 great families covet? Pretty much. Yang Kai nodded lightly, his heart filled with suspicion. He found that as long as it involved some high-end things, Meng Wuya would always change the subject, unwilling to talk about them. Yang Kai didn't know why. Since Meng Wuya didn't want to talk about it, Yang Kai didn't want to ask. I have no use for this thing, you keep it well. Meng Wuya said as he handed the myriad drug cream back, glancing thoughtfully towards the old demon before smiling meaningfully, old demon, with this, you may be able to break through to the above immortal ascension boundary in one fell swoop. Can this thing really help one break through to the above immortal ascension boundary? Yang Kai was overjoyed when he heard this. The last time Ling Tai Su had used the myriad drug cream to reach his current level, Yang Kai had thought it was just a coincidence, but now hearing Meng Wuya say this, he realized the preciousness of the myriad drug cream. This thing contains the heavenly Tao principles which have a very strong effect on breaking through bottlenecks. This old demon already has a strong foundation, so if he can't break through with this, he might as well commit suicide. The old demon grinned and quickly put away the small piece of myriad drug cream, as if he had obtained a precious treasure. How long has this thing been formed? Meng Wuya glanced over at Yang Kai. About 5,000 to 6,000 years. Yang Kai replied truthfully. That's right, thousands of years of flowing time, great emperor's accumulation, a good thing, it's a pity my seal can't be completely undone with this. Meng Wuya sighed. Then I'll use this. Saying so, Yang Kai took out some myriad drug liquid. Meng Wuya took it and carefully looked at it. He couldn't help but exclaim, this is also not bad. Although it's not as pure as the previous one, it's still a rare good thing. It's best to use it to heal injuries. Oh, this thing seems to be able to help people cleanse their bodies. Treasurer Meng's eyes are truly sharp. Yang Kai gave him a thumbs up. Meng Wuya snorted lightly. Do you think this old man doesn't even have this little bit of insight? Where did you get them? How much do you have left? Yang Kai sniffed and casually reported a number. The three of them stared at Yang Kai with their eyes wide open. Give some to this old man's disciple. Although this thing is of no use to this old man, it will be of great use to Ning Chang. Meng Wuya immediately shouted without the slightest trace of politeness. I gave it to you a long time ago. Treasurer Meng suddenly came to a realization. No wonder Ning Chang's strength has increased so much over the past 2 years. So it was because of this. The mysterious grade pill your family's cultivator takes also contains this thing, right? N. Ling Tai Su smiled bitterly and shook his head. The Yang family really lifted a stone to smash their own foot this time. If they had known that Yang Kai had so much myriad drug liquid on hand, it was hard to say if they would have regretted not paying him any attention and instead oppressing him. If the Yang family had treated Yang Kai well, not wanting to waste his cultivation and categorizing him as an evil cultivator, with the resources Yang Kai had at his disposal, he certainly wouldn't have minded sharing some of the benefits with the Yang family. The resources he controlled were simply too huge. Even if all of his friends and family were to pool them together, it would be impossible to use them all up in a lifetime. If he could improve the strength of his family, why wouldn't he? However, the Yang family's various methods had forcibly pushed such a huge force to the opposite side, forcing Yang Kai to resist. Coming out of Meng Wuya's room, Yang Kai first went to visit Chiu Yi Meng. The Chiu family's first young lady was no longer in any serious condition. Her stab hadn't been too deep, so after Su Yan took care of her, she had almost fully recovered. After telling her about his decision to leave, Chiu Yi Meng only wore a bitter expression but didn't object. In the current situation, Yang Kai leaving was the best choice. Go gather everyone, I have something to say. Yang Kai faintly ordered. Chiu Yi Meng was startled for a moment before instantly understanding what he wanted to do. Nodding gently, she went out to gather everyone. Although she had left Yang Kai's house yesterday morning and brought people to attack him at night, at the last moment, everyone understood her difficulties and no longer bore any hatred towards her and Starshua, instead feeling some sympathy for them. Being forced to stand on the opposite side, who could understand the bitterness in their hearts? Chiu Yi Meng was still the second in command in the house, a position no one could shake. In the main hall, the leaders of all the forces had gathered, but everyone's expression was a little sad. Even Starshua, who was usually the least serious, wore a serious expression at this moment. Everyone waited quietly. After a while, Yang Kai stood up and said, "The inheritance war has been going on for almost 10 months now. Yang Kai would like to thank everyone for their support and efforts. Although we were very close to victory at one point, all kinds of things happened, causing us to fall short again and again. Now, the inheritance war is no longer the inheritance war, and I am not prepared to continue. In a few days, I will leave this place. I have failed to live up to everyone's expectations for so long." Everyone didn't say anything and just looked at him quietly. Everyone knew that Yang Kai had made this choice because he had no other choice. As I said before, if you continue to follow me, you will become enemies with the central capital's 8 great families and will implicate the safety of the sect or family behind you. Before, I wasn't too sure and just wanted to remind everyone, but after last night's events, this concern has become a reality. The current situation is not something you can decide, so I hope that you can consider it carefully and think about your own sect and family. Should you still stay here? If you want to leave now, I will not stop you. I will do my best to compensate you for the losses you have suffered during this period of time. The pill room and the artifact refining workshop have accumulated a lot of savings during this period of time, which is enough to be distributed to everyone. After saying this, Yang Kai stood there quietly and waited. Everyone just looked at him, no one spoke, and no one had any intention of leaving. Yang Kai sneered, "I've decided to leave and no longer participate in the inheritance war. What are you still doing here? Even if we part ways here, when we meet again in the future, we'll still be friends, not parting forever." Saying so, Yang Kai's expression became cold. "To put it bluntly, if you continue to stay here, you will only endanger your sect or family. Drawing a clear line between you and me is the wisest choice for you right now. I'm not trying to scare you, I'm just stating the facts. Many of you owe me a debt of gratitude, but these past 10 months of sharing weal and woe have already been repaid. None of us owe each other anything, so there's no need to feel any psychological burden." Dong Qing Han suddenly smiled, "What's the point of being so heartless? You said it yourself, the choice is in our hands. When it's time to leave, we'll naturally leave. As for what you said about owing each other, I think we really don't owe each other anything. After our forces came here, we all suffered great losses, but, which one of us hasn't gained much? Those who are still standing here, if it weren't for the help of the mysterious great pills, would any of us have our current cultivation? I'm afraid it would have taken us a few more years of hard work to reach our current level. Everyone who is still alive now has at least 3 artifacts. This is not a treatment that a first-class family can provide. We're relatives, you don't have the right to speak." Yang Kai glanced at him. Dong Qing Han couldn't help rolling his eyes and muttering, "I'm not trying to protect you." "What young Master Dong said is exactly what I was thinking," Han Shaoqi chuckled, staring towards Yang Kai with a burning gaze. "Do I have the right to speak?" Yang Kai sighed, "I'm not trying to drive you away, it's just that right now, we understand." Han Shaoqi interrupted him, also realizing Yang Kai's dilemma, but just as she was about to say something else, a shout suddenly came from outside the mansion. "Everyone in Yang Kai's mansion, listen up. You've all taken the side of the evildoer, your crimes are unforgivable, but considering your youth and lack of experience, young Lady Yi is willing to give you a chance to turn over a new leaf. If you abandon the darkness and pledge allegiance to young Lady Yi, we will no longer hold you accountable, but if you continue to persist, you will become enemies with my central capital's 8 great families. When the time comes, you will have to bear the consequences." This voice was like a bell, spreading throughout War City, and everyone in the mansion heard it clearly. Once, twice, over and over again. Yang Kai's expression became strange as he sneered, "Yi Xin Ro is quite interesting, actually playing this game." He had been preparing to leave, but hadn't expected to see such a good show at the last moment. "She's threatening them." Huastars shook his head, "Yi Xin Ro making people shout like this would really shake the hearts of some people." "Bear the consequences." "What kind of consequences?" Yang Kai had also said that these consequences were related to the families and sects behind them. In the crowd, some people looked hesitant and their expressions became difficult. Not everyone could swear to stand by Yang Kai's side, and at this time, even if they chose to leave, Yang Kai wouldn't be in a position to criticize them. "Little Lord." Suddenly, someone called out. Yang Kai glanced over and found that it was Lu Feisheng from Tianyuan City, nodding to him and calmly saying, "Young Lord Lu, if you have something to say, please speak." "My Tianyuan City wants to leave this place." Lu Feisheng's face flushed red as he spoke with great difficulty. "A wise choice." Yang Kai nodded gently, without any sarcasm or ridicule, simply saying in a flat tone, "During this time, many thanks to young Lord Lu and everyone from Tianyuan City. Bring the things up." Several High Heaven Pavilion disciples came out from the side, each of them holding a tray and quickly walking over to Lu Feisheng. "Here are 10 bottles of mysterious grade pills and 5 artifacts. This is a small token of appreciation from Yang Kai, I hope young Lord Lu will accept it." This. Lu Feisheng couldn't help hesitating. He had never expected that with Yang Kai's personality, he would actually give him these things at the last moment. He had thought he would be ridiculed by the other party and then swept out the door. Chapter 557. Turning his head and looking around, no one dared to mock or despise him, simply staring at him indifferently. Lu Feixing suddenly felt a bit ashamed, wishing he could find a hole to crawl into and hide. The indifferent attitude of these people was even more difficult for him to accept than the ridicule and contempt he felt. Little Lord is magnanimous, this Lu is ashamed, I haven't been able to help much during this time, these things. As he spoke, his face was filled with struggle and hesitation. The 5 artifacts were fine, although they were good, Lu Feixing was still the young city lord of Tianyuan City, his status wasn't too low, so if he wanted these artifacts, he could still obtain them. However, the 10 bottles of mysterious grade pills weren't something he could ignore. With the help of these 10 bottles of pills, he could save at least 2 to 3 years of hard work. In these 2 to 3 years, he would be able to surpass his peers by a few small realms. Take it. Someone next to him persuaded. Since that's the case, this Lu will accept. Lu Feixing grit his teeth and accepted the 10 bottles of pills and 5 artifacts, cupping his fists towards Yang Kai before turning around and leaving. Yang Kai stood in place with his hands crossed behind his back, his expression calm as he continued to wait. Little Lord, we also have to leave. An immortal Ascension Boundary Master from the Duanmu family stepped forward and calmly said. The Duanmu family was originally the support of the Yang family's 3rd young lord, Yang Tai, but on the first night of the Inheritance War, Yang Tai was eliminated and the Duanmu family suffered heavy casualties, leaving only 5 people who had joined Yang Kai's forces. Last night's battle, 5 of them had been dispatched together, but only 2 had returned alive. They had originally followed Yang Kai to avenge the deaths of those from the Duanmu family who had died in battle, and this wish had long since been fulfilled. Now, there were only the 2 of them left, and they no longer had the slightest attachment to this place. Now that the situation had forced them, they naturally had to leave. Yang Kai nodded gently, many thanks to several seniors. Another High Heaven Pavilion disciple presented 10 bottles of mysterious grade pills and 5 artifacts, the 2 from the Duanmu family took them and quickly left. Little Lord, my Purple Fern Valley will also be leaving. Fan Hong stepped forward and said with a wry smile. Yang Kai nodded and waved his hand. Fan Hong generously took the mysterious grade core and artifacts. He said goodbye to Yang Kai and walked out. After taking a few steps, he suddenly stopped and turned around. Junior sister, aren't you leaving? He asked. Luo Xiaoman. Fan Hong and Luo Xiaoman were both from Purple Fern Valley. The 2 of them were also brother and sister. Luo Xiaoman slowly shook her head, I'll go with elder sister Chiu. Brother, you can go by yourself. Fan Hong thought for a moment, but didn't force him. He left without saying a word. Is there anyone else who wants to leave? Yang Kai looked around. There's no need to hesitate. It's not too late to leave now, otherwise, I'm afraid you'll really end up on the opposite side of the 8 great families. Even if you don't think for yourself, you should think for your family and sect. You don't have to say any more, Hu Jiao Air snorted, those who are still here are still alive. I don't think anyone wants to leave. Everyone nodded in agreement. Those who had left were those who had joined Yang Kai's house later on for various reasons. Those who remained were those who had sincerely wanted to repay Yang Kai for helping Yang Kai before the Inheritance War began. Chen Shueshu nodded, Brother Yang, you also said that you'll be leaving here in a few days. We don't care about waiting a few days, when you leave, we'll leave. In just a few days, the 8 great families won't be so narrow-minded, right? Yang Kai stared at them. Yang Kai paused for a moment before nodding, good, then we'll wait a few days. Disperse, disperse. Dong Qin Han shouted. Since it had been decided that everyone would leave in a few days, the heavy burden that had been weighing on everyone's hearts suddenly disappeared. Just thinking about how they had been through thick and thin together for so long. Now that they were about to be separated, everyone still felt a little sad. In one's life, How many friends could one have whom one could entrust with life and death? And the people in this manner. All of them. After everyone had dispersed, only Yang Kai and Chiu Meng remained in the hall. Yang Kai looked at Chiu Meng with a smile. What do you want to say? Chiu Meng slowly shook her head. Nothing. It's just that I feel it's unfair to you. Yang Kai stood up, took a few steps forward, and gently sighed. The world is like this, and I don't feel it's unfair. At the very least, I've tried my best. Beauty, please don't look at me like I'm a stray dog, okay? I haven't fallen so low yet, have I? Chiu Meng couldn't help giggling at his words, and the room seemed to become much brighter. You and Starshua should also leave quickly. Staying here for too long is not good for you. These two had each used a very clumsy trick to stay in Yang Kai's house, but the eyes of the 8 great families were clear, so how could they not know what tricks they had played? My injuries haven't healed yet, it'll be a few days before I can move freely. Chiu Meng stuck out her tongue. She also wanted to spend these last few days in this house. Yang Kai smiled and nodded, but just as he was about to speak, his expression suddenly changed. He didn't know why, but the Azura sword and 1,000 blossoming blood begonia in his body began to stir, as if they were attracted by some strange force and wanted to rush out of his body. This discovery surprised him, and he quickly circulated his yuan qi to suppress the restlessness in his body. Before he could figure out what was happening, a majestic voice came from outside the house. Supreme Solitary Sect's Li Yuan Chun has come to visit. Is this the house of the Yang family's little Lord Yang Kai? When this voice came out, Yang Kai and Chiu Meng's expressions suddenly became strange. At the same time, Yang Kai immediately heard the voices of Meng Wuya and Ling Tai Su. The one who has come is an above-immortal ascension boundary cultivator. Supreme Solitary Sect. Chiu Meng frowned slightly. That super force from the Endless Sea Islands. What is he doing here, and why is he looking for you? Yang Kai was stunned for a moment, but quickly reacted and said in a depressed tone, it's really an eventful time. He finally understood why the Azura sword and 1,000 blossoming blood begonia in his body had suddenly reacted. It was likely that it wasn't just Supreme Solitary Sect that had come. Outside the house, a large group of people was bustling with activity, led by an old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion. There were at least 50 of them, all of them Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters, peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters everywhere. After Li Yuan Chun shouted, one of the people beside him excitedly said, I feel it. My Azura Sect's hallowed treasure, the Azura sword, is really here. Another beautiful woman with an enchanting appearance and thick evil chi, her 10 fingernails painted black, said sweetly, it also has the aura of my falling flowers Sect's 1,000 blossoming blood begonia. The one who spoke first said, unfortunately, the Azura sword has already been refined into his body. Even if we want to use a secret technique to retrieve it, it will be somewhat troublesome. Li Yuan Chun nodded lightly. Ancient Cloud Island has been searching for the Broken Moon transformation art in the Red Cloud sect for more than 3 years now. In the past few years, all the great sects in the Endless Sea Islands have been working hard to find the whereabouts of the hallowed treasure that was lost 300 years ago. Now, we have finally found it. Everyone, please don't be impulsive. This time, it's best to negotiate with him peacefully. After all, this is not the Endless Sea Islands. We understand, we will follow Senior Li's decision. The others nodded gently. As they spoke, a trace of suspicion appeared on Li Yuan Chun's face. The people from Azura sect felt the aura of the Azura sword, the people from Falling Flowers sect felt the aura of the 1,000 blossoming blood begonia, but why couldn't he feel the aura of the Supreme Solitary Seal? According to the speculations of the great sects in the Endless Sea Islands, these hallowed treasures should have been obtained by one person and should be in the same place. As everyone was talking, they glanced at a young girl standing not far away. This young girl was dressed very tastefully. Her long hair fluttered in the wind, her eyebrows were like thin smoke, her eyes were slender and bright, her nose was delicate, her cheeks were slightly flushed, and her lips were like orchids. Her face was like a flower, and her skin was sparkling and translucent like snow. Her figure was graceful, and she was exceptionally enchanting. What was particularly noteworthy was her cultivation. At such a young age, she had already reached the immortal ascension boundary. Many people were secretly shocked, and Li Yuan-chun couldn't help but sigh. The inland really was full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Just a random little girl, and she actually possessed such strength. Although this young girl had arrived here at the same time as them, they were not part of the same group. The young girl had a strange look on her face, waiting quietly while secretly guarding against these people from the endless sea islands, like a dormant little tiger, which was quite funny. While everyone was waiting outside the house, inside, Yang Kai briefly told Chiu Yi-meng about his own speculations. Many years ago, he had gone to the endless sea islands alone for life experience and ended up in Red Cloud Sect, where he was forced by Red Cloud Sect to be taken to a hidden island. On that hidden island, Yang Kai obtained the 5-colored soul-warming lotus and many of the endless sea islands' hallowed treasures. So far, he had only used the Azura sword and the 1,000-blossoming blood begonia. Although he had been very careful, he had used them many times over the past few years. If the endless sea islands' great forces were really interested in investigating, after such a long time, they should have found some clues. It was probably because of this that they had traveled tens of thousands of kilometers from the endless sea islands to ask for the hallowed treasures they had lost 300 years ago. So that's how it is. Chiu Yi-meng nodded gently after listening to his explanation. She also understood what had happened. What belongs to others should be returned, but you didn't do anything wrong. You obtained this by accident. But now that they've come to find you, what are you going to do? Let's talk. Yang Kai chuckled. The Azura sword and 1,000-blossoming blood begonia had helped him a lot during this time, but as his strength increased, especially after the end of the artifact-snatching battle at Pijing Lake and him obtaining a mysterious great artifact, the role of these two treasures had become less and less useful. Yang Kai himself wasn't a person who liked to rely on the power of artifacts. Therefore, if the conditions were right, he did not mind returning these things. After all, it was not essential to keep them by his side. Those people were determined to get their hands on these things. If he forced them to return them, it would only attract hostility. After such a delay, shouts came from outside again, and it seemed to be slightly anxious and urging. Yang Kai smiled and said, "Come with me and have a look." Chiu Yi-meng nodded and hurriedly followed. Chapter 558. Arriving outside the house, after seeing the number and level of cultivator present, Yang Kai couldn't help but frown. These people should have come prepared, otherwise, they wouldn't have dispatched such a powerful lineup. The aura of the leader of this group was restrained and his eyes shone brightly, giving Yang Kai a great sense of pressure. He should be an above immortal ascension boundary cultivator. Seeing Yang Kai come out, countless pairs of eyes stared at him. Li Yuan-chun asked kindly, "May I ask if you are the Yang family's little lord, Yang Kai?" You are, Supreme Solitary Sex Li Yuan-chun. Azura Sex Night Visit. Falling Flowers Spirit Religions Hua Duan Hun. Scarlet Tempering Sex Su Qian Hao. Gemini Island, Cloud Dragon Island. The leaders of the Endless Sea Island's great forces introduced themselves one after another, all of them sizing up Yang Kai. The more surprised they became. The young girl next to him had already surprised them once, but now looking at Yang Kai, they were even more shocked. This young family's little lord was even younger than the young girl just now, but he had already reached the immortal ascension boundary second stage. Yang Kai nodded to them one by one, his eyes sweeping around for a moment before suddenly fixing on the young girl next to him, his expression suddenly becoming strange. "Bai Luo?" The young girl coldly snorted, apparently not liking Yang Kai at all. Chiu Yi-meng also cast her gaze over, but after seeing Bai Luo, she was also surprised, quickly turning her gaze to Yang Kai, an ambiguous look appearing on her pretty face. Bai Luo, the young girl from the ash-gray cloud evil lands beguiling demon queen Shan Qing Luo's mansion. When Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman were under house arrest by Shan Qing Luo, they had a brief encounter with her. One day, Bai Luo had even witnessed the happy occasion between her and Yang Kai. Now that she saw this young girl, Qiu Yimeng couldn't help recalling the scene from that day, recalling the milky white liquid at the corner of this young girl's mouth. Suddenly, her face flushed red. Yang Kai also couldn't help but stare at Bai Luo's thin lips. This little mouth of hers was not bad. So it turns out that young Master Yang and this girl are old acquaintances. Li Yuan-chun chuckled. We also met here and didn't come here together. I know. Yang Kai nodded. Li Yuan-chun and the others were from the Endless Sea Islands and Bai Luo was from the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land. But, what was Bai Luo doing here? Kai Yang suddenly felt a trace of uneasiness. I know why you're here. Let's talk about it first. Yang Kai gestured and opened up half of his body. Hearing this, the people from the Endless Sea Islands were overjoyed, and even the way they looked at him became much friendlier. At the very least, he didn't deny that he had obtained those treasures. Did this mean that he was willing to return those things? With this thought in mind, everyone entered the mansion one by one. Bai Luo, come in too. Yang Kai called out. You go first, I want to stay away from you. Bai Luo snorted. Since that day when she had done that thing with Yang Kai, Bai Luo had become very wary of Yang Kai. Yang Kai laughed dumbly and didn't insist, simply saying to Qiu Yimeng, go ahead and greet her. N. Qiu Yimeng nodded gently and smiled to Bai Luo, Sister Bai Luo, it's been a long time. It's you. Bai Luo grinned, it's been a long time. Saying so, she rushed up and grabbed Qiu Yimeng's hand affectionately. Although Qiu Yimeng felt a bit strange, she didn't think too much about it and simply let her hold her hand as they walked into the house. Where's that little girl with big breasts? Bai Luo's pair of beautiful eyes flashed a strange light as she asked Qiu Yimeng. You mean Xiaoman? Qiu Yimeng smiled lightly, she's also in the house, you'll see her soon. N. Bai Luo smiled, a look of longing filling her face. Inside the main hall, the Endless Sea Islands all took their seats and Yang Kai ordered tea to be served. The scene was harmonious as everyone sipped tea and rested, not seeming to be in a hurry. Yang Kai didn't take the initiative to say anything, simply sipping his tea while watching Bai Luo quietly molest Qiu Yimeng. The Qiu family's first young lady also noticed that something was wrong, because Bai Luo kept rubbing her hand, praising how smooth her skin was and how well it was maintained. From time to time, Bai Luo would even touch her waist and chest. Qiu Yimeng's face blushed. However, in front of so many people, Qiu Yimeng couldn't resist, so she could only cast a pleading look towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai pretended not to notice. After a while, Li Yuan-chun chuckled, young Master Yang really is a dragon among men. Although on the way here we heard a lot about the Yang family's inheritance war and knew some of young Master Yang's feats, after arriving at your house today, we can see that the rumors are not false. There really are many crouching tigers and hidden dragons, truly amazing. Senior is too kind. Yang Kai said lightly, the inland is not comparable to the Endless Sea Islands. The Endless Sea Islands have abundant world energy and countless precious treasures. That is the place I yearn for. Li Yuan-chun laughed, the Endless Sea Islands have its own conveniences, but the inland also has its own advantages. However, listening to young Master Yang's tone, it seems you really have been to the Endless Sea Islands. A few years ago, I went to the Endless Sea Islands and fell into the Red Cloud sect. Li Yuan-chun narrowed his eyes, the Red Cloud sect that was destroyed by Ancient Cloud Island. Ancient Cloud Island's island master, Gu Feng, was in the Red Cloud sect and found the Broken Moon transformation art they had lost 300 years ago. In other words, all of this was orchestrated by young Master Yang. I had some grievances with the Red Cloud sect. At that time, I was too weak, so I could only borrow the hand of ancient Cloud Island to destroy this sect. Li Yuan-chun sucked in a breath of cold air. Young Master Yang's style is quite bold. Everyone else also paled. A few years ago, just how old was this young man in front of them? With just a few tricks, he was able to destroy a sect. This kind of temperament was truly incomparable to others. Since young Master Yang found the Broken Moon transformation art, you must have found other things as well, right? Li Yuan-chun stared at Yang Kai with a burning gaze. All of them are with me. Yang Kai chuckled and flipped his hand, revealing a crimson-red long sword in front of him. In front of him floated a gorgeous flower filled with thick evil qi. A faint floral fragrance filled the air. Azura sword. Thousand blossoming blood begonia. Azura Sex Yifang and Falling Flowers Sex Hua Duan Hun stood up at the same time, their eyes greedily staring at the two heaven-grade artifacts in front of Yang Kai as they cried out in alarm. Their sects had been searching for more than 300 years but had not found a single trace of them. Now that these two hallowed treasures had suddenly appeared in front of them, how could they not be excited? Sit down, Li Yuan-chun ordered. Yifang and Hua Duan Hun wore conflicted expressions as they hesitated for a moment before sitting down, but their eyes were still glued to their respective sex treasures. Yang Kai smiled lightly, not showing the slightest trace of nervousness as he placed the Azura sword and thousand blossoming blood begonia on the table next to him, calmly staring at the endless sea island's people. Li Yuan-chun lightly coughed and frowned, asking, Young Master Yang said that everything is with you, so why can't this old master sense the aura of the Supreme Solitary Seal? Even though it had been refined by Yang Kai into his body, he could still sense the existence of the Supreme Solitary Seal through his sect's secret technique. The Supreme Solitary Seal was Supreme Solitary Sect's hallowed treasure. The Supreme Solitary Seal requires Supreme Solitary Sect's unique secret technique, Yuqi. I didn't refine it, so I put it in a safe place, Yang Kai chuckled. I also put everything else together. These things had been stored inside the Black Book space, so Li Yuan-chun and the others naturally couldn't sense them. 100-degree search 81 middle text, so that's how it is. Li Yuan-chun nodded gently, his doubts disappearing. Young Master Yang being so open and honest is truly admirable. Before coming here, they were afraid that the other party would not admit to their actions, so they were prepared to use peaceful means before resorting to force. Otherwise, they wouldn't have dispatched more than 50 Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters, led by an above Immortal Ascension Boundary Master. It was obvious how much importance they attached to this matter. Just as Yang Kai had guessed before, a few years ago, ancient Cloud Island suddenly found the Broken Moon transformation art that had been lost for 300 years in the Red Cloud sect. The other Endless Sea Island's great forces all went to ancient Cloud Island to inquire but failed to obtain any useful information. After calming down, everyone sat down and discussed the matter, suddenly feeling that the appearance of the Broken Moon transformation art on Red Cloud Island was quite strange, and also inferred that Red Cloud's sect had been framed. Since this person had obtained ancient Cloud Island's Broken Moon transformation art, perhaps he had also obtained the hallowed treasures of other sects. In the past few years, the Endless Sea Island's forces had frequently sent people to the mainland to inquire about news. Yang Kai had used the Azura sword and the thousand blossoming blood begonia many times, so naturally these people had glimpsed some clues. After the news was passed back, they saw a glimmer of hope and hurriedly rushed here. Now that this hope had come true, everyone was very excited. Young Master Yang must also know that although the grade of these things is not very high, and some are even useless to a cultivator, they have a very special significance to our Endless Sea Island sects. Because these things were left behind by our sect's ancestral founder as a token of our sect master. Li Yuan-chun didn't take advantage of his seniority, nor did he use his status to oppress Yang Kai. Instead, he spoke in a sincere tone. Yang Kai nodded slightly, he had already known this information. Of the things obtained on Hidden Island, some were really useless and could only be used as tokens. As for the purpose of this old man's visit, young Master Yang must be clear about it. Li Yuan-chun carefully chose his words and hesitated for a moment before asking, "Dare I ask young Master Yang, what are the conditions for you to return these things to us?" "That depends on what you are willing to pay." Yang Kai slowly shook his head, looking like he was sitting on the ground and raising the price. He really didn't care about the things he obtained from Hidden Island. He could even give up the Azura sword and 1,000 blossoming blood begonia. With the improvement of his strength, these things were no longer of much value to him, but it was impossible for him to give them away for free. He wasn't a hypocrite. If he wanted these things, he needed to show some sincerity. Especially now, with so many things bothering him, and the Endless Sea Islands forces coming here at this time, it just so happened that Yang Kai's gun was pointed at them. This. Li Yuan-chun suddenly felt awkward. They hadn't brought any treasures or valuables with them this time, so Yang Kai's request naturally made them feel a little helpless. Chapter 559. These Endless Sea Islands masters hadn't expected that Yang Kai would be so easy to negotiate with. Their original intention was to simply snatch what they wanted from him. In any case, they were Endless Sea Islands forces, so the central capital's 8 great families couldn't control them. After snatching what they wanted, all they had to do was run away. As long as they returned to the Endless Sea Islands, the 8 great families wouldn't even be worth a fart. However, the auras of the masters in Yang Kai's house made Li Yuan-chun and the others' original plan useless. If they really had to fight, they might not necessarily win. What's more, only the Azura sword and 1,000 blossoming blood begonia had surfaced. They didn't know where the other treasures were. If they really provoked this Yang family little brat and fought to the death, it wouldn't be good for any of them. "That's what we should do." Li Yuan-chun was also an old fox, so he quickly followed up, turning to Yang Kai and asking, "Can we discuss this for a moment?" Yang Kai smiled, indicating that he could wait. The Endless Sea Islands masters exchanged glances and seemed to be discussing something. Yang Kai turned his eyes to Bai Luo and asked, "Why did Bai Luo come here?" Bai Luo was still holding on to Chiu Yimeng's hand, saying this and that, causing Chiu Yimeng's expression to darken. She had tried several times to pull her hand away but failed. Hearing Yang Kai's question, Chiu Yimeng was suddenly overjoyed. Bai Luo froze for a moment before suddenly standing up and saying, "I almost forgot. Master asked me to pass you a message." "What message?" "Hurry up and leave here, the Holy Land's people are coming." "What?" Yang Kai paled. "Where are they coming from?" "Here." Bai Luo's expression became dignified. "While your Yang family is in the middle of the inheritance war and the 8 great families' forces are scattered, they will first sweep through War City and then attack the central capital. The 6 master families under the leadership of the Demon Lord have all been dispatched, and the Holy Land's masters are also heading here. War City won't be able to stop them. You need to hurry up and leave." "When will they arrive?" Yang Kai asked, instantly realizing that the situation was far from good. "Tonight." When Bai Luo said this, she couldn't help grinning. "Why didn't you say such a big thing earlier?" Yang Kai, however, after he finished speaking, he noticed the slight smirk on Bai Luo's face and realized that she had done so deliberately. If he hadn't asked, she might not have told him. This woman, Yang Kai couldn't wait to use her as a lantern right now. Under Shan Qing Luo's orders, it was already very good that she could inform him. He was afraid that she was so infatuated with Shan Qing Luo that she couldn't wait for him to die. Kai Yang's heart was as clear as snow, and he also knew what she was thinking. Chiu Yimeng was also dumbfounded and was stunned for a moment before asking, "You mean, the Demon Lord led the 6 great evil dynasties here?" "This includes most of the Holy Land's masters," Bai Luo quickly said. "How bold!" Chiu Yimeng's expression became cold. "Do you really think my 8 great families are made of mud? You still want to resist?" Bai Luo stared at Chiu Yimeng mockingly. Since the Holy Land's people dared to come here, they must have absolute confidence in themselves. Like I said, you can't stop them. How many above immortal ascension boundary masters are there? Qiu Yimeng didn't argue with her and instead quickly inquired about some useful information. A dozen or so, except for my master who is the only one at this realm in her territory, the other masters all have at least 2. Shanqing Luo also broke through. Yang Kai was stunned. When he had separated from her, she had only been a peak immortal ascension boundary master, but now, after more than a year, she had actually broken through to the above immortal ascension boundary. The ash-gray cloud evil land's 6 great evil kings, from ancient times to the present, had all reached the above immortal ascension boundary, and each of them possessed extraordinary strength and astonishing means. If not for this, more than a year ago, the siege of the ash-gray cloud evil land would not have failed. With only a dozen or so people, War City already has 7 above immortal ascension boundary masters. Qiu Yimeng sneered, although she said so, she also knew that the situation was not optimistic. Bai Luo slowly shook her head, a trace of contempt appearing on her enchanting face. It's useless. Forget about the 7 people here, even if all the above immortal ascension boundary masters from your 8 great families were dispatched, they still wouldn't be able to stop the Demon Lord. This Demon Lord is somewhat different. My master said that in this world, no one is his opponent. If he wants to, he can defeat an above immortal ascension boundary master in a single move and kill 1 in 3. Qiu Yimeng's beautiful face was filled with shock. What's more, the Demon Lord also has the Thunderbolt Beast King, Tyrannical Force King, Profoundine Ghost King, Lightning Flash Shadow King, Annihilating Poison King, and Beguiling Demon Queen. Of these 6, my master's strength is the lowest. Bai Luo said indifferently. Yang Kai, what should we do? Qiu Yimeng asked anxiously. Such an important matter had impacted her mind greatly, causing her to suddenly become confused. Perhaps, if Yang Kai wasn't here, she would still be able to maintain her own opinions, but when there was someone she could rely on, Qiu Yimeng lost her ability to judge. Yang Kai's expression became gloomy as he stared at Bai Luo. Bai Luo sending him a message should not be false. Although Shanqing Luo was also one of the 6 great evil kings, from the time he had spent with her, this woman's nature was not bad, so there was no need for her to send Bai Luo to amuse him. Qiu Yimeng, you go with Stars Hua to the Seal Temple and inform the 7 great evil kings of the news we obtained here. Yang Kai made a prompt decision. Good. Qiu Yimeng nodded quickly, then asked, but if they ask about the source of the news, what should we do? Answer truthfully. Qiu Yimeng smiled bitterly, then I'll go. The 7 great evil kings would definitely ask about the source of the news. If she answered truthfully, regardless of whether they would believe her or not, it would only further solidify the accusation that Yang Kai was colluding with the Demon Lord. Having a connection with the beguiling Demon Queen, if this wasn't collusion, then what was? But now that a great disaster had befallen them, Yang Kai could not conceal this fact. While Yang Kai was making arrangements, Bai Luo just stood there quietly, neither stopping nor objecting, as if none of this had anything to do with her. After Qiu Yimeng left, Yang Kai also hurriedly left. Young Master Yang. Li Yuan Chun couldn't sit still and quickly called out. He and the others had come all the way here in search of their respective sects' hallowed artifacts and were just about to reach an agreement with Yang Kai when suddenly this kind of thing happened. How could they not be anxious? If Yang Kai died in this conflict, who would they go to? Everyone, please wait a moment. Yang Kai didn't have time to pay attention to them and immediately disappeared. Li Yuan Chun's expression became quite ugly. The Endless Sea Islands masters also glared at Bai Luo. If it weren't for this little girl bringing them this news, they would have been able to negotiate with Yang Kai right now. Bai Luo was frightened by everyone's stares and quickly fled. Arriving at the courtyard, Yang Kai blew a loud whistle and in the next moment, countless figures flew over. What is it, little lord? Tu Feng asked. Come with me. Yang Kai didn't stop and hurriedly walked towards Meng Wuya's room while thinking about the next step of his plan. After arriving at Meng Wuya's room, Yang Kai kicked open the door and, ignoring Treasurer Meng's angry rebuke, took out a pen and paper and began writing a letter. What the hell is going on? Why are you in such a hurry? Meng Wuya asked gloomily. Ling Tai-su also heard the commotion and stared at Yang Kai suspiciously. The people from the ash-gray cloud evil land are heading this way. Yang Kai briefly explained the information he had obtained, causing everyone's faces to pale as they hurriedly inquired about the reliability of this information. 90% sure. Yang Kai replied, handing the letter to Ing Jion saying, go back to the Yang family and give this letter to my father. Yes. Ing Jiao took the letter and flew off like a bolt of lightning. Of all the blood warriors, he was the fastest, so the task of delivering the letter was naturally handed over to him. What are you going to do? Meng Wuya asked. Leave here quickly, there's still some time. Yang Kai took a deep breath. Although there were many masters in his house, there were also many with low strength, especially Yang Kai's friends. If they were really involved in the war with the ash-gray cloud evil land, it was very likely they would die here. The ash-gray cloud evil land had come prepared this time. The Yang family's inheritance war had spread out the strength of the 8 great families across the 2 cities. War City's defense was not as tight as the central capital, so it was very likely it would be directly destroyed. Continuing to stay here was not a wise move. All Yang Kai could do was send Qiu Yimeng and Huixing Chen to the Seal Temple and inform the 7 people who were guarding the Seal Temple of the seriousness of the situation. Yang Kai could only ask Ing Jiao to bring his letter back to the Yang family and ask his parents to warn the Yang family so they could prepare. He had done everything he could. Listening to him say this, Meng Wuya also nodded gently, a good choice. Tu Feng, pass down the order. Tell everyone in the house to hurry up and prepare, within half an hour, everything must be ready. Yes. Tu Feng nodded. Soon, everyone in the house began to move. Although no one understood what was going on, looking at Tu Feng's expression, they knew that the situation was very serious. One by one, the leaders of the younger generation ran over to Yang Kai to ask, but after learning the answer, all of them were dumbfounded. It can't be, the ash-gray cloud evil land is making such a big move, why hasn't there been any news yet? Sua Fang muttered. Dong Qing Han's expression became heavy as he muttered, I'm afraid wherever they went, there was no one left alive. Under the evil lord, there were the 6 great evil kings and countless experts. Everywhere they went, not even a blade of grass grew. Everywhere they went, the earth was scorched, and the earth was in ruins. Such a scene appeared in everyone's mind. All of them couldn't help shivering. With a loud cry, Yang Kai released the golden feather eagle beside him. This golden feather eagle had been staying in Yang Kai's house for a long time and had now successfully evolved into a 6th-order monster beast, but as the inheritance war progressed, the role it could play was becoming smaller and smaller. Normally, it was only used as a plaything for the girls. Now, it was time for it to go out and investigate the situation. Half an hour later, everyone was ready. Seemingly aware of the abnormality in the house, the Endless Sea Islands people under the leadership of Li Yuan Chun hurriedly found Yang Kai, but before he had time to speak, Yang Kai blocked his mouth and said, Senior, let's not talk about your affairs for now. Junior guarantees that your things will be returned, but not now. How about this, let's go together and talk as we go. Chapter 560. Since Kai Yang had already said so much, what else could Li Yuan Chun say? Although he knew that Yang Kai wanted to use this group of people as free bodyguards, he had no choice but to agree, so he smiled and said, very good. These people from the Endless Sea Islands wouldn't put the 8 great families in their eyes, nor would they put the ash-gray cloud evil land in their eyes because their roots weren't inland. At the same time, nearly 1,000 kilometers away from War City, dust and smoke billowed in the air. Countless silhouettes and monstrous beasts could be vaguely seen. At the head of this group was a huge monster beast. On the back of this monster beast, a man stood quietly, staring indifferently in the direction of War City. This person was about 40 or 50 years old, and there was nothing special about him. The other person had an ordinary appearance and wore a green robe, but his eyes were constantly overflowing with light. His expression was indifferent, but he was not angry, but he gave off a dignified aura. The ash-gray cloud evil land, Demon Lord Yang Bai. Before seeing this person, the world thought that the Demon Lord had 3 heads and 6 arms, and that his face was filled with a fiendish aura, similar to that of an evil ghost, but only those who had seen his true face knew that Yang Bai was actually no different from an ordinary person, even having a very ordinary appearance. Without experiencing his methods personally, no one would ever believe that such a person could actually subdue the entire ash-gray cloud evil land. Yang Bai, more than 20 years ago, had been cultivating under High Heaven Pavilion's Ling Tai Su. Because of his narrow-mindedness, he had cultivated an unknown evil secret art and became the demon race, fighting with his brother Yang Yingfeng in his master Ling Tai Su. In that battle, Yang Yingfeng was seriously injured and had been plagued with a chronic illness for more than 10 years. After that battle, Ling Tai Su was disheartened and never asked about the sect again. A few years later, Ling Tai Su personally took action and captured Yang Bai, bringing him back to High Heaven Pavilion, crippling his cultivation and throwing him into the coiling dragon stream, leaving him to fend for himself. However, Yang Bai had not expected that under the coiling dragon stream, he would obtain a great opportunity and cultivate his heaven-defying skills. The moment he left his retreat, he fought against the entire High Heaven Pavilion, killed an elder, and severely injured Ling Tai Su before leaving. Soon after, he appeared in the ash-gray cloud evil land. But now, he was the master of the entire ash-gray cloud evil land. Behind Yang Bai, 6 figures followed closely, all of them glancing towards him from time to time, their eyes filled with awe. These 6 people were the 6 great evil kings of the ash-gray cloud evil land, 5 men and 1 woman. The 6 of them had different appearances. Some were riding on ferocious monster beast, some were surrounded by green poisonous fog, some were surrounded by a ghostly aura, some had the back of a tiger and the waist of a bear, and some had the physique of a wild beast, and some were surrounded by lightning, their figures faintly discernible. The only one who was relatively normal was the only woman, the beguiling demon queen, Shan Qing Luo. Even though she was Shan Qing Luo, she had a face that did not seem to belong to the mortal world. Anyone who looked at her and met her eyes would be mesmerized in an instant. Even the other 5 great evil kings did not dare to look straight into Shan Qing Luo's eyes. Since breaking through to the above immortal ascension boundary, this dragon lady's beguiling technique had become even more powerful than before. Even though the 5 great evil kings were stronger than her in terms of cultivation and strength, they still couldn't afford to be careless. The 6 great evil kings used their own methods to follow Yang Bai's pace, either riding monster beast or enslaving it. Behind these 6 great evil kings were many masters from the ash-gray cloud evil land, countless above immortal ascension boundary and peak immortal ascension boundary masters. There were also countless strange-looking monster beasts. Each of these monster beasts had at least 5th-order strength, with 6th-order monster beasts everywhere. There was even a 7th-order monster beast. This 7th-order monster beast was the giant spider mother that Yang Kai had seen before, one that could only communicate with others using its divine sense. A 7th-order monster beast was equivalent to an above immortal ascension boundary master. Now, this spider mother was under the command of the Thunderbolt Beast King. Although the Beast King had not been able to subdue it, they had reached an agreement, so for this expedition to the central capital, the Spider Mother had naturally followed. In view of the evil deeds that Yang Kai and Shan Qing Luo had committed in the Spider Mother's lair, the Spider Mother held considerable hostility towards Shan Qing Luo at the moment, but because of the strength of the Demon Lord, she didn't dare act rashly. If there was no Demon Lord Yang Bai here, the Spider Mother would definitely have attacked Shan Qing Luo. Master, we're only 800 kilometers away from War City. The profound Ghost King suddenly said. Subordinate requests Master's permission to go ahead and inquire about the situation ahead. Yang Bai's expression didn't change as he continued to fly forward, not responding. Ghost King, we haven't even killed anyone yet and you're already itching for a fight? The annihilating Poison King snickered as he glanced sideways at the Ghost King. The profound Ghost King chuckled, it seems the Poison King understands me. I've heard that a lot of masters have gathered in War City. The last time those people came to my holy land to cause trouble, it would be impolite not to reciprocate. Now, this old master is going to bring them a big gift. The Poison King nodded, when it comes to killing people, this old master's methods are much better. Master, please allow me to go ahead first. The Ghost King didn't back down, although your poison is amazing, this old master's group is also not small. If we really have to kill them, they won't be any worse than you. As he spoke, there seemed to be the sound of ghosts crying and wolves howling. Inside the Ghost King's body, a number of hideous and terrifying faces visible to the naked eye appeared. These faces were filled with pain and struggle, as if they were human soul avatars that had been imprisoned inside the Ghost King's body, unable to break free. If you want to go ahead, Yang Bai said faintly, not stopping them. Many thanks, Master. The Ghost King and Poison King were overjoyed and quickly used their movement skills to fly forward. I'll go too, Lightning Flash Shadow King said, his body flashing with lightning and disappearing in a flash. Damn it, all of you are going. A loud bellow rang out. The burly man with the waist of a bear and the back of a tiger like a ferocious beast widened his eyes. You've all run over. What's the point of killing when I get there? Saying so, the tyrannical Force King stomped his feet and hurriedly caught up. Every step he took caused the earth to tremble violently, as if the heavens themselves were about to fall apart, a shocking sight to behold. Heh heh. I'll also join in the fun. The Thunderbolt Beast King spurred his mount forward, a variety of monster beast following behind him, breaking away from the main group. In the blink of an eye, the 5 great evil kings had all set out, leaving only Shan Qing Luo behind Yang Bai. Qing Luo, you're not going. Yang Bai glanced back at Shan Qing Luo. I won't go. Having them is enough, Shan Qing Luo slowly shook her head. It's fine if you don't go, those people's murderous intent is too strong, they won't be able to go far on the martial Dao. Shan Qing Luo stared at Yang Bai in surprise, seemingly not having expected him to evaluate the 5 great evil kings in such a way. Speaking of which, that maid by your side, Bai Luo. I haven't seen her for a few days now, Yang Bai said, seemingly intentionally or unintentionally. Shan Qing Luo's tender body trembled, but she quickly stabilized her breathing and calmly replied, I sent her out to do something. And, Yang Bai nodded gently. Shan Qing Luo was extremely nervous, fearing he would continue to ask, but unexpectedly, Yang Bai no longer spoke, as if he really was just asking casually. Shan Qing Luo finally breathed a sigh of relief. Staring towards the direction of War City, the beguiling demon queen prayed in her heart, that little bastard must leave quickly. The large-scale invasion of the Holy Land this time was not something a small War City could resist. Shan Qing Luo even suspected that even the central capital wouldn't be able to resist it. Yang Bai's strength had progressed too quickly. When he first came to the ash-gray cloud evil land and subdued the 6 great evil kings, Shan Qing Luo was still able to see the bottom line of his cultivation, but now that she had broken through to the above immortal ascension boundary, she was no longer able to see through Yang Bai. This person's strength was simply too terrifying, no one in the central capital could stop him. After carefully probing her surroundings, Shan Qing Luo found that Yang Kai was still in War City and had no intention of leaving, causing her to become anxious. More than 800 kilometers away, even an above immortal ascension boundary master wouldn't be able to sense such a distance. However, Shan Qing Luo had planted a soul-seeking seal in Yang Kai's body, so with this seal, even if Yang Kai was at the ends of the earth, Shan Qing Luo would be able to find him. In Shan Qing Luo's heart, there was Yang Kai's love, so she had planted a soul-seeking seal in him to prevent him from escaping, but now it had come in handy. What was that little bastard doing? Why hadn't he made a move yet? Bai Luo should have already arrived on the other side and delivered the news. War City, Yang Kai's mansion. Everyone was ready. Everyone also knew the seriousness of the situation, so naturally, no one had any objections to Yang Kai's order to leave this place. Just as they were preparing to depart, Qiu Yimeng and Huixing returned. The two of them had just followed Yang Kai's instructions and had gone to the Seal Temple to report the news they had received to the 7 Grand Elders. How was it? Yang Kai asked. Qiu Yimeng's expression became gloomy as she shook her head bitterly. They don't believe me. Yang Kai couldn't help but snort, death is at hand yet they still don't know, how stupid. No matter what, I've done everything I can. What are you two going to do? Return to the central capital or? We'll go with you. Qiu Yimeng quickly said. Then let's go. Yang Kai waved his hand and didn't say anything more. Right now, time was precious, so there was no time to argue. Although Yang Kai felt that it was better for them to return to the central capital, after all, they were all young lords and young ladies of great families, so there was no need for them to follow him. Under the leadership of Yang Kai, this group of people walked out in an imposing manner. Outside the mansion, since the beginning, there had been a constant stream of people shouting and threatening Yang Kai's forces to leave. Even now, these people were still shouting. At first sight, seeing so many cultivator from Yang Kai's mansion moving out, the people shouting couldn't help feeling surprised, mistakenly thinking that Yang Kai was about to make a big move, so they quickly issued a warning. In the next moment, countless experts rushed forward, blocking the path in front of the crowd. In last night's battle, although the 7 families' allied forces had suffered heavy losses, their foundation had not been damaged. Now that all of them had gathered together, the scene was still spectacular. Little Lord, what are you doing? The Kong family's Kong Zhan stepped forward and asked carefully. Yang Kai looked at him and frowned, hesitating for a moment before saying, Don't say I didn't warn you, the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land's forces, under the leadership of the Demon Lord, are on their way here. If you don't want to die, quickly leave War City and return to the central capital. Kong Zhan stared at Yang Kai in a daze, seemingly unable to understand. After a moment, he couldn't help laughing and shaking his head. Little Lord, what are you saying? What do you mean? Chapter 561. Kong Zhan was really confused. Although Yang Kai from the start of the Inheritance War until now had always performed amazing feats that no one dared to underestimate him, for him to suddenly say such words without rhyme or reason, Kong Zhan couldn't help but feel a bit amused. Yang Kai also saw the distrust on his face and quickly said, I don't have time to explain too much to you, if you believe me then leave here quickly, if you don't believe me then stay here, your life or death has nothing to do with me. Saying so, he took a step forward. His action immediately aroused the vigilance of the 7 family coalition, countless masters quickly gathering their strength and staring towards him. Yang Kai's eyes flashed a cold light as his face filled with impatience. Little Lord. Yi Xin Ro suddenly appeared in the crowd. Someone must have reported the news to her and she quickly rushed over, a mischievous look appearing on her pretty face as she asked, Don't you think your words are a bit of an alarmist? Those Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land people shouldn't be holed up in their own territory and instead come here to die. Idiot! Yang Kai cursed, Yi Xin Ro, I know you have a prejudice against me, last time I really went a bit too far, but now I don't want to argue with you, nor do I have time to argue with you. Tell them to get out of the way, otherwise don't blame me for being impolite. Little Lord, you look so fierce. I'm so scared. Yi Xin Ro looked at Yang Kai timidly before suddenly smiling contemptuously. You say the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land people are attacking, but what evidence do you have? Yang Kai just stared at her indifferently and didn't say a word. What evidence did he have? His only basis was his trust in Shanqing Luo and his trust in Bai Luo. The golden feather eagle had been sent out to observe the situation and had yet to return. Even if it did, the news it brought back was only known to Yang Kai, so it was still just his side of the story. Seeing him remain silent, Yi Xin Rose sneered and spread her hands. Without any evidence, how do you expect people to believe you? Isn't this just little Lord playing tricks? I don't need to play any tricks. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. I have already withdrawn from the inheritance war. The patriarch of the Yang family has nothing to do with me. Big brother, second brother, whoever wants it can take it. Right now, I just want to take my people and leave this place. Hee hee. Yi Xin Ro giggled, little lord, whether you withdraw from the inheritance war or not, you cannot leave here. Who said I can't leave? You can try. Don't force me. Yang Kai's aura became dangerous. Yi Xin Ro's smile also quickly converged as she coldly said, Yang Kai, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Although you have many masters in your house, don't forget that you are making an enemy out of the 8 great families. You are doomed to have a bad end. Do you think you can resist the entire central capital with your ability? You think too highly of yourself. Sister Yi, now is not the time to argue about this. Chiu Yi Meng stepped forward, the people from the ash-gray cloud evil land have already arrived. Even if you and Yang Kai have a personal grudge against each other, can't we talk about it after we get out of this mess and survive? Isn't this elder sister Chiu? Yi Xin Ro grinned as she stared at Chiu Yi Meng, what's wrong? Last night you stabbed yourself and now you've recovered. Elder sister Chiu's physique is really different from ordinary people's. Or, were you just acting yesterday? Chiu Yi Meng's face suddenly became ugly. Yi Xin Ro, not knowing when to back down, putting on a posture of wanting to block Yang Kai's forces here, made Chiu Yi Meng very angry. She had wanted to talk to her, but now it seemed she was playing the lute to a cow. Yi Xin Ro's jealousy and hatred towards Yang Kai and Chiu Yi Meng made it impossible for her to think straight. I can't talk to her. Yang Kai slowly shook his head, a trace of helplessness appearing on his face. Yi Xin Ro suddenly shouted coldly, Yang Kai's forces, listen up. Immediately leave his side and pledge allegiance to the 8 great families. If you don't, our 8 great families will treat the sects and families behind you as enemies. As for what the consequences will be, I'm sure you all know. All the people behind Yang Kai couldn't help trembling slightly. Yi Xin Ro sneered, pledging allegiance to the 8 great families also has its benefits. As long as you are willing to stand with me now, I can guarantee your families and sects a smooth future. On this point, young Lord Lu has the right to speak, isn't that right, young Lord Lu? Saying so, her beautiful eyes glanced over to the side. Among the crowd, Lu Feixing stood there with a bitter expression. Countless eyes from Yang Kai's mansion were focused on him, making him feel like he was being stabbed in the back, wishing he could find a hole to crawl into. Lu Feixing, I'll fuck your whole family. Dong Qing Han couldn't help cursing. Tian Yuan City's young city lord had only left Yang Kai's mansion less than an hour ago, yet now he had been subdued by Yi Xin Ro. This was tantamount to slapping Yang Kai's face in front of everyone. Fortunately, before he left, Yang Kai had thanked him for his efforts in Tian Yuan City during this period of time. Hearing Dong Qing Han's curses, Lu Feixing's face alternated between blue and red. Only Lu Feixing. Yang Kai glanced over at Yi Xin Ro faintly. Yi Xin Ro spat disdainfully, the Duanmu family in Purple Fern Valley have some backbone, directly leaving War City, but only one is enough. Hearing her say this, Luo Xiaoman couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief. She had been really worried that her brother Fan Hong would not be able to resist Yi Xin Ro's persuasion and switch sides. If that had really happened, how could Luo Xiaoman have any face left to remain? Young Lord Lu, tell them, you've been with them for so long, you should understand them. Tell them what benefits you obtained in Tian Yuan City and how you feel now. Yi Xin Ro looked at Yang Kai triumphantly, but her mouth was still issuing orders to Lu Feixing. Lu Feixing's expression was extremely bitter, his hands clenched into fists. Facing the stairs from Yang Kai's mansion, he could barely stand still. Little Lord. I'm sorry, I had no choice. Lu Feixing muttered guiltily. There's no need, this is your choice. Yang Kai slowly shook his head, not showing much emotion, as if he didn't care that Lu Feixing had defected so quickly. Yi Xin Ro was stunned, suddenly feeling like she had thrown a heavy punch only to land on a pile of cotton, her pretty face twisting in anger. Don't waste your time, you won't be able to pull away the people in my mansion. Yang Kai quickly said, I'll say it again, get out of the way, we need to leave this place, whoever dares to block our path will be killed without mercy. Little Lord's temper is quite big, Yi Xin Ro grit her teeth, I'd like to see if you really have the ability to do so. Yang Kai's patience finally ran out and he stared coldly at Yi Xin Ro, slowly raising his hand. The yuan qi of everyone in his mansion suddenly became violent. Evil creature, you still want to fight? An angry shout suddenly rang out. Yang Kai's face sank as he turned his head and saw 7 people quickly flying over, none of them were the 7 above immortal ascension boundary masters from the Seal Temple. The faces of Ling Tai Su and the others also became ugly. Although they had fought last night and Ling Tai Su and the others had occupied an absolute advantage, only one night had passed and Meng Wuya and the old demon had not yet recovered their yuan qi. If they were to fight now, it was likely they would suffer a loss. I'm afraid we can't leave, Meng Wuya sighed helplessly. Meng Wuya sighed and shook his head with a wry smile. He hadn't expected that such a simple matter as leaving War City would be hindered by so many people. Last night you killed my 8 great family's people, haven't you had enough? Yang Li Ting stared coldly at Yang Kai, his face filled with disgust. Although you are a Yang family young lord, I can see that you no longer care about your own bloodline. Since that's the case, you should leave the Yang family. The audience was in an uproar. The meaning of Yang Li Ting's words was that he wanted to expel Yang Kai from the family. It was rare for the 8 great families to expel their young lords, so if this news were to spread, it would likely be a shocking event. Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent as he calmly said, whether I leave or not, I don't care. But right now, I just want to take my people and leave this place. I hope several seniors can accommodate me. Want to leave? Another person coldly snorted, after killing so many of my 8 great family's people, you want to just walk away? How can there be such a cheap thing in this world? The fat old man from the Hua family frowned and said, Yang Kai, don't act on impulse. You should think about things from the standpoint of the family and why we treat you like this. You can't leave now, if you do, what face will the 8 great families have? Yang Kai took a deep breath. He had a good impression of this fat old man. He seemed to have shown him kindness time and time again, unlike the others who often used their status and cultivation to threaten him. Senior, this place is about to be destroyed, if we don't leave now, everyone will die here. The fat old man wore an awkward expression. You sent Xiu Yi Meng and Starhua to tell us this news, so we already know, but as the Yi family's little girl asked, do you have any evidence? This isn't something you can talk about without thinking. Yang Kai shook his head, I still say the same thing, if you believe me, then hurry up and deploy, if you don't, then there's nothing I can do. Ha! The fat old man sighed, if you put it like that, it's hard not to think of something else. Something else? Yang Kai's expression froze for a moment before he suddenly reacted, do you think I'm using this as an excuse to distract you so I can take the opportunity to escape? Don't tell me you don't think so. One of the 7 top masters sneered. Ha! Yang Kai smiled helplessly, I really don't have such an intention. If I really wanted to escape, there would be no need for me to send someone to inform you. None of you are children, all of you are old enough to be fooled by your own cleverness. Impudent! Yang Li Ting shouted angrily, it's not your turn to teach this old master and others a lesson. Someone else chimed in, let's not talk about the reliability of your information, just the source of your information. You seem to have obtained this information from one of the maidservants of the beguiling demon queen, right? Indeed. How bold! The man shouted angrily, as a descendant of the 8 great families, you actually have connections with the 6 great evil kings, this is simply unforgivable. Why would the beguiling demon queen send someone to inform you of this? How can you believe the words of a demon king? Your words are full of loopholes. Do you really think this old master and others are 3-year-old children who can be easily bewitched by you? Shouts rang out one after another, and even the chubby old man had a look of disappointment on his face. Chapter 562. With the shouts of these people, the atmosphere in front of Yang Kai's house suddenly became tense. Yi Xian Ro sneered, Yang Kai, you should obediently surrender. In any case, you've already decided to withdraw from the inheritance war. Continuing to resist is not good for you, nor is it good for those around you. If you still have any conscience, you shouldn't drag them into this mess. Letting them go now is the best choice. Yang Kai's expression remained silent and calm, but anyone could tell that his patience had reached its limit. This kind of calm silence was like the calm before a storm, causing everyone's heart to palpitate uneasily. Do you need help? Li Yuan-chun approached Yang Kai and asked softly. What he wanted to see most now was for Yang Kai to quickly return the Endless Sea Island's hallowed artifacts to him, but right now, this little brat was clearly in a situation where he was surrounded by enemies. Li Yuan-chun kindly proposed this only because he wanted to sell Yang Kai some goodwill. After he got out of this predicament, he would naturally be able to have a good talk with Yang Kai. With 7 above Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters here, Li Yuan-chun didn't have the ability to fight them, but if it was about escaping with Yang Kai, he could still do so. After all, he was also at this level. Yang Kai slowly shook his head and declined his kindness. How could he not know what Li Yuan-chun was thinking? If he really wanted to escape on his own, he wouldn't need any help. With his current strength, once he unfolded his yang inflammation wings, even an above Immortal Ascension Boundary Master would have to eat dust behind him. However, it was impossible for Yang Kai to escape alone. The exchange between the two didn't escape the eyes of the 7 Seal Temple elders. In fact, as soon as they arrived, they noticed the existence of Li Yuan-chun. Although they were all above Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters, Li Yuan-chun's existence was too dazzling. The Endless Sea Island's great sects had sent over 50 Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters today, as well as an above Immortal Ascension Boundary Master. This made the 7 Seal Temple elders somewhat puzzled, wondering who Yang Kai was and why he had such a strong background. In addition, they didn't know the current situation of Meng Wuya and the old demon, so although they were shouting loudly, none of them dared to act rashly. The scene suddenly reached a stalemate. The clear cry of an eagle came from afar, as if it had been greatly frightened, and there was obvious anxiety in its voice. Hearing this voice, Yang Kai's expression changed. The 7 disciples of the conferred God Temple also had solemn expressions as they looked in the direction of the golden feather eagle. It's too late. Yang Kai's face showed a trace of deep helplessness and anger. They're already here. The message that the golden feather eagle conveyed was something that only he could understand. Listening to him say this, everyone suddenly realized that Yang Kai's previous words weren't an alarmist, nor was he trying to trick them. It seemed that the ash-gray cloud evil land's forces really had arrived. He couldn't help but feel terrified. He looked at Yang Kai in a daze, hoping to get more information. Bai Luo. Yang Kai turned his head to look at Bai Luo, who was hiding in the crowd, and angrily shouted, "Didn't you say they would arrive here at night?" That should be the case. Bai Luo was also confused. With the Holy Land's team speed, they should have arrived at night. Then why are they already 100 kilometers away? You're asking me, how am I supposed to know? Bai Luo also became angry. The distance of 100 kilometers was simply too short, and one had to factor in the time it took for the golden feather eagle to report back. Now it was likely that it was already too late to leave. Yi Xianrou's expression became strange as she muttered, "Your acting is quite realistic, even now you still want to." Before she could finish, she swallowed the rest of her words. Under Yang Kai's hateful gaze, she really didn't have the courage to continue. They're really here. Yang Li Ting's expression suddenly changed as he stared towards the horizon. The other 6 also wore extremely ugly expressions. It wasn't until this moment that they realized that what Yang Kai had said was all true. Turning their gazes towards the horizon, all of them were dumbfounded. At the edge of the horizon, a rolling black cloud was approaching them at an extremely terrifying speed. Within the black cloud, there seemed to be some figures faintly discernible. Lightning crisscrossed, illuminating the sky over there with a terrifying light. A destructive aura followed the approach of the black cloud and enveloped War City. Dark clouds loomed over the city. Everyone's eyes were filled with fear at this moment. "It's the lightning flash Shadow King!" Bai Luo suddenly exclaimed, "Only he can have such speed, he must have brought the others here with him. Yang Kai, I have to go, if he sees me here, I won't be able to explain myself to the Great Lord." Bai Luo hurriedly called out, preparing to flee as quickly as possible. "Stop her!" Yi Xianrou shouted. Even now, she was unwilling to let go of any opportunity to suppress Yang Kai's momentum. Without obeying her orders, Bai Luo flickered a few times before disappearing. Now that a great disaster was looming over them, who would have the heart to do such a thing? In the end, Bai Luo was just one of Shan Qing Luo's maidservants, so even if she was captured, what use was there? The 5 great evil kings hadn't even arrived yet, but the destructive aura they exuded was enough to silence all of War City. "Do you believe me now?" Yang Kai said contemptuously towards Yi Xianrou and the 7 elders from the Seal Temple, his lips curling into a cold sneer as he sneered sarcastically. The faces of the 7 elders all paled. If they had been prepared when Yang Kai asked Qiu Yimeng and Huixing to inform them, they wouldn't have been caught off guard here. Even if they had believed Yang Kai when they came to stop him from leaving, it wasn't too late. At the very least, they would have had some time to catch their breath. But now, the 7 great evil kings had really arrived, so it was too late to say anything. Here, 7 above immortal ascension boundary masters from the 8 great families were gathered, along with 200 to 300 immortal ascension boundary masters. If these people from War City were to be lost, it would have a huge impact on the entire central capital. "Don't let them come," Yang Li Ting said solemnly, "meet them head-on." Saying so, without the slightest hesitation, Yang Kai activated his movement skill and rushed forward. The other 6 elders hurriedly followed. Before the fat old man from the Hua family left, he shot a regretful and annoyed look towards Yang Kai, a faint trace of guilt appearing on his face as he immediately said to Yi Xianrou, "Little Yi family girl, I'll leave this place to you. No matter what you do, you must ensure that everyone here returns to the central capital safely." "Yes." Yi Xianrou quickly responded. The black cloud's momentum was both fierce and fast. Originally, it was still far away, but in the time it took to speak, it had already arrived 20 kilometers outside of War City. By the time Yang Li Ting and the others arrived, they were only 10 kilometers away from War City. An earth-shaking battle broke out in an instant. The black cloud was dispersed, and 3 figures were revealed from within. One of them had a body covered in lightning while the other had a burly figure that seemed to possess infinite strength while the other sat atop a mighty monster beast. Lightning Flash Shadow King, Tyrannical Force King, Thunderbolt Beast King. 3 against 7, although they were at an absolute disadvantage. In contrast, the 7 elders from the 8 great families wore dignified expressions while the 3 elders from the ash-gray cloud evil land were calm. Behind these 3 people was a huge spider. This spider had a human face, but it had the body of a spider. It was extremely strange. It was an extremely beautiful face. She looked to be only 16 years of age, and her beauty was unparalleled. She also had a head of soft, silky hair, but when set off by the giant spider's body, she looked ferocious and terrifying. Spider Mother? Yang Kai blurted out, immediately recognizing the origin of this spider monster beast. Wasn't this the same one he had encountered with Shan Qing Luo? How did it end up here? Oh, there's actually such a monster beast here. This is the first time I've seen one. Xue Ling also exclaimed, unfortunately, without the beast transformation pond, she will never be able to cultivate to the entry form. Treasurer Meng, what do you think? Yang Kai hurriedly asked Meng Wuya. It's not optimistic, Meng Wuya slowly shook his head. Although he couldn't unseal his strength right now, his vision was still sharp. The 7 above immortal ascension boundary masters from your 8 great families are relatively weak in this realm, but the 3 elders on the other side are very strong, so even if you have the advantage in numbers, the 7 elders won't be able to win and will most likely die. Yang Kai couldn't help shaking his head. Meng Wuya's evaluation wasn't the slightest bit exaggerated. After all, he had fought with the 7 elders before and knew their bottom line. Yang Kai had thought that with these 7 elders taking action, War City shouldn't be in any danger for the time being, but now it seemed that they would only be able to delay for a while. Treasurer Meng, please point out a way to survive. Yang Kai's face showed a trace of helplessness as he looked towards Meng Wuya helplessly. Meng Wuya smiled indifferently, are you sure I can give you directions? Your treasured disciple is here, if there was any real danger, you wouldn't be so calm. Yang Kai smiled bitterly. The absolute gap in strength wasn't something that could be made up with a little strategy, so Yang Kai could only turn to Meng Wuya for help now. Treasurer Meng glanced around and quickly said, if you leave now, only about 10% of the people here will be able to escape, but with this old master and brother Ling's protection, you don't need to worry about your own safety, we will take you away. I want everyone here to be safe and sound. Meng Wuya grinned, I knew you would say that. Everyone in the house couldn't help showing a slightly moved expression, even those from the Endless Sea Islands were slightly moved. Yi Fu and Hua Duanhun quietly approached Li Yuanchun and asked, Senior, what should we do? Li Yuanchun stared deeply at Yang Kai before turning to Meng Wuya and saying, follow them for now, if things really go south, this old master will take that little brat away from here. At that time, you can find a way out on your own. Yang Kai's survival was related to the whereabouts of the hallowed treasures of the Endless Sea Islands, great sects that had been lost for hundreds of years. Li Yuanchun couldn't allow anything to happen to Yang Kai. Good, Yi Fu and Hua Duanhun nodded gently, also agreeing with Li Yuanchun's proposal. Meng Wuya then said, those 3 should only be the vanguard of the ash-gray cloud evil land. I'm afraid that after a while, the rest will arrive. Also, look over there, that Thunderbolt Beast King has brought a lot of monster beast with him. Following the direction Meng Wuya pointed, Yang Kai saw that a few dozen kilometers away, a cloud of dust was rolling along with countless monster beast, some running on the ground, some flying in the sky. After a brief scan, Yang Kai's face couldn't help sinking. Among these monster beast, the lowest was actually a 5th-order monster beast, and there were many 6th-order ones. Chapter 563. Retreat. Meng Wuya quickly said. Retreat to where? Yang Kai asked anxiously. Back to the mansion. Yang Kai stared at him blankly for a moment, but soon his eyes became firm and he nodded firmly. Since Meng Wuya had said so, he must have a way to avoid this crisis. While the 2 of them were discussing this matter, Yi Xin Ro had also stabilized her mood and was in the middle of directing the 7-family coalition to withdraw to the central capital when suddenly she seemed to remember something and turned to Yang Kai and said, Yang Kai, I want to recruit all of your subordinates. Yang Kai glanced at her faintly, a look of disgust filling his face. You have so many masters under your command, it is only right that they act together with us. Everyone's safety will be greatly increased, but I hope you can consider the overall situation first. The grievances between us can wait until after this matter is over. These words Chiu Meng had just said to her, but she had ignored them. Now that the crisis had arrived, she was using these same words to talk to Yang Kai, causing many people to feel disgruntled. Yang Kai shook his head and said, I won't go with you. If you want to return to the central capital, please do as you please. Yi Xianro angrily shouted, Yang Kai, why are you always so selfish? Not going with us is just courting your own destruction. If you don't think about it yourself, you should at least think about the people around you. My house's affairs don't need you to worry about them. Yang Kai said calmly, as if he didn't know the imminent danger, coldly saying, you should worry about your own affairs first. Those 7 people won't be able to stop them for long. If you continue to dawdle, I'm afraid you'll never be able to return to the central capital. Yi Xianro's expression changed greatly as she coldly said, there are only 3 people over there, while my 8 great families have 7 people, how could we not defeat them? Even now, this woman still had great illusions about the situation, that with Yang Li Ting's group of 7, they could defeat the Ash-Grey Cloud Evil Land's vanguard. Yi Xianro, what the little lord said has some truth to it, we should hurry up and leave. Gao Rangfeng urged. Kong Zhan also nodded quickly. Feeling the aura of destruction, no one wanted to stay here any longer. The central capital, 100 kilometers away, was the ideal haven in their minds. Brother Meng has already informed eldest young master. Let's go quickly. The people from the eldest young master's residence will also come over immediately. If the young master doesn't want to come with us, there's no need to force him. Gao Rangfeng and Kong Zhan's persuasion made it difficult for Yi Xianro to continue arguing, so she simply said, if that's the case, then I'll leave. Let's go then. Finished speaking, she glared hatefully at Kai Yang, a trace of schadenfreude appearing on her pretty face. Kai Yang, I hope you don't die too early, wait until this matter is settled. I'll look for you again. Then, without giving Yang Kai a chance to refute, he turned around and left. The allied forces of the 7 families hurriedly followed. Just as they had finished packing up their things, they were forced back again. Everyone was at a loss as to what to do, especially since a fierce battle was still taking place 10 kilometers outside of War City. Countless monster beasts were rushing towards them. Everyone was in a state of panic. A feeling of impending death spread throughout their bodies. What do we do now? Everyone in the house turned to Yang Kai and asked. Yang Kai turned to look at Meng Wuya. Treasurer Meng smiled and said, don't worry, since this old master asked you to come back, he definitely has a plan. Do what you need to do, but don't leave the house. I'm afraid it's not safe outside. Everyone was stunned, none of them understanding what Meng Wuya was saying. The people from the Ash-Grey Cloud Evil Land had already come knocking on their door. If they didn't leave, shouldn't they at least make some defensive arrangements? But Meng Wuya was telling them to do what they needed to do. What did this mean? Meng Wuya's expression became serious as he said, this old master won't play around with your lives. When the time comes, you'll understand. If you believe this old master's words, don't stare at me. Everyone became more and more confused by Meng Wuya's words, but listening to the meaning of his words, it was clear he was fully confident he could protect everyone's safety. Meng Wuya didn't say what his method was, so it was probably inconvenient for him to do so. Yang Kai frowned and said, since Treasurer Meng has said so, you, disperse. Do what you need to do. Since Yang Kai had spoken, everyone scattered like birds and beasts. Although they still had doubts in their hearts, they could only choose to believe in Yang Kai's judgment. Li Yuanchun stared at Meng Wuya in surprise, his powerful divine sense constantly sweeping him. After a long time, he asked suspiciously, brother, do you really have such a big plan? Don't talk so big. Li Yuanchun was a newcomer, so he naturally didn't know Meng Wuya's details. He only thought he was an ordinary peak immortal ascension boundary cultivator. Even he felt great pressure from the outside, so how could this Meng Wuya protect so many people? Meng Wuya just grinned, his expression unfathomable. Even old demon couldn't help but stare at Treasurer Meng in disbelief, not understanding where Meng Wuya's confidence came from to guarantee the safety of everyone in the mansion. Chiu E Meng, arrange a place for these seniors from the Endless Sea Islands to stay. Yang Kai said faintly. Good. Chiu E Meng nodded and motioned everyone to follow her. Li Yuan Chun shook his head, this old master wants to stay with young Master Yang. He had obviously decided to follow Yang Kai until he returned the Supreme Solitary Sect's Supreme Solitary Seal. Chiu E Meng hesitantly looked towards Yang Kai, to which Yang Kai nodded gently. The Chiu family's first young lady then led the others into the house. Violent fluctuations came from outside War City as more than a dozen tyrannical auras intertwined, seemingly in a desperate struggle. Yang Kai's face was gloomy as he released his divine sense to monitor the situation outside. Although during this period of time, he and the 8 great families had been in a very unpleasant situation, with the 2 of them even fighting against each other. Last night, a great battle had resulted in many casualties. But now that the ash-gray cloud evil land had launched a large-scale invasion, Yang Kai didn't want these 7 people to die. If anything happened to them, War City would likely be plunged into an abyss of misery. At that time, the 8 great families would suffer heavy losses, and whether or not the central capital could be saved would be another matter. Back in the central capital, his parents were still there. If it weren't for this, Yang Kai wouldn't have cared about the life or death of the 8 great families. While he was scanning the area, Yang Kai's expression suddenly changed, quickly withdrawing his powerful divine sense and sweeping it towards a certain direction in War City. There, 2 rather mysterious, sinister, and terrifying auras quietly spread out. There are masters. Yang Kai was shocked. Ling Tai Su and Li Yuan Chun were startled and quickly investigated. The next moment, their expressions also changed. They also discovered something. Inside War City, 2 above immortal ascension boundary masters had silently snuck in. It was likely they had taken advantage of the huge commotion caused by the Lightning Flash Shadow King's trio and the Spider Mother to sneak in without anyone noticing. But soon, Li Yuan Chun's expression became strange. Staring at Yang Kai in a daze, he realized that this young Master Yang had actually noticed the existence of these 2 people before he did. This little brat, Li Yuan Chun, found himself unable to understand Yang Kai. Annihilating Poison King, Profound Ghost King. Ling Tai Su shouted in horror. He could sense a unique aura from the 2 evil kings. These 2 evil kings were too special. One was covered in poison while the other was emitting a dense ghost chi. It was difficult for Ling Tai Su not to recognize them. They're heading towards the 7 family coalition. After Ling Tai Su finished speaking, he turned to look at Yang Kai. The 7 family coalition had experienced last night's battle. Their losses were not small. Although all the cultivators from Yang Wei and Yang Zhao's compound had gathered, without an above immortal ascension boundary master, Yang Zhao and his 4 blood warriors alone were unable to stop the attack of these 2 great evil kings. Now that their auras were leaking, it was obvious they were ready to attack. Yang Kai's expression struggled as he hesitating for a moment before saying, "I'll go take a look." Ling Tai Su smiled faintly, "I'll go with you." Old Demon also said, "Old Servant will go with you." "We'll also go." Tu Feng and the others said in unison. Meng Wuya lightly coughed, "I won't go." He had to stay, otherwise, the safety of everyone in his compound couldn't be guaranteed. Li Yuan Chun stared at them in shock, "Are you all stupid?" He really couldn't understand. Why would these people run out to disperse their strength when it was so dangerous outside? Why was the thinking of these masters so different from those from the Endless Sea Islands? Li Yuan Chun thought to himself. Yang Kai glanced at him and said, "Senior must be tired from the long journey, you should stay and rest." Li Yuan-chun shook his head like a rattledrum, "That won't do, this old master has to follow you at all times." Yang Kai raised his brow. Lightly nodding, he said, "Whatever." Li Yuan-chun almost coughed up blood. Yang Kai's expression clearly showed that he was certain he would follow him, so he really was treating him like a free bodyguard. But he couldn't just ignore him. Although he felt depressed, he couldn't say anything. He could only bitterly sigh. "Old demon, you don't need to go, rest well and recover," Yang Kai said. Last night, he had used his Demon Spectre Saint technique, so he shouldn't have recovered yet, so even if he went, it wouldn't be of much use. Old Demon thought about it for a moment but didn't insist, simply saying, "Then young master must be careful. Don't worry, the other side only has 2 above Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters, I also have 2 on my side and 8 Blood Warriors, there won't be any danger." Yang Kai took a light breath and quickly walked out. Somewhere in War City. Under the command of Yi Xian-ro, the 7-family coalition quickly moved towards the direction of the central capital. During this process, the cultivator from Yang Zhao's house and the cultivator from Yang Wei's house also gathered together, and soon, a huge team was formed. This team had nearly 700 to 800 people, and although most of them weren't very strong, looking at this mass of people, whether it was Yi Xian-ro, Kong Zhan, or Gao Rangfeng, all of them couldn't help feeling a sense of security. It seemed that with these people surrounding them, even if the ash-gray cloud evil land's evil king attacked, he wouldn't be able to do anything to them. Yang Zhao and Yang Wei were also in the team, riding their 2 cloud-treading colts side by side. "Where's 9th brother?" Yang Wei couldn't find Yang Kai in the crowd and couldn't help asking. "The little lord disdained to act with us, so he stayed behind with his family," Yi Xian-ro replied, sneering disdainfully, "If he wants to die, I can't do anything about it." Yang Zhao glanced over at Yi Xian-ro faintly, his expression indifferent. Chapter 564. Evil King takes action today, I'll take half a day off to rest. Every day at the 3rd watch, I'm going to die soon, please forgive me. Hearing that Yang Kai and his cultivator had decided to stay behind, Yang Wei's expression couldn't help but change slightly. 9th brother won't die so easily. Since he chose to stay behind, he must have made arrangements. I think we should act with him instead of rushing back to the central capital. Yi Xian-ro smiled contemptuously. Although she didn't say anything, she obviously felt that Yang Wei was too timid. Kong Zhan also smiled and said, "Eldest young lord, the 7 top masters of my 8 great families are already intercepting those people, creating an opportunity for us to retreat. Naturally, we should hurry back to the central capital." Yang Wei shook his head, "If they can defeat those people, even if we stay behind, we won't be in any danger, but if they lose, even if we leave." "I'm afraid," hearing this, Yi Xian-ro, Kong Zhan, and Gao Rangfeng's expressions all changed. Yang Wei's words were exactly what they didn't dare to think about, or rather, they had been trying to avoid thinking in this direction. But now, this situation that they had been trying to avoid thinking about was brought up by Yang Wei, and they couldn't help feeling uneasy. "That's not necessary." Kong Zhan forced a smile, "We have 7 people on our side." Gao Rangfeng also nodded, 7 top masters, how could we not be able to deal with 3 people? Even if our skills aren't as good as theirs, we should at least be able to delay them until we return to the central capital. At that moment, the blood warriors belonging to Yang Wei and Yang Zhao suddenly shouted at the same time, "2 young lords, be careful." Saying so, they flew over to the 2 blood warriors' side and assumed a defensive posture. The large group suddenly came to a stop, and all the Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters showed a deep sense of dread as they stared forward. In front of them, there were 2 figures quietly floating in the air, looking down at everyone from a high vantage point. One of them was surrounded by a green aura, while the other was surrounded by a black aura. Only their eyes could be seen, and they gave off soul-stealing lights, making it hard for people to look straight at them. Jia 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 jia. The person wrapped in the green aura laughed eerily, as if he was looking at Yang Wei, and praised, "It's rare for someone to be able to see the situation clearly. It seems that not all of you are muddle-headed. That's right, the 7 people from your 8 great families won't be able to stop the 3 masters from my holy land. I'm afraid it won't be long before they all die. All of you will die too." His hoarse voice sounded like a call from the depths of hell, making everyone's hair stand on end. Shameless boasting. Yi Xianro shouted, "Who are you?" With a burst of laughter, the person wrapped in green qi turned to look at his companion and said, "Ghost King, there are actually people who don't recognize us. Are these the rising stars of the 8 great families? Since they can't even identify us, it seems that the 8 great families have really declined." Humph, 8 great families. That's just a title they call themselves. Who do they think they are? The person called Ghost King coldly snorted and calmly said, "Poison King, in terms of killing methods, you and I both have our own advantages and disadvantages. How about we compete here?" "How do we compete?" "There are many people here, let's see who can kill the most." "Good, that's a good idea." The 700 to 800 people were suddenly dumbfounded as they stared at the 2 people in front of them. After a while, Yi Xianro screamed, "Profounding Ghost King, annihilating Poison King." These 2 people had already introduced themselves during their conversation, so if Yi Xianro still didn't know their identities, she would be an idiot. The Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land was the second of the 6 great evil kings, a name that caused countless people to tremble in fear. It was rumored that the 6 great evil kings were all bloodthirsty and cruel people, but among them, the Profounding Ghost King and Annihilating Poison King were the most powerful. Because of the secret arts these 2 cultivated, they were most suitable for large-scale slaughter. Now that these 2 terrifying characters had suddenly appeared in front of them, no matter who it was, they couldn't help feeling a chill run down their spine. "All of you, disperse!" One of the 4 blood warriors suddenly roared. If it were any other enemy, if everyone gathered together, they would be able to display a powerful combat strength and even fight for a slim chance of survival. But facing the Ghost King and Poison King, numbers were not a problem. Gathering together would only make it more suitable for them to use their respective methods. Roars of anger rang out, but no one was able to react. Even the experts from the 7 Family Alliance were momentarily stunned. Last night, when facing Yang Kai's forces, they had been incredibly brave, but now that they were facing 2 evil kings, they were completely dumbfounded. With just this short delay, they had missed the best opportunity to defend themselves. "Where do you think you're going?" The Ghost King laughed strangely as a series of terrifying faces suddenly appeared on his body. These faces struggled and squirmed, as if their serene souls were trying to break free from the shackles of the Yellow Springs. Miserable howls rang out, causing everyone's heart to palpitate in fear. Those human faces howled and quickly rushed out. Their bodies that seemed to be both real and fake were extremely strange. They plunged into the crowd and began to wreak havoc. Countless ghostly faces appeared in front of everyone's eyes like a scene of demons dancing in a frenzy. Wherever these serene soul faces passed, a cold wind blew, causing everyone's hands and feet to go cold. The Ghost King seemed to be excited, his throat constantly emitting strange laughter, making everyone feel more and more at a loss. Some of the faster cultivators reacted quickly and used their martial skills to attack these serene soul faces, but when their martial skills penetrated the serene soul faces, they were unable to cause any damage. On the other hand, the serene soul cultivator who was hit by the serene soul faces instantly lost their luster and their expression became terrifying, not hesitating to attack their companions next to them. Use your soul skills to attack. Some of the masters quickly reacted, recalling the rumors they had heard before and quickly shouted. The serene soul faces released by the Ghost King had no physical substance, so ordinary attacks and martial skills were unable to harm them. Only a soul skill could stop them from attacking. However, Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters only accounted for less than a third of the total number of people present, and the soul skills released by these Immortal Ascension Boundary Cultivators varied in strength. The more powerful ones were able to block the Serene Soul faces for a moment, but the weaker ones were unable to resist at all. In just an instant, more than 100 people had been hit. These 100 people all seemed to have lost their will. After the Serene Soul faces entered their bodies, their emotions changed greatly, as if they had become the demon race. They didn't recognize their friends and family, fiercely erupting with their own strength and attacking the people next to them. Screams rang out and blood splattered. In an instant, this territory had become an Azura purgatory. Jia 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 jia. The Ghost King laughed wildly, not even moving his hands to create such a situation. Its tyrannical strength was clear to see. The Poison King's body also suddenly released a dark green aura. This aura spread extremely quickly, spreading at an incredible speed. Soon, this dark green poisonous fog enveloped a large area. The cultivators shrouded in this poisonous fog screamed and collapsed, turning into a pool of blood, not even their bones remaining. "Be careful of this poison," someone exclaimed, but it was too late. The Poison King had taken dozens of lives, many of which were Immortal Ascension Boundary Cultivator. Under this poisonous fog, very few people could survive. Only Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th or 8th Stage Cultivator were able to avoid the fate of being turned into a pool of blood. But even these cultivators' faces turned green, their yuan qi fluctuating as they struggled to circulate their secret art to resist, simply unable to move to resist. The Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th or 8th Stage Cultivator who had been controlled by the Serene Soul walked up to them and, with a wave of his hand, turned them into dust. The two great evil kings joined forces to attack, completely ignoring the 700 to 800 cultivator, creating a tragic slaughter. Moreover, from the looks of it, they didn't seem to be using their full strength, only casually attacking. Mad Tyrant Blood Skill. The four Yang family blood warriors simultaneously used their forbidden techniques to protect Yang Wei and Yang Zhao as they rushed through the crowd, trying to find a way to survive. Yi Xian-ro was dumbfounded as she sat on the back of her cloud-treading colt, her pretty face filled with confusion and panic, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. She had never known that the ash-gray cloud evil land's evil kings had such amazing means. Kong Zhan and Gao Rangfeng were also stunned. The two of them were young lords from the 8 great families and were the future heirs of the Kong and Gao families. For a long time, they had lived in the central capital without any worries about food or clothing. Although they had experienced many dangers and tribulations during this inheritance war, none had made them feel as powerless as they did today. Against Yang Kai, at least Yang Kai was reasonable, but against these two great evil kings, everything seemed pale and powerless. Young lady. Young lord. The masters from the Yi family, Kong family, and Gao family all shouted as they rushed to the three young lords and pulled them off their cloud-treading colts, imitating the actions of the Yang family blood warriors as they searched for a way to escape. Their actions couldn't help attracting the attention of the profound Yin Ghost King and annihilating Poison King. Poison King, the status of those young men seems to be different. The Ghost King smiled grimly. I'm afraid they're all direct descendants of the 8 great families. The Poison King nodded lightly, his eyes sweeping over these people before suddenly waving his hand. Countless streams of invisible energy shot out and accurately hit all the experts guarding the 8 great families in the Blood Purgatory Sea. The 4 young family blood warriors all groaned as their faces paled, but their feet didn't stop moving, still firmly guarding Yang Wei and Yang Zhao. On the other hand, the people from the Yi family, Kong family, and Gao family instantly turned into puddles of blood and collapsed to the ground. Come here. The Poison King waved his hand again and Yi Xian-ro and the others suddenly felt as if they were bound by an invisible force and involuntarily flew over to the Poison King's side. The 3 of them shuddered like quails in the middle of winter, helpless as they stared at the Poison King and Ghost King standing in front of them in horror. "Are you direct descendants of the 8 great families?" the Poison King asked. The 3 of them were dumbstruck, none of them able to answer. Chapter 565. The Poison King coldly snorted and stretched out his hand, his long fingernails glowing with a faint green light, gently cutting across Yi Xin Ro's face. Her delicate white cheeks were immediately dyed red and warm blood flowed out, pooling around Yi Xin Ro's chin before dripping to the ground. Yi Xin Ro's 2 rows of teeth clattered violently as her pretty face paled, her beautiful eyes widening as tears began to fall uncontrollably. She felt a strong aura of death wash over her, one that she had never felt before. Under this aura, she felt like she really was dead. "Answer this old master's question, otherwise, you'll become the Ghost King's food. The Ghost King likes to eat delicate little girls like you." Yi Xin Ro stared at the profound Ghost King standing nearby in horror, suddenly recalling that there really was such a rumor. It was said that the profound Ghost King was inhumane and ate raw human flesh. Feeling extremely frightened, Yi Xin Ro didn't know where her courage came from, but she quickly replied, "No." At this critical moment, she found that she still had the ability to think. The ash-gray cloud evil land and the 8 great families were like fire and water, their hatred was absolutely irreconcilable. If these 2 evil kings really learned of their identities, it was likely they would suffer unimaginable torture. It was precisely because of this consideration that Yi Xin Ro immediately denied. "You're not." The Poison King smiled wickedly and nodded lightly, "Since you're not, there's no need to keep you alive." Gao Rangfeng and Kong Zhan both heard this and were stunned. The next moment, Gao Rangfeng felt as if something was bulging out of his body, and his body suddenly swelled up. He didn't even make a sound before he suddenly exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Nearby, Kong Zhan and Yi Xin Ro were soaked by the blood that burst out of Gao Rangfeng's body, even their eyes were soaked with blood. Looking around, the entire world was dyed red. "We are." Kong Zhan shouted with all his might, "We are direct descendants of the 8 great families. I am from the Kong family, I am the future heir of the Kong family. Are you or aren't you?" The Poison King's face flashed an impatient look as he stared coldly at Yi Xin Ro. Yi Xin Ro nodded unconsciously as she stared at the spot where Gao Rangfeng had just stood. At this moment, there was only a pool of blood. This person. He was no longer in this world. He was the future successor of one of the 8 great families, the Gao family. He had died right in front of her. "Poison King, since they are direct descendants of the 8 great families, let them remain. They may be of some use to Master's plan to attack the central capital." The profound Ghost King suddenly said. The Poison King gently nodded, but did not refute him. He simply sneered at Yi Xin Ro and said, "Little girl, your wrong answer has caused the death of a friend." Yi Xin Ro's eyes were lifeless, like the sky covered by dark clouds. There was not a trace of light in sight. "And those 2? The Poison King raised his head again and stared towards Yang Wei and Yang Zhao, who were under the protection of the 4 blood warriors. The people around them should be from the Yang family's blood warriors, so they must be direct descendants of the Yang family. While they were talking, his expression was gloomy. Although there was hatred between the 8 great families and the ash-gray cloud evil land, the Yang family was undoubtedly the one the 6 great evil kings hated the most. Because this was the head of the 8 great families, the Yang family's blood warriors had killed many of the ash-gray cloud evil land's cultivators in the last war, establishing a great reputation for themselves. Many demon race cultivators trembled in fear. Now that the blood warriors and Yang family's direct descendants were in front of him, the Poison King naturally wouldn't let them go. "These 2 are mine," the profound Ghost King said, his figure transforming into a streak of black light as he rushed forward. His goal was the 4 blood warriors and Yang Wei and Yang Zhao. Two young lords, run. The four blood warriors also noticed the profound Ghost King approaching. Quickly throwing Yang Wei and Yang Zhao out of the crowd, they turned around to face the Ghost King. Even if they knew they were no match for him, they still did not hesitate. They wanted to use their lives and blood to create a last glimmer of hope for Yang Wei and Yang Zhao. Clowns! The profound Ghost King snickered, the Ghost Chi in his body once again slowly spreading out, becoming so rich that it was almost tangible. Flying forward, he didn't put the four blood warriors who had displayed their mad tyrant blood skill in his eyes, simply waving his hand towards them. A gust of wind blew and a series of cries rang out as a huge monster with a terrifying appearance suddenly appeared in front of the four blood warriors. This monstrous thing was purely condensed from the profound Ghost King's Ghost Chi, and although it was not tangible, it possessed unparalleled combat strength. The four blood warriors joined forces to block it. But before they could withdraw their hands, the profound Ghost King had already arrived above Yang Wei and Yang Zhao, reaching out to grab them. Yang Wei and Yang Zhao's faces went ashen. Although the two of them had outstanding aptitude and strength among the younger generation and had both broken through to the immortal ascension boundary, in front of a master like the profound Ghost King, they were nothing. Unable to summon the slightest thought to resist, all they could do was watch helplessly as the pair of ghostly claws reached out towards them. At that moment, a burst of light suddenly bloomed from the void and intercepted the profound Ghost King, Yang Wei, and Yang Zhao. Seeing this, the Ghost King's brow furrowed. Perceiving the power contained in this attack, it knew it wasn't wise to attack rashly and quickly retreated. Schwa, the shocking burst of light brushed past the profound Ghost King's body and hit thin air. In a flash, Yang Kai had already rushed to Yang Wei and Yang Zhao's side, one in each hand, tossing them to Tu Feng and the others who had just arrived. Although Yang Wei and Yang Zhao weren't injured and had not fought with the Ghost King or the Poison King, they were still under the protection of the four blood warriors, but they were still inevitably affected by the poisonous gas and Ghost Chi. At this moment, both of them wore a bitter expression. Tu Feng caught them and without even looking back, immediately broke out and rushed towards the mansion. Another master. The Poison King laughed, using his poison secret art to envelop Yang Kai and the other blood warriors. Ling Tai Su's expression became dignified as he and Li Yuan Chun acted at the same time, a mysterious and tyrannical power erupting from their bodies and blocking the corrosive poisonous gas. Oh. Not bad. The Poison King stared at Ling Tai Su and Li Yuan Chun, seemingly not having expected their means to be so good. The profound Ghost King's pair of eyes flashed with a faint green light as he stared towards the direction Tu Feng fled, only letting out a light snort, not intending to pursue, instead joining forces with the Poison King to fight Ling Tai Su and Li Yuan Chun. Ling Tai Su's expression was indifferent, although he was not willing to fight with such a cruel enemy. Even so, when it was time to act, he didn't act carelessly. On the other hand, Li Yuan Chun was feeling quite depressed. In the Endless Sea Islands, he was an ancestor. In the Endless Sea Islands, there was only one super force, Supreme Solitary Sect, and this force only had 3 above Immortal Ascension boundary masters. Li Yuan Chun's status was obvious. The Endless Sea Islands. The various sects. Who wouldn't be polite and respectful when they saw him? This time, leading a team to War City to ask Yang Kai for the hallowed treasure that had been lost hundreds of years ago, it was clear how much importance the Endless Sea Islands' great forces attached to this matter. Yang Kai hadn't expected that just after arriving in War City, he would be involved in this kind of dispute. He really didn't care about offending the 8 great families, nor did he care about offending the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land, but before he could get his hands on those treasures, he had to help them fight. This was not what Li Yuan Chun wanted to see. Especially when fighting against masters like the Annihilating Poison King and the profound Ghost King, it was really a thankless task. When he returned this time, no matter what, he had to take back those treasures from the Yang family boy and then take his people and flee. Li Yuanchun secretly made up his mind as he fought. The Poison King and Ghost King were blocked by Ling Tai-su and Li Yuanchun, so Yang Kai took some time to look around and see the situation. Seeing this, he couldn't help feeling cold. Although the 700 to 800 people were all enemies, after seeing this scene, all grievances and enmity no longer mattered. Because these 700 to 800 people had been completely wiped out. The ground was littered with pools of blood, broken limbs, and chunks of flesh. All over the ground. From beginning to end, in just the time it would take to drink a cup of tea, the masters from the 7 great families had almost been completely annihilated by the 2 great evil kings. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a bit unreal. Even if these 2 great evil kings had extraordinary means and secret arts, how could they have been defeated so thoroughly? Looking carefully, Yang Kai's expression became cold. Because he found that many people had scattered like birds and beasts, fleeing in the direction of the central capital. These people were the strongest of the 700 to 800 people. The Ghost King and Poison King were indeed powerful, but among these 700 to 800 people, there were also many masters. However, under the attacks of the Ghost King and Poison King, these masters not only did not join forces to fight back, but instead chose to flee for their lives. Those who could not escape naturally died here. Especially the masters from the Qiu family, Hua family, and Lu family, because Qiu Yimeng, Hua Xing, and Lu Qinyao were not here, they didn't need to pay too much. On the contrary, the Yi family, Kong family, and Gao family's cultivator had suffered heavy casualties. Because they had to protect their masters, they could not easily retreat. After Gao Rangfeng's death, those from the Gao family who were still alive no longer dared to fight and hurriedly retreated. Of the 700 to 800 people, probably less than 100 managed to escape, the rest were all left here, not even touching the Ghost King or Poison King's clothes. 8 great families. Yang Kai coldly snorted, a sarcastic smile appearing on his face as he waved his hand, retreat. Yang Kai's biggest purpose in coming out this time was to rescue Yang Wei and Yang Zhao. Eldest brother Yang Wei, since the start of the inheritance war, had not had any friction with Yang Kai and had even cooperated with him once. Towards this eldest brother, Yang Kai still respected him. As for his second brother Yang Zhao, in the end, he did not accept the position of commander of the 7 great families and instead handed over command to Yi Xin-ro. Obviously, he disdained using the strength of the 7 great families to defeat Yang Kai. This also made Yang Kai feel somewhat moved. Although his second brother Yang Zhao was shrewd and cunning, Yang Kai still couldn't ignore him. Now that his plan had succeeded, there was no reason for Yang Kai to remain here, so he naturally had to withdraw quickly. Hearing his order, the blood warriors who had followed him quickly surrounded Yang Kai, ensuring his safety as they prepared to leave. Yang Kai, save us. Yi Xin-ro's heart-wrenching voice came over, a strange light flashing across her beautiful eyes, as if she had seen hope, anxiously calling out to Yang Kai. Chapter 566. Are you really so cold-blooded and ruthless? Yi Xin-ro had thought she was doomed this time, but at the last moment, Yang Kai had actually led a large number of masters to rescue Yang Wei and Yang Zhao. Now that the profounding Ghost King and annihilating Poison King were being entangled by Ling Tai-su and Li Yuanchun, Yi Xin-ro had no one to guard her, so naturally she wanted to take this opportunity to escape. However, she couldn't move. The Poison King seemed to have used some kind of trick on her, but Yi Xin-ro couldn't condense her yuan qi and her hands and feet were powerless, so she could only stand in place and call out to Yang Kai. Hearing this, Yang Kai turned his head and glanced at her, a cold light flashing across his eyes. Yi Xin-ro couldn't help feeling a chill in her heart, only now remembering that Yang Kai seemed to have a deep grudge with her. Not long ago, she had ridiculed and slandered Yang Kai in every possible way, but now she saw him as a life-saving straw and was calling out to him for help. The Poison King suddenly waved his hand and a thick poisonous fog shot out at lightning speed, wrapping around Yi Xin Ro and Kong Zhan, isolating them from the outside world. Young Master Yang, it's time to leave. Li Yuan-chun shouted anxiously. In this battle with the two evil kings, Li Yuan-chun felt a great deal of pressure. Not only did these two possess powerful Yuan Qi and profound cultivation, but the secret arts they cultivated were also extremely vicious, making it impossible to guard against. Li Yuan-chun knew that if they continued to fight, he and Ling Tai-su would be defeated in less than a cup of tea's worth of time. Let's go! Yang Kai shouted and hurriedly retreated. Tang Yuxian, Chu Gao-yi, and the other blood warriors supporting Yang Wei and Yang Zhao followed closely behind. Ling Tai-su and Li Yuan-chun waited until they were far away before withdrawing from the battle. After a fierce battle, Yang Kai's group was completely unharmed and successfully rescued 6 people. This made the Poison King and Ghost King's expressions very ugly. Landing down, they quietly stared in the direction Yi Xin Ro and Yang Zhao had left, the Ghost King sneering, "Where do you think you're going? Master will be here soon." The Poison King stretched out his hand and waved back the poisonous fog wrapping around Yi Xin Ro and Kong Zhan, glancing at them, suddenly smiling. "This little girl seems to be quite disliked by that man. Little miss, do you think if I hadn't intervened, that young man would have saved you?" Yi Xin Ro couldn't help thinking, her pretty face couldn't help but twist. She also felt that with Kai Yang's vengeful and cruel personality, he wouldn't care about her life or death. Ro! Ro! Yang Zhao! Yang Kai, Ghost King, so Ro! Ro so of you Ro! Of course of Yang of chaos of course you. When Kai Yang and the others retreated, they discovered that countless people were scrambling to escape. Because of the inheritance war, tens of thousands of people had gathered in War City. Of the tie that was to be, and Yang Yen of you that, of the battle, to the. Before they could escape from War City, countless monster beasts had broken through the city walls, bringing with them the summons of death as they stepped into the city. These were all monster beasts controlled by the Thunderbolt Beast King. They were all high-level monster beasts that could be found in the entire ash-gray cloud evil land. For this attack on the central capital, the Thunderbolt Beast King had put in a lot of effort. Running on the ground, flying in the sky, each one was fierce and ferocious, possessing terrifying strength. Of the tens of thousands of people in War City, very few were strong masters, so when these strange monster beasts attacked them, they were all powerless to resist. The whole city was soon filled with a strong smell of blood, broken walls, and scorched earth. Birds flew across the sky and the earth groaned. On the other hand, Yang Kai's mansion was safe and sound. The monster beasts seemed to know that the people here were not to be trifled with and deliberately avoided Yang Kai's mansion, instead wreaking havoc in other parts of War City. Heal them. Yang Kai ordered Yang Wei, Yang Zhao, and the 4 blood warriors to be sent into the mansion before ordering Qiu Yimeng. Qiu Yimeng nodded quickly and began making arrangements. Yang Wei and Yang Zhao weren't injured, they were only affected by the poisonous gas and ghost qi, so after meditating for a few moments, they would be fine. On the other hand, the 4 blood warriors who followed them had taken a blow from the Poison King and were seriously injured. It would take a great deal of medicine to dispel their internal injuries. From the time Yang Kai went out to rescue Yang Wei and Yang Zhao to the moment they returned, only half a cup of tea's worth of time had passed. When Yang Kai finished arranging the people he had rescued and released his divine sense towards the outside of War City, his face couldn't help sinking. The battle outside War City had actually stopped. The battle between the 7 people inside the Seal Temple and the 3 great evil kings had already concluded. The 3 evil kings were still present, but the 7 people from the Seal Temple were nowhere to be seen. Only a single weak aura was rapidly approaching. Looking up, Yang Kai saw a figure flash in front of him and a bloodied body fell heavily from the sky, landing right in front of Yang Kai's mansion. Yang Kai hurriedly rushed out and brought this person back. Everyone stared at him, their faces filled with grief. This person was none other than the fat old man from the Hua family. Half of his body had been destroyed, his 5 viscera and 6 bowels were all exposed, his legs broken at the knees and his blood almost completely drained from his body. With such injuries, an ordinary person would have long since died. However, this fat old man had relied on his superior cultivation to hang on to his last breath and fly here. When Huixing, the playboy young lord, saw his old ancestor in such a state, he instantly panicked and was at a loss for what to do. The might of the great evil kings, they really live up to their reputation. The fat old man's face was drained of blood, coughing lightly as he spoke with difficulty, reaching out to grab Yang Kai, the last glimmer of light still flashing in his eyes as he quickly said, "Yang family little brat, if you can escape this calamity, run far away. When your cultivation reaches the grand accomplishment stage, you must come back and avenge this old master." Yang Kai looked at him indifferently, although he also felt some regret in his heart, he still slowly shook his head. "Senior, after experiencing the inheritance war, these 8 great families no longer have anything to do with me." Hearing this, the faint light in the fat old man's eyes suddenly dimmed, and with a sudden burst of strength, he roared, "Are you really so cold-blooded and heartless?" This roar seemed to have exhausted all of his strength, but he still managed to mutter, "But it is indeed my 8 great families who have wronged you, run away, I don't know if it's too late." His voice became smaller and smaller, weaker and weaker, and when he finally uttered the last word, the fat old man's eyes lost their luster and became motionless. "Old ancestor!" Huixing knelt to the ground and roared out in grief. Yang Kai took a deep breath and stretched out his hand to close the fat old man's eyes. In such a short time, the 7 grand elders from the Seal Temple had been completely annihilated. The above immortal ascension boundary experts that everyone revered were actually so weak, Yang Kai didn't know whether he should ridicule them or not. It seemed that the 7 grand elders from the Seal Temple were indeed at the bottom of the above immortal ascension boundary. Yang Kai hadn't reached this realm yet, so he didn't know the mysteries of this realm, so he couldn't judge them. He stood up and raised his head to look outside. Outside the residence, there were already 3 people and 1 beast. The Tyrannical Force King, Lightning Flash Shadow King, Thunderbolt Beast King, and the 7th Order Monster Beast, Spider Mother. Asterisk schwa schwa, asterisk 2 more people flew over and stood in a different direction. The Annihilating Poison King and Profoundine Ghost King also caught up. The 5 great evil kings all arrived at the same time, all of them staring towards Yang Kai's mansion with a look of contempt and ridicule, their expressions relaxed and somewhat curious. They didn't know why the people in this mansion hadn't fled yet. Everyone in War City was fleeing for their lives, yet they were still as calm as a mountain. The Tyrannical Force King grinned as he stared at Yang Kai, revealing a look of interest. He found that this young man wasn't afraid of him at all, instead remaining calm and indifferent. Facing these 5 great evil kings, anyone would feel great pressure. Everyone in the mansion couldn't help but shiver. Li Yuan-chun was even more eager to try, making up his mind that if they really couldn't resist, he would take Kai Yang and escape at the first possible moment. "Treasurer Meng, it's time to act. If we don't act now, we'll all die." Yang Kai stared at the 5 great evil kings in the sky and whispered to Meng Wuya. Even now, he didn't know what kind of method Meng Wuya was hiding to ensure the safety of everyone in the mansion, but now was the time to uncover the mystery. Meng Wuya nodded gently and didn't try to keep Yang Kai in suspense, instead stretching out his hand and summoning a small palace-shaped artifact into his palm. This artifact glowed brilliantly and looked extremely beautiful. The small palace seemed to have been carefully sculpted by someone, its intricate carvings of exquisite craftsmanship. As soon as this small palace appeared, it attracted everyone's attention. Yang Kai's expression also changed slightly because he found that this artifact was very different from ordinary artifacts. Even the mysterious great artifacts he had obtained were overshadowed by it. He didn't know the grade of this artifact, but what he was certain of was that it was definitely of a high grade. The 5 great evil kings also stared at it greedily, all of them wishing they could take it for themselves so they could study its function and purpose. Meng Wuya's expression remained indifferent as he suddenly began to madly pour his yuan qi into the palace. With the infusion of true yuan, the small palace rapidly expanded. In just a breath of time, the small palace had expanded into a behemoth. As if it had no substance, it passed through everyone's bodies and the buildings of the mansion, enveloping the entire mansion. Looking from the outside, it was as if Yang Kai's mansion was now wrapped in a giant palace, but this palace was transparent, so although everyone could still clearly see what was happening inside Yang Kai's mansion, there was a mysterious energy barrier that blocked the 5 great evil kings' divine senses from prying into it. The 5 great evil kings frowned, none of them understanding what was happening. You think you can stop Father here with a simple barrier? Dream on. The tyrannical Force King roared, his burly figure filled with indescribable agility as he quickly rushed towards Yang Kai's mansion and threw out a punch. Hong, a loud noise rang out and the entire war city seemed to shake. The tyrannical Force King was the strongest person in this world. When he used his full strength, he could unleash a blow that could overturn rivers and seas. In terms of pure strength, even Demon Lord Yang Bai was not his opponent. Chapter 567. Under the power of the tyrannical Force King, all defenses in the world were useless. His strength had already reached a profound realm, a sublimation of pure strength. When the tyrannical Force King punched out, the other 4 evil kings also calmly watched, as if they felt that Meng Wuya's barrier would not be able to withstand the tyrannical Force King's onslaught. They had full confidence in the tyrannical Force King. But the result shocked them all. The tyrannical Force King's punch only caused a small ripple to appear, while the barrier surrounding Yang Kai's mansion was completely undamaged. On the contrary, the tyrannical Force King was sent tumbling through the air by his own rebound force, only stabilizing himself after flying a few thousand meters. The 4 evil kings' eyes widened and their jaws dropped, unable to recover from their shock. They had never seen the tyrannical Force King fail before. This burly evil king's strength was not low among the 6 evil kings, and even the Poison King and Ghost King were not willing to casually fight him. Although he had not used his full strength when punching out just now, it was still quite shocking, yet it had not been able to break the barrier. The mood of the evil kings suddenly became complicated. Everyone in Yang Kai's mansion involuntarily breathed a sigh of relief. Although Meng Wuya had said he could guarantee their safety, until the moment of danger, no one dared to believe him. Seeing the tyrannical Force King suffer such a setback, everyone couldn't help feeling a little more confident in Meng Wuya, their tense mood also relaxing a lot. The tyrannical Force King walked back from a few thousand meters away, shaking his head as he arrived in front of Yang Kai's mansion, staring at the transparent palace in a daze, a look of annoyance on his face. The Ghost King laughed strangely. Tyrannical Force King, did you not eat enough before coming here, so you can't use your strength? The Poison King also laughed. It seems the tyrannical Force King's strength is only at this level. They seemed to be very happy to see the tyrannical Force King suffer a loss, a look of schadenfreude appearing on their faces. Nonsense. The tyrannical Force King's voice rang out like a bell, this barrier is very strange. As he spoke, he swung his fists and cursed incessantly. Suddenly, he let out a furious roar, and his vitality surged rapidly. The Poison King and Ghost King also stopped mocking him. Their expressions gradually turned solemn. They knew that the Power King was about to get serious. Just now, he had only used 50% of his strength, but now, the Herculean King was clearly going to use 100% of his strength. If such a punch came down, anyone would have to avoid it. Could they break this barrier? The evil kings were secretly looking forward to it. Suddenly, the Herculean King made his move. It was very different from the fast punch from before. His punch this time was light and slow, and even a 3-year-old child would be able to clearly see the traces of his punch. However, wherever the fist passed, space would shatter, and heaven and earth would buzz. The tip of his fist lightly touched the barrier of the palace, and an incomparable force suddenly erupted. A ripple spread out. It was indeed much larger than the previous ripple, but that was all. The tyrannical Force King screamed miserably as he was sent flying like an arrow from a bow, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The Poison King, Shadow King, Beast King, and Ghost King all stared blankly. The people from Yang Kai's mansion, on the other hand, let out a burst of cheers, as if they had suddenly relaxed from their tense state. "This barrier is extraordinary." "It's not ordinary," the Poison King said in a deep voice as he finally saw some clues. "That artifact is also no small matter." The Ghost King stared at Meng Wuya in the crowd. The Herculean King had used his full strength but still failed to break the barrier created by that artifact. How could there be such an artifact in this world? He really couldn't understand where this old man who had taken out this artifact had come from. How could he have such a strong foundation? After a long time, the tyrannical Force King flew back, but at this time, there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. The force of the rebound from the barrier was something even he could not bear. "Father doesn't believe there is a barrier in this world that I can't break." The tyrannical Force King shouted angrily. "Force King, forget it, this isn't something you can break with brute force." The Poison King said. "You shut up." The tyrannical Force King shouted angrily, as if he would not give up until he broke this barrier, quickly walking over to it and preparing to attack again. "Fool!" The profound Een Ghost King sneered sarcastically. Among the several great evil kings, although the tyrannical Force King's strength was extraordinary, his mind was also the most straightforward. Once he set his mind on something, he would do it no matter who tried to persuade him otherwise. The only exception was Demon Lord Yang Bai. The Demon Lord was not here, so since he wanted to try again, the others did not try to dissuade him. For the third time, the Force King's expression became much more serious, as if he was dealing with something very important. Just as the fist was about to come into contact with the barrier, countless fist shadows suddenly appeared and crashed into the barrier. At that moment, the barrier in front of the Force King actually opened up on its own. Seeing this, Meng Wuya's mouth curled into a strange smile. The Herculean King was stunned and lost control of his momentum for a moment before he stumbled into the barrier, causing the crack in the barrier to quickly close. At the same time, there was a flash of light and a figure quickly flew to the Force King's side, snatching him out of the barrier at the last moment. After the barrier closed, the tyrannical Force King appeared a few dozen meters away, caught by Lightning Flash Shadow King. So fast. Meng Wuya's eyes narrowed as he stared deeply at Lightning Flash Shadow King. Just now, even he had almost failed to see through Lightning Flash Shadow King's movements. Yang Kai was startled for a moment before quickly recovering. The scene just now was obviously Meng Wuya trying to force the Force King into the barrier. Since this barrier was created by Meng Wuya, he must be able to control everything inside and had a way to deal with those who tried to enter. If he could get rid of an evil king here, it would be of great help to their current situation. Unfortunately, Lightning Flash Shadow King had taken action and brought the tyrannical Force King back before the barrier had fully closed. Sighing slightly, Yang Kai also felt it was a pity. "You dare play tricks?" The Force King shouted, a look of disbelief on his face as he turned to Lightning Flash Shadow King. "Why did you bring me back? If this father went in, he could have killed all those people." Lightning Flash Shadow King shook his head indifferently. "You can't kill them. If you go in, you'll die." Since the other party had done this, he was definitely confident. All four evil kings could see this, but the Force King was stubborn, so this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Hearing him say so, the Force King didn't waste any more time, curling his lips as he said, "This tortoise's shell is really hard, this father has no other choice. Brute force alone was not enough to crush it. Let's try." The Poison King and Ghost King smiled coldly and at the same time used their own methods, filling the air with a poisonous fog in the Serene Soul's face, covering Yang Kai's mansion in an instant. The people hiding in the barrier looked at the dark green poisonous fog that filled the sky and heard the cries of ghosts and wolves. Everyone was moved. However, the poisonous fog and the Serene Soul's face were all blocked by the barrier, so no matter how hard the Ghost King and Poison King tried, they couldn't find the slightest gap. After a while, the Poison King and Ghost King stopped, glancing at each other before slowly shaking their heads. There was nothing they could do. After muttering to himself for a while, the Ghost King said, "Master will be here soon, we shouldn't delay here. They are hiding inside and don't dare come out, there will be a time to deal with them. Let's first clean up the rest of the trash." "Good." The Poison King nodded, "Once Master arrives, this barrier will definitely be broken." The 5 evil kings looked at each other before flashing out at the same time, disappearing from sight. Even the giant spider mother followed the Thunderbolt Beast King to fight. It was only after they left that the people in the residence were finally able to relax their hearts. Yang Kai glanced over at Meng Wuya and asked, "Treasurer Meng, can this barrier stop the Demon Lord?" Meng Wuya proudly replied, "No one can break this old master's heavenly palace. What does the Demon Lord count for?" Heavenly Palace? Ling Tai Su raised his brow. Is that the name of an artifact? It's quite appropriate, no wonder you were so confident, it turns out you had such an artifact. With the protection of this heavenly palace, the people hiding inside were extremely safe. How long can this barrier last? Yang Kai asked worriedly. There's no limit. Yang Kai was startled, only now realizing how powerful this heavenly palace was. However, even if it was safe to hide inside, Yang Kai's face still showed a trace of worry. It was impossible for him to hide here forever. Glancing in the direction of the central capital, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little worried. The news of the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land's invasion should already be known to the central capital, but Yang Kai didn't know how they would resist or what the result would be if the two sides really fought. Although his father and mother's current strength wasn't bad, compared to those evil kings, they were still heaven and earth apart. War City had been destroyed and its people had been plunged into misery and suffering. After the 5 great evil kings led a large number of monster beasts to War City, within an hour, besides Yang Kai's mansion, there was no one left alive in War City. Even the cultivator who had escaped before had been hunted down by the 5 great evil kings and the monster beast. Only a small number of masters had safely escaped back to the central capital. After spying on this news, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling somewhat relieved. Fortunately, Meng Wuya's heavenly palace was protecting them. If it wasn't for Meng Wuya, whether it was leaving with his people or staying in War City, his cultivator would have suffered heavy losses. As Meng Wuya said, if they had left before, at most only 10% of them would have survived. The Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land's heavy blow this time had caught the 8 great families off guard. As the sky darkened, a large number of the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land's cultivator, led by Demon Lord Yang Bai, finally arrived in War City. Accompanying him was the beguiling demon queen Shanqing Luo. Looking around at the scarred War City, where blood flowed like rivers and corpses piled up like mountains, Shanqing Luo couldn't help showing a trace of sadness. At the same time, she was also secretly anxious because she had sensed that Yang Kai had remained in place and hadn't moved. She didn't know whether Yang Kai had been captured or not. After meeting up with the other 5 great evil kings and listening to their reports to Yang Bai, Shanqing Luo breathed a sigh of relief. A barrier that even the few of you couldn't break. Yang Bai stared at the 5 great evil kings and asked in a deep voice, seemingly somewhat dissatisfied with them. The 5 great evil kings all wore awkward expressions as the Poison King said, "Master, that barrier is very strange, we have no way to break it. In this world, I'm afraid only you can break it." Chapter 568. The 5 evil kings obviously had great confidence in Yang Bai. Yang Bai's expression remained indifferent as he casually said, "Let's go take a look." He was also interested in the barrier artifact that could block the 5 evil kings. Arriving outside Yang Kai's house, Yang Bai stared at the transparent heavenly palace with a dignified expression, his tyrannical divine sense probing it again and again, but he still didn't show any intention of taking action. The 5 evil kings waited quietly, not in a hurry. After a while, Yang Bai shook his head and said, "I can't do anything about this thing." "What?" everyone exclaimed, their expressions becoming strange. They had all personally experienced the power of evil King Yang Bai and had always considered him the most powerful master in the world, but now hearing such an answer from his mouth, all of them couldn't believe it. Even their master couldn't break this barrier. Interesting, this artifact is beyond the scope of this world, it's not something people of our realm can possess. Who took it out? Yang Bai asked with a faint smile on his face. That person. The Poison King motioned to Meng Wuya. Yang Bai immediately cast his gaze towards Meng Wuya. The two of them stared at each other from a few dozen meters away, the demon lord's eyes couldn't help showing a trace of respect and yearning. On the other hand, Meng Wuya, even when looking at the demon lord, still maintained a calm expression, as if he was standing high above the clouds, overlooking the other party. Yang Bai then turned his head towards the old demon in the crowd and smiled, a trace of cordiality appearing on his face as he nodded gently, "Hello. Jiji." The old demon laughed strangely. No one knew why the two of them would have such a casual conversation, only Yang Kai had a pensive look on his face. If his guess was right, the reason why Demon Lord Yang Bai's evil secret art had reached the grand accomplishment stage was because of the Demon Lord's corpse under the coiling dragon stream. During the years he was trapped in the coiling dragon stream, Yang Bai must have obtained some cultivation methods from the corpse and inherited its legacy, allowing his strength to progress so rapidly and allowing him to obtain his divine technique. As for that corpse, it belonged to the old demon. The old demon's soul avatar had entered the corpse and absorbed all of the demonic chi in the coiling dragon stream, successfully seizing the body. One had inherited the mantle of that devil, while the other had occupied that devil's corpse. Since they came from the same source, it was only natural that there would be some subtle connection between the two. Yang Bai turned his head again, his expression becoming serious as he bowed slightly, "Honored master." Ling Tai Su snorted, his face ashen, "I am not your master." Yang Bai stood up and said lightly, a master for life. Whether I admit it or not, I, Yang Bai, in this life, only have one honored master. The people of Yang Kai's mansion suddenly remembered that Ling Tai Su and the evil lord were master and disciple. Although being able to raise such a disciple was something to be proud of, anyone could hear the annoyance and regret in Ling Tai Su's voice. If he had directly killed this traitorous disciple of his, instead of wasting his cultivation and leaving him in the coiling dragon stream, there wouldn't be so many innocent sacrifices and bloodshed today. Hearing that honored master has resolved the knot in his heart and successfully broken through, Yang Bai is very happy. The evil lord stared at Ling Tai Su, his expression calm. Thanks to you, this old master has also profited from a disaster. Ling Tai Su's expression sank. Honored master has taught this disciple for many years, so this disciple should also make some contributions to honored master. When Yang Bai said this, he didn't show the slightest trace of guilt, causing everyone from High Heaven Pavilion to feel disgruntled. Ling Tai Su coldly snorted, his eyes cold. In the past, he had great expectations for this second disciple of his, secretly believing that he and his eldest brother would be able to achieve great heights, so he had carefully cultivated him. But now, he was extremely disappointed with this second disciple. "You're that martial nephew, right?" Yang Bai suddenly turned to Yang Kai in the crowd, his eyes shining brightly, "Speaking of which, this should be the first time we've met. Martial uncle, I've heard so much about you." Yang Kai grinned at him. Yang Bai nodded gently, "How is your father?" Yang Kai grinned meaningfully, his eyes as cold as a blade, "Thanks to martial uncle's blessing, my father is safe and sound." That's good. Yang Bai took a deep breath and no longer said anything. All that needed to be said had been said, and all that needed to be said had been said, so there was nothing he could do about the other party hiding inside the barrier. Continuing to be entangled here would only be a waste of time. Qing Luo, you stay here and watch over them, the rest of you come with me. Yang Bai ordered faintly before immediately saluting Ling Tai Su and leading the other 5 evil kings away. Only Shan Qing Luo was left behind, standing in place with a strange expression on her face. She didn't know if Yang Bai had arranged for her to stay behind to monitor this place for some reason. Soon, gathered in War City, the cultivator and monster beast from the ash-gray cloud evil land gathered together and under the leadership of Yang Bai and the 5 great evil kings, rushed towards the central capital. Obviously, they wanted to take advantage of the fact that the central capital's defenses were not good to launch a fierce surprise attack. After these people really left, Shan Qing Luo glanced over at Yang Kai and immediately began walking towards Yang Kai's house. Bai Luo suddenly appeared out of nowhere and followed closely behind Shan Qing Luo. Everyone in Yang Kai's house, whether they were men, women, old, or young, all stared at the world-famous beguiling demon queen. Even if she wasn't using any kind of seductive technique, the seductive aura she exuded was not something ordinary people could bear. Many young men wore dull expressions, as if their souls had been sucked away. The women were secretly comparing themselves with her, but no matter who they were, they couldn't help feeling a subtle sense of inferiority. In this house, perhaps only Su Yan's seductive charms could compare to Shan Qing Luo. Perhaps Xia Ning Chang could also compare, but no one had ever seen her true face, not even Yang Kai, so naturally there was no way to compare. However, in terms of seductive charms, no woman could compare to Shan Qing Luo. This seductive beauty. The Hu sisters curled their lips together, their hearts filled with resentment, wondering just how this woman had grown up to be so devastatingly beautiful. Her supple waist, like a boneless water snake, swayed gracefully, sending out a series of breathtaking ripples. Her buttocks were firm and full, and her fiery red robes gave her a fanatical look. Shan Qing Luo smiled lightly as she arrived outside the barrier and stared towards Yang Kai. "Treasurer Meng, let her in," Yang Kai said. Meng Wuya was stunned and stared at Yang Kai in surprise. "She and I are old acquaintances, she won't do us any harm," Yang Kai explained. In an instant, countless eyes stared towards them in shock, none of them daring to believe that Yang Kai actually had a relationship with such a woman. "You little brat." Meng Wuya also couldn't help admiring him, waving his hand and opening a small gap in the barrier. Shan Qing Luo and Bai Luo didn't have the slightest intention of guarding themselves and simply walked straight in, the barrier quickly closing behind them. Arriving in front of everyone, Shan Qing Luo gracefully bowed. "Greetings, Senior Ling." Ling Tai Su frowned and faintly said, "This Ling wouldn't dare, the beguiling demon queen is famous far and wide, you and I are both above immortal ascension boundary masters, this Ling cannot accept such courtesy." He was still very wary of the evil king who followed Yang Bai, so although Shan Qing Luo didn't show any hostility, Ling Tai Su was still wary of her. Shan Qing Luo pursed her lips and smiled. "Senior Ling is Yang Kai's grand master, so that makes him my senior." "Me and Yang Kai, haha." Shan Qing Luo didn't finish her words, but the profound meaning behind them was quite intriguing. Everyone in the house suddenly wore ambiguous expressions, as if they had just discovered something incredible. Wu Sheng and Dong Qin Han couldn't help laughing strangely. "Don't say such words that can easily be misunderstood." Yang Kai frowned. Shan Qing Luo couldn't help pursing her lips, her bright red cheeks extremely alluring. Bai Luo, behind her, glared at Yang Kai and gnashed her teeth. "What's going on this time?" Yang Kai asked in a deep voice. "What do you mean what's going on?" "It's just like what you see," Shan Qing Luo said innocently. "What?" The ash-gray cloud evil land suddenly attacked. This time, things had happened too suddenly, so suddenly that no one had expected it. Shan Qing Luo sighed, it was you who created such a good opportunity for Master, you can't blame anyone else. You mean the inheritance war? Naturally. The development of the inheritance war has divided the strength of the 8 great families into 2 halves, giving people space to attack one by one. Last time, when you besieged the Holy Land, your losses were not small. Now that Yuan Qi has not yet recovered, such a good opportunity, of course Master must seize it. Can you succeed? Yang Kai sneered. Whether we succeed or not, I don't know. Shanqing Luo shook her head, but what I know is that with Master's current achievements and cultivation, none of your 8 great families can resist him. Yang Kai's expression suddenly changed. How strong is he? The first under heaven. Meng Wuya followed up, his expression somewhat gloomy. Moreover, your 8 great families aren't an iron plate. The central capital is too big, and the 8 great families are scattered across the 8 corners. If the Holy Land attacks one of them, would the other 7 families not hesitate to lend a hand? Shanqing Luo looked at Yang Kai with a smile, her tone somewhat mischievous. Yang Kai coldly snorted, your ash-gray cloud evil land is also not an iron plate. Shanqing Luo nodded, the Holy Land's people are indeed more selfish than your 8 great families. If not for the current Master's coordination, the 6 great evil kings of the Holy Land would even be enemies with each other, but with Master, the situation is different. Yang Kai, don't be too optimistic about the situation. His lord is determined to win this time. He doesn't care about the life or death of the cultivator in the Holy Land, even the life or death of us 6 great evil kings are not in his eyes. If necessary, I believe he will not hesitate to sacrifice us, as long as he can destroy your 8 great families. Are you so willing to be driven around by him? Not willing, but unable to resist. Shanqing Luo shook her head bitterly. Yang Kai looked at her and hesitated for a moment before saying, stay here, Yang Bai can't do anything to you. Shanqing Luo smiled bitterly, if I stay here, I am indeed safe, but what about the people in my palace and fragrant city? Yang Kai suddenly remembered the 3 women who had served him in Shanqing Luo's palace. The beautiful woman Yunli, the 2 girls Ruo Yu and Ruo Qing. Chapter 569. If Shanqing Luo really turned traitor, then the women in her palace as well as the people in Fragrant City would definitely be retaliated against. Based on the style of the ash-gray cloud evil land's cultivator, this kind of revenge would definitely be horrifying. Shanqing Luo was different from the other evil kings in that she was not a cold-blooded person. She had scruples so naturally she couldn't agree to Yang Kai's request, even if she wanted to. You should take advantage of this opportunity to leave this place quickly, or hide here and never come out. Shanqing Luo sighed faintly, only in this way can you be safe, take care of yourselves. Saying so, Shanqing Luo stared deeply at Yang Kai, a trace of sadness flashing across her beautiful eyes before leading Bai Luo back the way they had come. In her heart, Yang Kai had inadvertently planted a seed of love that had now sprouted and matured, and it wouldn't be long before it fully matured. When that time came, the drawbacks of her poison widow physique would completely erupt. Shanqing Luo would desperately try to possess Yang Kai, but once she did that with him, with the overbearing and insidious nature of the poison widow physique, Yang Kai would die without a doubt. Shanqing Luo didn't dare to linger around Yang Kai for too long, because the more she came into contact with him, the faster her seed of love would grow. She had to leave here and get as far away from Yang Kai as possible. Meng Wuya didn't make things difficult for her, simply opening the barrier and allowing her to leave. After Shanqing Luo left, everyone's heart sank. As she had said, there were only 2 ways out for everyone. One was to hide inside this heavenly palace's barrier and the other was to take advantage of the fact that the demon lord and the other evil kings weren't here and quickly leave this place. Either way, they could ensure their own safety. Do you want to go? Meng Wuya looked at Yang Kai and asked. Go where? Yang Kai smiled bitterly. If even the central capital was destroyed, no matter how big this world was, there would be no safe haven for them. Fleeing in panic like a stray dog was not something Yang Kai wanted to see. If you don't want to leave, then stay. However, the strength of the people in the residence needs to be improved quickly. Meng Wuya turned his head and glanced around. In the inheritance war, with the strength of this mansion, they could indeed occupy a complete and overwhelming advantage. However, in the face of the ash-gray cloud evil land's invasion, such a force was still too weak. Many people had personally witnessed the powerful battle prowess of the great evil kings. Their profound moves and heaven-defying abilities were still vivid in their minds, causing their blood to boil. They couldn't wait to quickly increase their strength so that they could compete with the evil kings. No matter what happens to the 8 great families and the central capital, we must have the strength to protect ourselves. Yang Kai's thoughts gradually became clear, and his confused eyes quickly became firm. He grinned and said, "If that's the case, then let's cultivate." Everyone nodded in agreement. With the protection of the Sky Air Palace's barrier, they could indeed raise their strength without any worries. Seniorly, after this crisis passes, I will definitely return all the things the Endless Sea Island sects have given us. During this time, please stay here. Yang Kai turned to look at Li Yuan-chun. Li Yuan-chun was startled, and although he was somewhat reluctant, he could only nod, "Very well." He had lived in the Endless Sea Islands for a long time, so he was quite concerned about the inland. Now that he had seen an artifact he had never heard of before, as well as masters he had never seen before in the Endless Sea Islands, he naturally wanted to stay and take a look. This was not an opportunity he could easily obtain. Especially that Meng Wuya, Li Yuan-chun was quite concerned about him, always feeling that there was something different about this person. The mansion quickly restored its calm. Among the ruins, only Yang Kai's mansion remained intact. Everyone carried out their respective duties and seemed to be cultivating as usual, and there wasn't a trace of worry before a great calamity. On the same day, Yang Kai transferred a large amount of myriad drug liquid to Xia Ning Chang for her alchemy use. He also gathered all the blood warriors in the mansion and gave each of them a small piece of myriad drug cream. Meng Wuya had said that this myriad drug cream contained some mysterious heavenly Tao principles, and with its help, one could easily comprehend the heavenly way. Although the myriad drug cream was extremely precious and Yang Kai didn't have much on hand, now was the time to take it out and give it to those he trusted. Yang Kai hoped that these blood warriors who had already reached the peak immortal ascension boundary could use the myriad drug cream to pry into the mysteries of the above immortal ascension boundary and break through their current realms in one fell swoop. Once they succeeded, these blood warriors would become the strongest trump card he could grasp. At that time, even without Meng Wuya's heavenly palace, Yang Kai's mansion would have the ability to protect itself from the ash-gray cloud evil land's invasion. A day later, Jiu returned from the central capital with news that shocked Yang Kai. A large number of the ash-gray cloud evil land's cultivator and monster beast had attacked the central capital from the northwest gate, exterminating all life within a few dozen kilometers. The Gao family, who had been stationed in that corner, had suffered heavy losses. An above immortal ascension boundary Grand Elder had been killed by the Demon Lord and the family had suffered heavy losses. They had no choice but to retreat to the north of the central capital where the Kong family resided. The ash-gray cloud evil land's momentum and strength were beyond everyone's expectations. The other 6 families had also sent reinforcements and gathered in the Kong family territory, preparing to meet the ash-gray cloud evil land head-on. When Jiu left the central capital, the two sides were still confronting each other and had not yet started fighting, but the current situation was unknown. "What's the situation with the Yang family?" Yang Kai hurriedly asked. "The family is fine. The ash-gray cloud evil land has not attacked the south gate, so there shouldn't be any problems for the time being. Fourth Master and Madam are safe, the family didn't send them out to fight." Hearing that his parents didn't need to fight, Yang Kai couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief and asked, "Didn't you ask them to come to War City to meet with me?" Jiu shook his head, the central capital knows nothing about the situation in War City, but Fourth Master and Madam are very worried about your safety. Yang Kai nodded gently. This side of the central capital was already in a terrible situation. Besides the people in his house, there was no one left alive, so it was impossible for the central capital to receive any news. I understand, you can go now. Yang Kai said, taking out a small piece of myriad drug cream and telling Ying Jiu to take it. Ying Jiu took it and quickly withdrew. After thinking about it, Yang Kai summoned the golden feather eagle and wrote a letter to deliver to the central capital's Yang family to inform his parents that he was safe and that if possible, they should come to War City as soon as possible. However, Yang Kai estimated that with the personality of Fourth Master Yang, he wouldn't leave the family. However, since the ash-gray cloud evil land had entered the central capital from the northwest corner, the Yang family shouldn't have any problems in the short term. On top of that, the 8 great families weren't vegetarians, so once they adapted, the ash-gray cloud evil land wouldn't be able to advance so smoothly. After arranging everything, Yang Kai hurriedly entered secluded retreat. Inside his room, Yang Kai sat cross-legged while holding his breath. His divine sense entered his knowledge sea and his soul avatar appeared, staring blankly at the large mass of pure spiritual energy floating above his knowledge sea. This large mass of pure spiritual energy was left behind after the solitary golden eye killed the soul avatar of the Yi family's square-faced old man. After 2 or 3 days had passed, Yang Kai still couldn't believe that the solitary golden eye had destroyed an above immortal ascension boundary master's soul avatar with just a single beam of golden light. It wasn't until now that Yang Kai had the time and energy to investigate this mass of pure spiritual energy left behind after his death. Carefully probing it, Yang Kai was surprised to find that this mass of spiritual energy was not only tyrannical and pure, but also contained many wonderful principles. These principles should be the insights of the Yi family's master into the heavenly way and martial Tao over the years. After his soul avatar was destroyed by the solitary golden eye, all of his thoughts were completely purified, leaving behind only this mass of pure spiritual energy that contained his insights. Perceiving this, Yang Kai couldn't help smiling. He hadn't expected that the solitary golden eye's attack would bring him such great benefits. The spiritual energy of an above immortal ascension boundary master was the result of decades or even hundreds of years of hard work, but now, it was left behind in Yang Kai's knowledge sea. Yang Kai's soul avatar walked over to the mass of spiritual energy and sat down facing it. With a single thought, a huge amount of pure spiritual energy was continuously absorbed into his body. In an instant, Kai Yang felt as if he had been starving for many days and suddenly had the illusion of being able to eat a big meal. His soul avatar was growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The knowledge sea below also fluctuated along with Yang Kai's mood, rolling up waves. This huge mass of spiritual energy no longer contained the thoughts of the Yi family's master when he was alive. It was extremely pure and could be easily absorbed by anyone to strengthen themselves. Moreover, there were no drawbacks. Yang Kai gladly accepted it. As Yang Kai absorbed this energy, the island transformed from the 5-colored soul-warming lotus also became brighter and more colorful. Time passed by, and after an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai finally completely absorbed the mass of spiritual energy in his knowledge sea. Only then did he slowly return to his senses. After probing his body slightly, Yang Kai was shocked. This time's retreat had actually allowed him to break through a minor realm again, silently reaching the immortal ascension boundary 3rd stage, and was currently on the verge of breaking through to the 4th stage. The pure spiritual energy left behind by an above immortal ascension boundary master was actually able to reach such a level, Yang Kai couldn't help imagining. If he could kill a few more above immortal ascension boundary masters and absorb all of their spiritual energy after they died, wouldn't his strength rapidly improve? With this idea in mind, Yang Kai suddenly became excited and couldn't help feeling a little restless. Finally suppressing this idea, Yang Kai calmed his mood. Last time, he was able to kill the master of the Yi family because of the solitary golden eye. Until now, he still did not know how to control the solitary golden eye. If he could enslave the power of the solitary golden eye, then his idea might be possible. Considering all this, Yang Kai no longer hesitated and quickly used his divine sense to communicate with the closed solitary golden eye, wanting to see if he could refine it. This thing should be a soul-type artifact. Yang Kai didn't know who had refined it, but since it was able to kill an above-immortal Ascension Boundary Master with a single blow, it was definitely not mysterious grade. Mysterious grade artifacts didn't have such power. Above mysterious grade was spirit grade, a legendary grade. Yang Kai had a spirit grade artifact. What kind of concept was that? This soul-type artifact was no weaker than Meng Wuya's heavenly palace. Chapter 570. In a corner of Yang Kai's mansion, there was a bustling crowd of people. The mansion was densely packed with people, almost all of whom had gathered here. Even the immortal Ascension Boundary Masters weren't sitting in meditation, instead craning their necks to look forward, their faces filled with anticipation and anxiety. More than a month ago, when the ash-gray cloud evil land had launched a large-scale invasion, they had all been terrified and desperate. Yang Kai had wanted to lead them out of here, but in the end, Yi Xin Ro and the 7 masters from the Seal Temple had prevented them from leaving. Everyone thought they were about to die, but in the end, it was Meng Wuya who summoned the heavenly palace to protect everyone's safety, allowing them to finally relax. However, they were still confused about the future, about their own path, because in this big world, besides Yang Kai, they couldn't find any other safe place. But today, more than a month later, all of these cultivators were filled with excitement, their faces brimming with joyful smiles. Every one of them was full of energy, full of hope for their future and prospects, completely different from the state they had been a month ago. A few dozen meters in front of the place where these people were gathered, there were 2 huge pools filled with an unknown liquid. A variety of precious herbs floated in the water, emitting a medicinal fragrance that almost overflowed the entire Yang Kai mansion. Smelling this rich fragrance, it gave off an indescribable sense of comfort. At this moment, both pools were filled with people who seemed to be meditating and cultivating. Circulating their secret arts, the pool water gave birth to a mysterious power that cleansed the bodies of these cultivators, cleansing them of impurities. At the bottom of the pool, one could faintly see traces of a spirit array. At this moment, these spirit arrays were emitting a faint glow. Under the influence of these spirit arrays, the medicinal efficacies in the pool water were constantly being catalyzed and absorbed by the cultivator. From time to time, someone would break through the current boundary and successfully reach another level. Whenever this happened, the person who broke through would be filled with excitement and joy, causing the crowd to cheer one after another. Throughout War City, it seemed that because so many people were breaking through one after another, the world energy aura in the mansion had become somewhat chaotic. The pool that High Heaven Pavilion's young lady Xia came out of is said to be even more miraculous than the Yang family's dragon transformation pool. No matter how bad your aptitude is, as long as you soak in it for a few days, you will be able to expel all the impurities in your body, allowing your potential to soar to the sky. A thin young man said excitedly to the person beside him. He clenched his fists as if he was expressing the excitement in his heart. It's not just a rumor. It's really effective. His companion nodded affirmatively. Have you ever seen so many people breaking through at the same time? I had thought that the Xian pills in the mansion had already transformed our aptitude to an outstanding level, but I never thought that we would be able to go one step further. The Yang family's dragon transformation pool is such a magical place. I heard that in the Yang family, only those who are qualified and have made great contributions to the family are qualified to enter and obtain some benefits from it. Even so, it is a treasure trove that the Yang family members fight to enter. But compared to our residence, what does the dragon transformation pool count for? This is the real dragon transformation pool. The third person was also very excited as he spoke. Have you heard? When the little lord was young, he wanted to enter the dragon transformation pool but was rejected by the Yang family many times. In my opinion, the Yang family members are all blind and short-sighted fools. No matter how strong the little lord is, they still dared to reject him. Don't talk about the Yang family, it won't be good if others hear. The Yang family is unfair to the little lord, but the little lord is still a Yang family member. Yes, yes, yes. Let's just wait to enter the dragon transformation pool. Reflecting moon sex Wu Tian only soaked in it for 3 days before breaking through from the Yuan Qi 7th stage to the peak of Yuan Qi boundary. Now he's in retreat trying to break through to the immortal ascension boundary. We can't fall behind him. Heh heh, the next batch will be our soaring feather pavilion. I'm really looking forward to it. Those idiots from Tian Yuan City actually left like this. Not only did they die without knowing why, but they also lost such a great opportunity. The speaker laughed sarcastically, clearly taking pleasure in other people's misfortune. Tian Yuan City's Lu Feisheng, before the arrival of the ash-gray cloud evil land, had led the people of Tian Yuan City to leave Yang Kai's mansion and quickly switched allegiance to Yi Xin Ro, causing the people of Yang Kai's mansion to be quite critical of Tian Yuan City. However, under the joint attack of the profound Yin Ghost King and the annihilating Poison King, the people of Tian Yuan City had long ago been wiped out. All kinds of discussions continued to sound in the crowd, and everyone's eyes and faces were full of expectation. Yang Kai walked out of his retreat. After such a long time, he still hadn't been able to refine the solitary golden eye. Instead, he felt that it wasn't a soul-type artifact like he thought it was. The solitary golden eye really did look like the eye of a human or monster beast. Although he hadn't been able to refine it, Yang Kai's divine sense had fused with it a lot, but for the time being, he didn't know how to drive it. Smelling the medicinal fragrance that filled the mansion, Yang Kai froze for a moment and looked around, but there was no one around. Releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai quickly noticed the abnormality and quickly walked towards the place where everyone was gathered. What happened? When he arrived, Yang Kai thought something big had happened and quickly asked. Hearing his voice, Chiu Yi Meng, who was standing on a high platform not far from the two pools, waved to him and called out, "Yang Kai, over here." Yang Kai leapt up and flew to the high platform, turning his head and looking around, a look of astonishment appeared on his face. Everyone was gathered here, and next to the two pools were many herbs soaking in them. Yang Kai took a closer look and found that these people were all from Blood Battle Gang. On the high platform, beside Chiu Yi Meng, the leaders of the younger generation all looked towards Yang Kai gratefully. What's going on? Yang Kai couldn't understand. Many of the people from Blood Battle Gang had Yuan Qi fluctuating, obviously they were on the verge of a breakthrough. About this, you should ask little sister Xiao. I don't know much about what she did, but I know it's amazing. Chiu Yi Meng smiled and pushed Xia Ning Chang forward. Little senior sister, what's the matter? Yang Kai stared at Xia Ning Chang, who was wearing a veil. The latter whispered, didn't you give me a lot of spirit liquid? Alchemy doesn't need so much, and the pills in the mansion won't be used up in a short time. The pill room hasn't been performing any alchemy these days, so I wanted to use those things to help improve their physiques. How did you do it? Although Yang Kai knew that taking myriad drug liquid for a long time could improve one's physique, this effect was too fast. Refining people as pills. Xia Ning Chang whispered. Refining people as pills? Yang Kai was shocked. I also found a method from the spirit arrays you taught me. Using spirit arrays and spirit liquids and other rare materials, I can stimulate the medicinal efficacies of these materials in the shortest time possible. Under the influence of the spirit array and medicinal efficacies, I can expel the impurities in their bodies. By using alchemy techniques and methods, I can refine them. Xia Ning Chang explained. Other alchemists refined pills, but little senior sister had now transcended this level and could be used to refine people. Her powerful and outstanding aptitude could be seen at a glance. Yang Kai leaned over and asked softly, "There won't be any accidents, right?" "There won't be." Little senior sister shook her head. "However, although the effect is fast, and many people can even break through several small realms, it's still not as good as taking myriad drug liquid for a long time." "That's enough." Yang Kai nodded gently. For the people in his house, to be able to obtain such an opportunity was already enough to make them feel deeply grateful. Yang Kai hadn't expected Xia Ning Chang to be able to use the myriad drug liquid to such an extent. As a result, the strength of the people in his house would rapidly improve and their ability to protect themselves would be greatly enhanced. Most importantly, the continuous breakthroughs and improvements to their physique had undoubtedly greatly boosted their previously low morale. Yang Kai could no longer see confusion and despair on the faces of the cultivators in his house. All of them were extremely excited, as if they had been injected with chicken blood. After the two of them finished speaking, Chiu Yimeng smiled and said, "This batch of people from Blood Battle Gang has been cultivating for 2 days and will be replaced in a day. Every 3 days, a batch of people will take a long time to complete." Huastars was extremely annoyed. "It's all my father's fault. If he hadn't called back all the people I brought with me, they would have also benefited. And, the people from my Chiu family's Autumn Rain Hall, ha." Chiu Yimeng also felt some regret. The people from the Autumn Rain Hall had contributed a lot to Yang Kai's house during the Inheritance War, but at the last moment, they had been recalled by Chiu Shoucheng. If they had stayed until now, they would definitely have been able to enjoy such treatment. "My father is too hateful, he really isn't fit to be the patriarch anymore." Huastars muttered with a fierce expression, as if he wanted to kill his father to usurp the throne. "Don't all gather here, go do what you need to do. Leave a few people here to watch over the arrangements." Yang Kai ordered, "Later tonight, remember to come to my room, I have something for you." Now that the existence of the myriad drug liquid was no longer a secret, these leaders of the younger generation in his house, from the beginning of the Inheritance War until now, whether it was good or bad, they had always stood by his side, so Yang Kai intended to give them more benefits. Listening to him say this, everyone's eyes lit up and they were secretly looking forward to it. Chiu Yimeng glared at Yang Kai and said, "At least you still have some conscience. Our unswerving loyalty to you was not in vain." Chiu Yimeng's glare at him was something Yang Kai couldn't bear, but just as he was about to pretend he didn't hear her, a shout came from below, "Young Master Yang, Young Master Yang." Yang Kai looked towards the source of the voice and found that it was Li Yuan Chun from the Endless Sea Island Supreme Solitary Sect. "Senior Li, come up and speak." Yang Kai smiled lightly. Li Yuan Chun's figure flickered and arrived on the high platform, chuckling meaningfully as he asked, "Young Master Yang, it's been a long time." "Has it been a long time?" Yang Kai had been in retreat and didn't know how much time had passed. "It's been more than a month," Li Yuan Chun emphasized. Chapter 571. So long. Yang Kai frowned for a moment before smiling. "If Senior Li wants to ask about the hallowed treasures, you don't need to worry. My words remain the same, once this crisis is over, I will definitely return all of them." Yang Kai had no malicious intent towards Li Yuan Chun. Perhaps when he first arrived with the Endless Sea Islands people, Yang Kai was a little annoyed, but as the situation developed, Yang Kai had already made up his mind to keep them here and help him overcome this crisis. The strength of these Endless Sea Islands people was not weak, more than 50 Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters and one above Immortal Ascension Boundary Master. How could Yang Kai let them go so easily? Now that he was in a life or death situation, every bit of help he had was an extra ray of hope. Even if they were all Yuan Qi Boundary Masters, Yang Kai would not let them go, let alone all of them Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters. So, even if forcing them to stay in the name of the hallowed treasures was a bit despicable, Yang Kai couldn't care less. Li Yuan Chun had repeatedly talked to Yang Kai about the hallowed treasures, so now that he saw him, Yang Kai thought he wanted to ask for the Supreme Solitary Seal and other artifacts again, so he quickly expressed his attitude. Li Yuan-chun smiled and waved his hand. This time, this old master didn't want to talk about the hallowed treasures. Oh. Then what does Senior want to say? Yang Kai raised his brow, somewhat surprised. Li Yuan-chun let out a hollow laugh and hesitated for a long time before gritting his teeth and saying, I wanted to ask if young Master Yang could allow us Endless Sea Islands people to soak in that pool as well. The effects of Xia Ning Chang's miraculous pool of water were simply too powerful. An Yuan Qi boundary cultivator soaking in it for a few days would at least break through a small realm, at most breaking through 3 small realms. Almost every day, someone would break through in this pool of water. With such a big event happening in Yang Kai's house, the Endless Sea Islands people naturally saw it and became extremely jealous. Everyone expressed their desire to enter the pool of water and cleanse their bodies. Unfortunately, Yang Kai was in retreat. Until today. Li Yuan-chun sensed that he had walked out of the room and hurried over to look for him. After saying so, he looked at Yang Kai quietly, his heart beating rapidly, wondering if this young Master Yang would refuse. After all, he wasn't familiar with those people overseas, and they didn't have any friendship with him. Their purpose of coming here was to get something from him. If he rejected her flatly, that was to be expected. Unexpectedly, Yang Kai actually turned to Xia Ning Chang and asked, Is the pond water useful for Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters? It's useful. The little senior sister nodded gently, glancing over at Li Yuan-chun and smiling, but I'm afraid it won't have any effect on an above Immortal Ascension Boundary Master. I'm fine, Li Yuan-chun hurriedly said, I don't need to go in either. Where are the materials? Is it enough? Yang Kai asked again. Xia Ning Chang pondered for a while and nodded gently. The medicinal herbs in the pool. They had to be replaced every 3 days, which consumed a lot of energy. In 3 days, a cultivator could completely absorb the medicinal efficacies in the pool. Replacing them with a new batch could also ensure that the next batch of cultivator would have a better chance of cleansing their bodies and improving their physique. Since it's enough, then I'll arrange it for everyone from the Endless Sea Islands. Yang Kai said. Chiu Yimeng nodded, slightly calculating before turning to Li Yuan-chun with a smile, Senior, the Endless Sea Islands will be placed in the last batch. But please rest assured, even if it's the last batch, the quality of the pool water will not change in the slightest. Li Yuan-chun was overjoyed. He hadn't expected Yang Kai to be so easy to talk to. He also thought that this time Yang Kai might not agree, so he quickly said, Many thanks, young Master Yang. No need to be so polite. Yang Kai smiled amiably, from now on, we're family. When there are benefits, how could we forget about family? Ha! Li Yuan-chun's face twitched slightly, thinking that he would be too embarrassed to ask Yang Kai for the supreme solitary seal in the future. But that didn't matter, since he had already said so, he would definitely return those things, it was only a matter of time. Inside the mansion, during the month Yang Kai had been in retreat, there seemed to have been a craze in cultivation. Now that there was no need to worry about their own safety, these people naturally wanted to improve their ability to protect themselves. Not only were the various great forces waiting to enter the pool to improve their physique, but Yang Kai's 9 blood warriors had also entered retreat. Even Yang Wei, Yang Zhao, and the 4 blood warriors who had been rescued didn't dare relax in the slightest. After briefly understanding the situation in the mansion from Chiu Yimeng over the past month, Yang Kai was quite pleased. The people in the mansion had not been disheartened by the invasion of the ash-gray cloud evil land and were still working hard to find a way to survive. After dealing with this matter, Yang Kai left and went straight to Meng Wuya's residence. Inside Meng Wuya's room, there were only Ling Tai Su, Old Demon, and Treasurer Meng. The 3 of them had often gathered together to discuss the Great Tao and the path to the peak. Ling Tai Su had gained a lot from the other 2 and seemed to have made some breakthroughs in his cultivation. On the other hand, Meng Wuya and Old Demon often had conflicting opinions and quarreled with each other. The scene was lively. When Yang Kai arrived, the two were also arguing about their own insights, Ling Tai-su listening with a smile, trying to gain some useful insights. Different Daos, different Daos. This was the best portrayal of Meng Wuya and Old Demon. The two of them walked different Daos, so naturally there were many points of contention between them. However, the Great Tao was different, and all methods were the same. No matter what path the two of them walked, their ultimate goal was the same. The three of you are quite refined. Yang Kai smiled and sat down in front of them. Meng Wuya and Old Demon also stopped quarreling, and all three of them looked at him suspiciously, inevitably surprised. You broke through again? Since Yang Kai broke through to the immortal ascension boundary, his strength had progressed rapidly. In less than 10 days, he had broken through to the immortal ascension boundary second stage, and more than a month later, he had broken through to the immortal ascension boundary third stage. Even Meng Wuya, who was experienced and knowledgeable, couldn't help but be amazed by Yang Kai's rapid growth. On the other hand, Yang Kai looked at Old Demon in surprise. After carefully examining him, Yang Kai smiled happily. Old Demon, you've broken through to the above immortal ascension boundary. Old Demon grinned meaningfully. With the good things young master gave me, old servant was naturally able to easily break through. Yang Kai nodded gently. Meng Wuya had also said that Old Demon had the foundation and experience to break through to the above immortal ascension boundary, allowing him to gain insight into its mysteries. However, because his physical body had been destroyed due to the shackles of his current body, he was only able to reach the peak immortal ascension boundary. With the help of the myriad drug cream, he was able to break through to the above immortal ascension boundary more easily than anyone else. What brings you here today? Meng Wuya looked at Yang Kai and asked. Yang Kai's expression became serious as he took a deep breath. Treasurer Meng, I remember that more than a month ago, you evaluated Demon Lord Yang Bai as the strongest in the world, right? N. Meng Wuya nodded, his expression becoming dignified. Even if you lifted your seal, you still can't compare to him. You still can't compare. I'm still a step behind him. Meng Wuya slowly shook his head. Then, I want to know what level Yang Bai is at, and what level you above immortal ascension boundary masters are. Since you are all at the above immortal ascension boundary, why is there such a great difference in strength between you two? What is the above immortal ascension boundary? Yang Kai threw out a series of questions to clarify the doubts he had held for many years. Hearing him ask this, the three of them glanced at each other. Meng Wuya sighed and said, I didn't want you to understand this realm so early, because the more you understand, the worse it will be for your current development. Are you afraid I'm biting off more than I can chew? Yang Kai raised his brow. I'm afraid you'll be discouraged. Meng Wuya smiled. But now it seems I should let you know what level of enemy you're facing. Hesitating for a moment, Meng Wuya seemed to be thinking about how to explain this to Yang Kai. After a while, Meng Wuya opened his mouth and said, the world calls the realm after the immortal ascension boundary the above immortal ascension boundary because they don't know what it is. But I can tell you now that this realm is not the above immortal ascension boundary. The above immortal ascension boundary is just a name for top masters. Yang Kai suddenly held his breath, secretly feeling that Meng Wuya was about to reveal a secret that had puzzled the world for thousands of years. The realm after the immortal ascension boundary is called the Transcendent Realm. Meng Wuya quickly said. Transcendent Realm? A realm that has transcended the mortal realm is called the Transcendent Realm. Once one reaches this realm, they are no longer mortal and have been freed from the constraints and shackles of being immortal. What do you mean? For a Transcendent Realm Master, anyone below the immortal ascension boundary is immortal, just like a cultivator compared to an ordinary person. Therefore, in the face of a Transcendent Realm Master, any cultivator below the immortal ascension boundary has no power to fight back. Yang Kai frowned. Meng Wuya's explanation was too general. He didn't understand what kind of mysteries the Transcendent Realm contained. However, He was afraid he would have to wait until he really broke through to this realm before he could fully understand. The above Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters you've seen are all Transcendent Realm Masters. However, the division of this realm is somewhat different from before the Immortal Ascension Boundary. It's not as detailed, unlike before the Immortal Ascension Boundary where it's divided from 1 to 9 layers. Because once a person's strength reaches this level, wanting to break through again is extremely difficult, but every time a cultivator breaks through, their strength will increase greatly. Oh, then how is it divided? Yang Kai asked curiously. There are only 3 layers. 3 layers? Yang Kai couldn't help being stunned. First Order Transcendent, Second Order Transcendent, Third Order Transcendent. Meng Wuya explained, for example, the 8 people from the Seal Temple you've seen are all First Order Transcendent Realm Masters. In your 8 great families, as well as the entire world, 90% of all Transcendent Realm Masters are stuck at the First Order because they can't comprehend more of the mysteries of the Martial Tao or Heavenly Way, so their lifetime achievements are limited. Meng Wuya smiled and said, however, that Li Yuan-chun of the mansion has some foundation. He has probably reached the peak of the First Order realm and is stronger than an ordinary First Order cultivator. If he doesn't have anyone to guide him, it will be his lifetime achievement and he will never be able to break through to the Second Order. Chapter 572. What about you 3? Yang Kai looked at them curiously. Us? Meng Wuya chuckled and pointed to the old demon. This old demon is just an ordinary First Order cultivator because he just broke through, but since he has already reached this level, with his foundation and experience, as long as his own strength can keep up, he will continue to break through without any bottlenecks in the future. A bright future, Yang Kai glanced over at the old demon. The latter grinned meaningfully and shook his head proudly. As for Brother Ling, a month ago, he was the same as Li Yuan-chun, also at the limit of the First Order, but now, he has already broken through to the Second Order. Yang Kai's expression became serious as he stared at Ling Tai-su happily. Congratulations, Grand Master. No wonder when he saw Ling Tai-su this time, he felt that he was somewhat different from a month ago. It turned out that he had broken through to the First Order on top of his original foundation. As for this old master, Meng Wuya hesitated before continuing. After unsealing one of my seals, I'm probably at the limit of the Second Order Transcendent Realm. Meng Wuya's words weren't arrogant, nor were they arrogant, they were simply spoken in a flat tone, seemingly quite dissatisfied with the strength he had displayed after unsealing himself. Yang Kai's expression couldn't help becoming strange. Even the limit of the Second Order Transcendent Realm was not satisfactory. Just how far did Treasurer Meng's vision go? What about the 6 evil kings and Demon Lord Yang Bai? Yang Kai's expression became dignified. Of the 6 evil kings, except for that woman, the other 5 are all Second Order Transcendent Realm. The Tyrannical Force King and Lightning Flash Shadow King are even comparable to this old master after unsealing himself. That woman is slightly worse, only a First Order Transcendent. After all, she is still young, but at her age, being able to reach this level of cultivation is already quite rare. Shanqing Luo has a special physique and seems to have inherited much of her cultivation from her mother, Yang Kai explained. No wonder, Meng Wuya nodded. Meng Wuya was suddenly enlightened. It seemed that he was also quite concerned about Shanqing Luo and couldn't figure out how she had reached the Transcendent Realm at such a young age. Demon Lord Yang Bai, you should be able to guess his cultivation. Third Order Transcendent. Yang Kai was shocked. Not bad. Meng Wuya nodded solemnly. In this entire world, it seems that he is the only one who has reached the Third Order Transcendent Realm. Even among your central capital 8 great families, there is no such character. Ling Tai-su sighed lightly. Now you should understand why the 3 of us were able to easily defeat the 8 of them that night, while the other 7 died tragically at the hands of the 3 great evil kings a month ago, right? I understand. Yang Kai nodded heavily. Before understanding the classification of the Transcendent Realm, no one would have been able to accept that the 7 of them had been wiped out in less than half a cup of tea's worth of time against the 3 evil kings. However, after understanding the division of this realm, Yang Kai also understood the difference in strength between them. These 7 people were only first-order transcendents, so facing 3 second-order transcendents and a 7th-order monster beast, how could they resist? Not only did the world not have a clear understanding of their strength, even they themselves were quite weak in this regard. However, Meng Wuya had seen through this at a glance. Each of your central capital's 8 great families has 4 or 5 transcendent realm masters, but each family only has a single second-order master at most. Some families don't even have such a character, the rest of the family members are all first-order masters. In terms of the number of top-level masters, your 8 great families hold an absolute advantage, but the ash-gray cloud evil land has Yang Bai, his existence is a huge variable. What will the situation in the central capital be like this time? I don't know. Meng Wuya shook his head, until the very end, no one knows what the outcome will be. Yang Kai sighed softly. That's why this old master didn't dare tell you the secret of the transcendent realm, fearing that you would suffer a blow when your strength is still too low. Meng Wuya smiled and shook his head. You think the so-called above immortal ascension boundary is the peak of the martial Tao, but that's not the case. A blow? Yang Kai suddenly grinned. I didn't suffer a blow, on the contrary, I feel like my goal has become clearer. The 3 of them were stunned and stared at Yang Kai in amazement, but after a moment, all of them wore gratified looks. Before learning the secret of the transcendent realm, Yang Kai's goal was indeed only to break through to the above immortal ascension boundary, but after listening to Meng Wuya, the 3rd-order transcendent realm had become his goal. The 3 of them seemed to be able to foresee that Yang Kai would spare no effort to reach this goal. Perhaps in 5 years, perhaps in 10 years, perhaps even longer, he would be able to climb to this supreme level. After leaving Meng Wuya's room, Yang Kai was full of energy and immediately went to find Su Yan, sat down cross-legged on the ice bed, and began cultivating together. Everything in the mansion was proceeding in an orderly manner. A month later, all the cultivators from the Endless Sea Islands had undergone their meridian's purification, and even the more than 50 immortal ascension boundary masters from the Endless Sea Islands had obtained great benefits. After receiving the help of the mysterious grade pills provided by the pill room, none of them wanted to leave. This group of people had originally wanted to quickly retrieve the hallowed treasures of their respective sects from Yang Kai and then quickly depart. But now, the various benefits they had received here made them forget to return. Another month later, Yang Kai's 9 blood warriors finally sent out good news. With the help of the myriad drug cream, after 3 months of retreat, each of them had broken through to the transcendent realm and exited one after another. Each of these blood warriors' breakthroughs brought about an amazing heavenly manifestation. This heavenly manifestation lasted for half a month before the 9 blood warriors completed their breakthroughs. Li Yuan-chun and the other cultivator from the Endless Sea Islands were stunned. In the entire Endless Sea Islands, only Supreme Solitary Sect had 3 Transcendent Realm Masters. But in Yang Kai's mansion, they had witnessed the birth of 9 top masters. For a time, all of them were filled with both respect and doubt. It didn't make sense that these 9 people could break through one after another in such a short period of time. The profound meaning behind this was too intriguing. Could it be that the Yang family's young lord was able to create an above immortal ascension boundary master? Li Yuan-chun thought to himself, a thought that made his hair stand on end. If this was the case, then this young Master Yang would be able to cover the heavens with one hand in the future. This kind of person could only be befriended, not offended. Tu Feng and the other blood warriors' breakthroughs also gave them a surreal feeling. Before the start of the Inheritance War, all 9 of them had only reached the Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th stage. Although they had also been working hard towards the goal of breaking through to the Transcendent Realm, everyone knew that their chances were slim. Since the establishment of Yang Kai's Blood Warrior Hall, only Huang Jiuzhou had reached this level as a blood warrior and was honored as a supreme elder of the Yang family. The Blood Warrior Hall Master Feng Sheng and Vice Hall Master Zhou Feng had both been stuck at the peak immortal ascension boundary for many years, yet their bottlenecks showed no signs of loosening. Among the 9 Blood Warriors, only Chu Gao Yi and Ning Jiu's aptitude was comparable to theirs. They were once highly regarded by the Yang family, believing that they had the potential to break through to the above immortal ascension boundary. Now, all 9 of them had reached this realm. It was a shocking development that made everyone feel as if they were dreaming. After these 9 people broke through, they were all summoned by Meng Wuya. From Meng Wuya, they gained a huge amount of valuable experience and understanding of the transcendent realm. Such experience was not something the 8 great families could impart. All of them had gained a huge harvest and gained a clear understanding of their future. The 4 Blood Warriors who had originally followed Yang Wei and Yang Zhao were now fully taken over by Yang Kai and were being vigorously cultivated with the resources of the mansion. After more than 3 months, these 4 had reached the immortal ascension boundary 9th stage, and after receiving the myriad drug cream from Yang Kai, they had all entered retreat. If nothing unexpected happened, in a few months, these 4 would surely catch up with the pace of the other 9 Blood Warriors. The strength of the Blood Warriors was progressing rapidly, and the strength of the cultivator from the various forces in the mansion was also increasing rapidly. After cleansing their meridians and improving their physiques, everyone felt that their cultivation speed was much faster and more efficient than before. This was especially true for the leaders of the younger generation. Their aptitudes were already much more outstanding than ordinary people, and now they had all become geniuses. Everything in the mansion was thriving, as if the terrible situation of the ash-gray cloud evil land invasion had nothing to do with them. However, Yang Kai was also paying close attention to the situation in the central capital. Shan Qing Luo remained in War City, monitoring Yang Kai's mansion. From her, Yang Kai obtained a variety of accurate and up-to-date information. The first battle the ash-gray cloud evil land fought after arriving in the central capital was the Gao family, and then like the autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves, they began to expand their territory. Yang Bai's tyrannical combat power and the other 5 evil kings' strength caused the masters of the 8 great families to repeatedly suffer setbacks, unable to resist. The Meng family, Kang family, and Qiu family all withdrew from the territory they had occupied for countless years, their elites retreating to other families to seek shelter. In just 3 months, half of the central capital had fallen. The huge central capital had been divided into 2 halves. The ash-gray cloud evil land occupied the northern half of the central capital while the 8 great families, with the Yang family as their core, occupied the southern half. After 3 months of fighting, both sides suffered heavy casualties, with more than a dozen transcendent realm masters having fallen. Most of them were from the 8 great families, with only 3 or 5 from the ash-gray cloud evil land. Below the transcendent realm, the number of casualties was incalculable. The central capital was filled with screams and the stench of rotting corpses filled the air. It wasn't until this time that the fighting between the 2 sides subsided, and the situation gradually eased. The 8 great families immediately issued a conscription order to the entire world, asking all the great families to send reinforcements to the central capital to resist the invasion of the evil land. This was the second time they had issued a conscription order. 3 months ago, when the ash-gray cloud evil land invaded, they had already issued one. However, there were very few responses. The 8 great families had been too strong for the past several hundred years, and with the ash-gray cloud evil land's menacing invasion, no family dared to gamble their elites in the hands of the 8 great families because if they sent reinforcements, the elites of their families would definitely be used as cannon fodder by the 8 great families. At that time, their families would definitely be finished. It was precisely because of this concern that when the 8 great families and the central capital were in danger, not many people had come to their aid, causing them to sigh helplessly. Chapter 573. Inside Su Yan's room, the cold air was oppressive and white mist filled the air. This was a cellar specially built for Su Yan because when she cultivated, she needed to use the ice bed as a medium, and the cold air emitted by the ice bed was not something everyone could withstand. Therefore, since the people from High Heaven Pavilion had arrived, Yang Kai had specially built a room for Su Yan that was unique to her. At this moment, inside the room, on top of the 10,000-year ice bed, Yang Kai and Su Yan were sitting opposite each other, their pure true qi fused together, flowing through each other endlessly. From time to time, a faint glow would blossom from the two of them. As the yuan qi flowed, there seemed to be some kind of pleasant change. Little bits of fluorescent light emitted from the two of them and soon filled the entire room, making this monotonous and cold room seem much more colorful. Gradually, the two people's yuan qi became one, their minds and divine senses becoming one, as if they had merged into one, becoming inseparable existences. A loud dragon roar suddenly rang out, and in the next moment, a huge and majestic dragon head appeared behind Yang Kai. The dragon head swayed back and forth, separating from Yang Kai's body, its whole body a golden yellow color, shaking its head and wagging its tail as it rushed upwards. At the same time, the crisp cry of a phoenix rang out. Behind Su Yan's back, a crystal white ice phoenix appeared. The noble and elegant ice phoenix chased after the majestic golden dragon, the two entangling with each other as they soared into the sky. The wind and clouds surged as the roar of the dragon and the cry of the ice phoenix instantly stirred the world. An incomparably tyrannical fluctuation spread out as the two energies of completely different attributes entangled together, giving off a sense of harmony, complementing each other and complementing each other. The entire mansion boiled with excitement as countless people ran out, staring at the golden dragon and ice phoenix that had appeared in the sky, dumbfounded. No one knew why such a heavenly vision had appeared. "I've seen this before," someone muttered. The disciples of Storm House, Blood Battle Gang and High Heaven Pavilion were no strangers to this scene. 5 or 6 years ago, in the Blood Group's mining area, the Dragon Phoenix seal appeared, and the Heaven's Cave inheritance was opened to the outside world. The three sects joined hands and sent their elites to enter the Heaven's Cave inheritance to seek opportunities. Even though the disciples of the three sects who had entered had obtained many benefits. However, in the end, no one knew who had obtained the inheritance of the dragon-shaped phoenix seal. Now that they saw this familiar scene, they immediately recalled the memories that had been buried for many years. It was clear that the person who had obtained the inheritance back then had cultivated it successfully, which was why such a strange phenomenon appeared again. For some reason, the disciples of the three sects all thought of Yang Kai at the first moment. It seemed that if Yang Kai obtained the final inheritance, it would be a matter of course. When they carefully looked at where the golden dragon and the ice phoenix had come from, everyone immediately understood. It turned out that as they had guessed, the final inheritance had indeed been obtained by Yang Kai. For a time, everyone cheered up. Although they were not the ones who had obtained the inheritance, the appearance of such a phenomenon meant that Yang Kai's strength had improved. His improvement meant that there was a way out for the house. In this chaotic world, with a good leader, one would naturally be able to live longer. In particular, this leader was quite generous to his cultivator subordinates. A dragon and phoenix, a good omen. Meng Wuya opened the window and glanced at the scene of the golden dragon and ice phoenix soaring in the sky, smiling as he spoke. Ling Tai Su stroked his beard and nodded gently, a look of relief and happiness filling his face. Outside the house, Shan Qing Luo and Bai Luo both stared blankly. Suddenly, the Queen Master smiled charmingly. "Bai Luo, this is definitely the work of that little bastard, do you believe me?" Bai Luo nodded unconsciously, glancing over at Shan Qing Luo and whispering, "Master, if you really want to, you should betray the Holy Land and leave. As long as you enter that place, the Demon Lord won't be able to do anything to you." Shan Qing Luo shook her head. "I don't want to go in, not because I'm afraid of the Demon Lord, but because I don't want to harm him." "Harm him?" Bai Luo asked suspiciously. She didn't understand the overbearing nature of Shan Qing Luo's poison widow physique, so naturally, she didn't understand why the Queen Master had stayed outside the house these past few months and didn't go in to be with that little bastard. The Master clearly liked him very much. Bai Luo had seen Shanqing Luo's sad appearance countless times. The closer he gets to me, the faster he'll die. Shanqing Luo smiled bitterly. Even if she only stayed outside of Yang Kai's house, her feelings for him grew extremely quickly. From time to time, the beguiling demon queen would feel an irresistible throbbing in her heart, wishing she could rush into Yang Kai's house and stay with him. But every time, she would firmly suppress this desire. I don't understand. Bai Luo shook her head and sighed softly. She didn't want to see the Queen Master she revered become like this. You won't understand, this is the fate of my beguiling demon queen bloodline. Shanqing Luo's charming eyes showed a hint of sadness. 100 kilometers away, the central capital. Even from such a great distance, the heavenly manifestation of the dragon and phoenix was clearly seen by the people on the other side. The 5 great evil kings all wore relaxed expressions. Although they were surprised by this phenomenon, they didn't think it was anything special. Only Demon Lord Yang Bai stared in the direction of War City, showing a deep sense of dread. The people from the 8 great families were all discussing among themselves, none of them wondering why such a scene had occurred in War City. Since the ash-gray cloud evil land's invasion, the central capital had cut off all contact with War City, so only the 4th Master Yang and his wife knew that Yang Kai's mansion was safe. Everyone else thought that the entire War City had been destroyed and that no one had survived. Seeing this phenomenon, the Yang family patriarch, Yang Yinghao, suddenly realized something and turned to Yang Yingfeng, 4th brother, is Yang Kai all right? Dong Suzhu heard this and quickly pinched 4th Master Yang, hinting him not to answer. The Yang family had been unfair to Yang Kai. When the 7 families joined forces to attack Yang Kai, the Yang family did nothing to stop them, causing Dong Suzhu to have a very bad opinion of the Yang family. The straightforward 4th Master Yang hesitated for a moment before nodding gently. Ong Zhao and Yang Wei are also safe and sound. They are currently in Kai's house. Yang Yinghao couldn't help showing a look of relief, but he quickly restrained himself and said lightly, if there is a chance, please thank Yang Kai for me. Yang Zhao was his son, so Yang Yinghao was naturally concerned about his safety. However, since the invasion of the ash-gray cloud evil land, as the patriarch of the Yang family, he had no time to deal with his own family affairs. Even now, he didn't know whether Yang Zhao was alive or dead. Now that he heard 4th Master Yang say this, Yang Yinghao naturally breathed a sigh of relief. Humph, as long as you don't target my baby son, there's no need to thank him. Dong Suzhu pouted. Yang Yinghao glanced over at her, a faint trace of guilt flashing across the depths of his eyes. Inside the room, Yang Kai and Su Yan opened their eyes at the same time, looked at each other, and smiled. The art of yin-yang joyous unification had finally broken through to the 3rd stage, heart and soul union. Not only had the art of yin-yang joyous unification broken through to this stage, but after such a long period of meditation, both of their cultivations had also broken through a minor realm. Yang Kai had reached the Immortal Ascension boundary 4th stage while Su Yan had reached the Immortal Ascension boundary 5th stage, reducing the gap between the two to only a single minor realm. Although they had only been in retreat for 3 months, breaking through a minor realm was already extremely fast. However, this was the fastest they could achieve with the support of the art of yin-yang joyous unification. Compared to the previous breakthroughs, Yang Kai was still somewhat dissatisfied. However, breaking through to the 3rd stage of the art of yin-yang joyous unification had diluted the dissatisfaction in his heart. Reaching this stage also meant that he and Su Yan had truly reached a point where their hearts and minds were connected, becoming countless times clearer than before. It could even be said that as long as they were willing, they could clearly understand all the thoughts of the other, which was equivalent to penetrating deep into the other's knowledge sea and prying into their secrets. However, neither of them were bored people, so naturally they wouldn't do such a thing. Only when they were in battle would they be able to connect their minds. At that time, their combat power would soar. Right, I almost forgot something. Yang Kai suddenly remembered something and said excitedly. What? This. Yang Kai flipped his hand and summoned the yin-yang monster ginseng. This yin-yang monster ginseng was something Yang Kai had inadvertently obtained in the Inheritance Heaven's cave. According to Old Demon's explanation, as long as there was a man and a woman who were of the same mind, this world spirit treasure would play its role. However, Yang Kai and Su Yen had never reached this level. Now, it was time for the yin-yang monster ginseng to play its role. It's this. Su Yen smiled, also remembering this yin-yang monster ginseng. It was a world spirit treasure, a strange treasure naturally bred by the heavens. One side was as red as fire, while the other side was as cold as ice. It also had a certain ability to think and know how to seek fortune and avoid disaster. In this world, there were many world spirit treasures like this, but for ordinary people, even masters among cultivators, it was difficult to find them. World spirit treasures were extremely rare. How do I use it? Yang Kai was troubled. The old demon had only said that as long as a man and woman appeared, the yin-yang monster ginseng would play its role, but as for how to use it, it hadn't said. Was it possible for them to each eat half of it? Yang Kai felt strange. This thing already had a mind of its own and was no longer a simple herb. If he really bit down on it, Yang Kai couldn't bring himself to do it. Just as he was pondering this, the yin-yang monster ginseng suddenly reacted. It had been waiting in the black book space all this time and had only now reappeared. Its hazy facial features seemed to show a happy expression, and after seeing Yang Kai and Su Yen, the yin-yang monster ginseng was obviously excited. Turning into a stream of light, it flew around Yang Kai and Su Yen. As it spun rapidly, a strange sound could be heard, which seemed to be the happy humming of a baby. A mysterious energy spread out from the yin-yang monster ginseng's body like silk threads, wrapping around Yang Kai and Su Yen. The yin-yang monster ginseng spun faster and faster, and the mysterious energy within its body also spread faster and faster. When it reached a certain limit, the yin-yang monster ginseng suddenly burst into a crystal-clear light, enveloping Yang Kai and Su Yen. Chapter 574. When the yin-yang monster ginseng exploded, Yang Kai and Su Yan's pores opened involuntarily, absorbing the surrounding mysterious energy into their bodies and invading their 5 viscera and 6 bowels. Somehow, there seemed to be a deeper connection between the two of them. This was the mysterious effect of the yin-yang monster ginseng, connecting the two of them. The yuan qi buzzed, and Yang Kai suddenly found that even if he didn't circulate his secret art, the yuan qi in his body would automatically circulate at a high speed. Feeling it slightly, he found that Su Yen was also doing the same. At this moment, the speed of the secret art's circulation was much faster than usual. If it circulated on its own, this speed would increase again. Yang Kai's heart was as clear as a mirror, and his expression became happy. So it's like this. The yin-yang monster ginseng doesn't need to be eaten, but when he and Su Yen are truly connected, it takes the initiative to work. The yin-yang monster ginseng no longer existed. It had turned into a mysterious force, connecting Yang Kai and Su Yan's bodies and minds. As long as the two of them weren't too far apart, even if they didn't circulate their secret art, they could constantly absorb the surrounding world energy to strengthen themselves. If they circulated their secret art, the efficiency of their cultivation would increase by about twice. Coupled with the support of the yin-yang joyous unification art, this result was quite terrifying. It feels like it's our child. Su Yen touched her chest, feeling the connection between herself and Yang Kai because of the yin-yang monster ginseng. Her beautiful eyes flashed with tenderness and motherly love. You want one? Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at her, smiling strangely. Su Yen suddenly blushed and glared at Yang Kai angrily. Yang Kai licked his lips, a look of lust appearing on his face. Seeing his expression, Su Yan immediately knew what he was thinking. Immediately, she felt a little flustered, her whole body heating up, slightly lowering her head and remaining silent. Yang Kai's breathing suddenly became heavy, Su Yan's appearance made his blood boil even more. Just as he was about to push her away, he suddenly heard the sound of fierce fighting and shouting. Occasionally, a burst of strong energy fluctuations came from outside the house. Yang Kai's expression became cold and gloomy. Being disturbed at this critical moment, Yang Kai's good mood was suddenly ruined. Su Yan released her divine sense and lightly sighed, it seems someone has arrived in War City and is fighting with the beguiling demon queen. I'll go take a look. Yang Kai took a deep breath. Yang Kai took a deep breath. Yang Kai's expression. No matter what, Shanqing Luo was still somewhat related to him, so he couldn't just ignore her, but he didn't know who was fighting her. After he left the house, Yang Kai's sect had Yang Kai a few. There were quite a number of people, at least 100 at a glance. Almost all of them were immortal ascension boundary masters, all of them staring up at the sky. And in the sky, there were also 3 people besieging Shanqing Luo. Each of these 3 was a transcendent realm master and had sealed off all of Shanqing Luo's escape routes. Although the beguiling demon queen had now broken through to the transcendent realm, she was still young and had Bai Luo by her side to protect. How could she be a match for these 3? After a fierce battle, Yang Kai Luo was forced to defend herself and Bai Luo, but she was still unable to stop the momentum of these 3 people's attacks. Dragon Lady, surrender and we can spare your life. Among the 3 people, an old man with sallow skin shouted. I didn't expect to run into the famous beguiling demon queen here. Wearing out iron shoes in a fruitless search only to find it by chance. Another old man sneered, seemingly determined to capture Shanqing Luo alive. 2 friends, please don't kill her. We can use her as a bargaining chip in our negotiations with the demon lord. The third person shouted. We can't kill her, this dragon lady's methods are too strong. The old man with the sallow skin shouted angrily. Although it was 3 against 1, he found that this dragon lady's methods were extremely strange and the 3 of them were unable to do anything to her. Moreover, if it weren't for the fact that he had to protect the girl beside him, with this dragon lady's strength, she could have escaped at any time. Master, don't worry about me. Bai Luo bit her lower lip anxiously. She also knew that she was being held back by Shanqing Luo, so how could she bear to see Shanqing Luo fall into danger because of her? Without waiting for Shanqing Luo to answer, she suddenly twisted her body and directly escaped from Shanqing Luo's range of protection. Bai Luo. Shanqing Luo called out in alarm, but was still unable to catch her. The old man with the sallow skin stared coldly at Bai Luo who was rushing towards him, and with a casual wave of his hand, Bai Luo, who was baring her fangs and brandishing her claws like a little tiger, was sent flying. She was only an immortal ascension boundary first stage cultivator, so she couldn't block the attack of a transcendent realm master. In an instant, her 5 viscera and 6 organs shifted positions, her blood tumbled, her face went white as paper, and her consciousness blurred. Among the 100 or so spectators, an immortal ascension boundary master immediately flew out, intending to capture Bai Luo. But before he could approach, another person rushed out like a bolt of lightning and snatched Bai Luo before he could act. The immortal ascension boundary master frowned, feeling that this newcomer was only an immortal ascension boundary 4th stage cultivator, coldly snorting and shouting, "Let go." Saying so, he sent out a fierce Yuan Qi punch, not showing the slightest bit of mercy. Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he noticed the power contained in his opponent's move, not hesitating to respond with a palm strike. When the fist and palm collided, Yang Kai remained as still as a mountain while the immortal ascension boundary 7th stage cultivator let out a pitiful cry and tumbled into the crowd. This scene shocked all the spectators, all of them staring towards Yang Kai who had suddenly appeared, their expressions cold and gloomy. Most of these people didn't know Yang Kai, but since he had rescued Bai Luo, everyone naturally regarded him as one of Shan Qing Luo's allies. Young Master Yang. One of the three people besieging Shan Qing Luo saw Yang Kai and called out, quickly leaping out of the battle. Yang Kai turned his head and glanced over at this man, somewhat surprised, Elder Lu. This man turned out to be the Lu family's transcendent realm master, Lu Si. Both of them seemed to be very surprised that they would meet here. Lu Si didn't know that Yang Kai existed in War City, and Yang Kai didn't know why Lu Si would come here. As the two of them spoke, the battle between Shan Qing Luo and Yang Kai came to a stop. The beguiling demon queen stared at the three people before her tender body flickered and she arrived beside Yang Kai, her beautiful eyes filled with worry as she turned to Bai Luo and asked, "How is she? Her life isn't in any danger." Yang Kai shook his head and flew back to the mansion with Shan Qing Luo, handing Bai Luo over to Tang Yuxian who had just rushed out of the mansion so she could bring her back for treatment. After dealing with this matter, Yang Kai turned his head and began to examine the people who had suddenly arrived in War City. At this moment, all of these people were staring at Yang Kai's mansion in amazement, their faces filled with disbelief. They only knew that War City had been completely destroyed, but today they discovered that there was actually a mansion that was still intact, and inside it, there were countless masters moving about. Lu Si's expression flickered, seemingly thinking of something in his attitude couldn't help relaxing a lot. On the other hand, the other two transcendent realm masters stared at Yang Kai with fear and anger. Chiu Yimeng also came out and after seeing Lu Si, she asked in surprise, "Lu Si, why are you here?" "Young Lady Chiu." Lu Si nodded slightly. This Lu received the conscription order from the 8 great families and rushed to the central capital to provide assistance when he saw a heavenly manifestation nearby, so he came to take a look. "I didn't expect to meet the evil king here." As he spoke, his eyes wandered between Yang Kai and Shan Qing Luo, obviously not understanding why the relationship between these two was so unusual. "So that's how it is." Chiu Yimeng nodded gently. It had been half a year since the Ash-Grey Cloud Evil Lands invasion, and although the 8 great families had issued 2 conscription orders to the various forces in the world, only a few had responded. However, the Lu family was supported by the Chiu family, so even if Lu Si was unwilling, he had no choice but to lead his family to the central capital. "These two are." Chiu Yimeng looked at the other 2 transcendent realm masters. Lu Si introduced them. "This is Elder Huang Shao of the Huang family and this is Elder Jiang Zhe of the Radiant Palace. Both of them will be accompanying this Lu to the central capital." Chiu Yimeng nodded lightly. The Huang family, the Radiant Palace, and the Lu family all had a deep relationship with the central capital's 8 great families. It was probably for this reason that when faced with the conscription order issued by the 8 great families, they had no choice but to bring their people. Huang Shao and Jiang Zhe greeted Chiu Yimeng with an easygoing attitude, but when they turned to look at Yang Kai, their faces were filled with disgust and contempt. In the later stages of the Inheritance War, the 8 great families had tried their best to smear Yang Kai's name, accusing him of colluding with evil spirits and plotting to overthrow the central capital. This news had spread throughout the world, and now that Huang Shao and Jiang Zhe had seen Yang Kai and Shan Qing Luo acting so close and flirtatious with each other, they immediately believed it was true. They thought he really was colluding with evil spirits. "Young Lady Chiu, why are you here?" Lu Si asked curiously. If they hadn't been attracted by the heavenly manifestation this time, they wouldn't have known that so many people were still alive in War City. "Taking refuge." Chiu Yimeng smiled. "Taking refuge?" Lu Si was stunned. "And, we're taking refuge here." Huang Shao coldly snorted, "Young Lady Chiu, what can we possibly avoid here? I'm afraid this place has already become a rear base for the Ash-Grey Cloud Evil Land." Chiu Yimeng's expression remained unchanged as she smiled and asked, "Why does Elder Huang say that?" Huang Xiao pointed to Shanqing Luo and Yang Kai and said, "One is the ash-gray cloud evil land's evil king and the other is the Yang family's little lord who colludes with evil spirits. Young lady Chiu, you're still young, so don't be deceived by this slut, lest you regret it for the rest of your life." Deceived by a slut? Chiu Yimeng glanced at Yang Kai amusedly and said, "Many thanks for Elder Huang's reminder. Although I'm not as knowledgeable as Elder Huang, I also know what I'm doing." Huang Zhao's expression was gloomy as he secretly shook his head, thinking that Chiu Yimeng had probably been bewitched by Yang Kai and was now completely unable to see the situation clearly. It was a miracle that this small mansion could survive in this chaotic world. Huang Xiao felt that the reason it was able to survive was because of the ash-gray cloud evil land and Yang Kai's relationship. Otherwise, when all of War City had been destroyed, how could this mansion have survived? Chapter 575. The Huang family's elder Huang Xiao was the first to enter, so it was inevitable that he would think this way. Chiu Yimeng didn't want to explain too much to him. In this world, only Yang Kai's mansion was the safest haven for her right now. Elder Huang, rumors, shouldn't be completely believed. Lu Si suddenly interjected, seemingly defending Yang Kai. Huang Xiao and Jiang Zhe from the Radiant Palace both looked at him strangely, not quite understanding why he was saying this. Lu Si continued, "I have dealt with this young Master Yang before and this old man dares to guarantee that he is not an evil person, although he is indeed very cunning." He obviously still cared about the fact that when Yang Kai was a guest in the Lu family, he had stolen the yang crystal jade bed he used to meditate. Although it was also because of his relationship with Yang Kai that he was able to obtain a mysterious great core from Xiao Fusheng, relieving his many years of troubles, that yang crystal jade bed was still very valuable. "Elder Lu flatters me." Yang Kai chuckled. "Elder Lu says he isn't colluding with evil demons." Huang Xiao coldly snorted, "Good, this old master understands Elder Lu's vision, so I believe Elder Lu's words, but how do you explain the current situation?" This question was directed at Yang Kai. "What do I need to explain to you?" Yang Kai sneered, secretly thinking that this Huang Xiao was quite interesting. After accepting the conscription order from the 8 great families, instead of going to the central capital to provide assistance, he instead chose to compete with him here. It was a bit unreasonable. Yang Kai thought about it for a moment and roughly understood why Huang Xiao was acting this way. The central capital was simply too dangerous, and this Huang Xiao probably wasn't willing to go there. Encountering trouble along the way, it was only natural that he wanted to delay the pace and speed of his journey to the central capital. If he made a great contribution here, when he went to the central capital, he might be put in an important position by the 8 great families, which would be of great help to the Huang family. At the very least, he wouldn't be sacrificed by the 8 great families. "You think I'm a bargaining chip?" Yang Kai's heart immediately understood, but his stomach was still filled with dissatisfaction. Since young Master Yang doesn't want to explain, that's fine too. Huang Xiao nodded lightly and pointed to Shanqing Luo, "As long as you capture this dragon lady and destroy her cultivation, this old master will believe that you have not colluded with the ash-gray cloud evil land." "What do you say? Who do you think you are?" Yang Kai laughed. It seemed like Huang Xiao was really going to go all out against him. To these people who led their own troops to the central capital to help, Yang Kai spoke with a certain degree of respect. After all, they were both on the side of the world and had a sense of righteousness in their hearts. However, Yang Kai was annoyed by Huang Zhao's lack of sense of propriety, especially since Huang Zhao's intentions and goals were not so simple. "Sure enough, Brother Lu, what else do you have to say?" Huang Xiao turned to look at Lu Si. Lu Si sighed and shook his head. Huang Xiao was convinced that Yang Kai was colluding with evil spirits, so he couldn't say anything. Furthermore, Lu Si was also able to understand Huang Zhao's motives and intentions. During this time, the Lu family, Huang family, and radiant palace had all gathered together, and although their progress was not slow, it was not slow. However, it wasn't too fast either. Everyone wanted to stall for time and see if there would be any turnaround in the battle before they arrived at the central capital. Everyone was eager to find some kind of situation along the way. However, along the way, they hadn't encountered anything, and just as they were about to arrive at the central capital, they suddenly found Yang Kai and the beguiling demon queen in War City. Naturally, they had to make a big fuss. "Brother Lu, Brother Jiang, the ash-gray cloud evil land is in chaos and an evil king has appeared here. We can't just sit by and do nothing." Huang Xiao suddenly shouted loudly. Lu Si was shocked. "Brother Huang, what do you want to do?" "What do I want to do?" Huang Xiao sneered. "Naturally I want to flatten this place, capture this dragon lady and this Yang family scum who colluded with evil spirits, and send them to the central capital for the 8 great families to deal with." Listening to him spouting such nonsense, Yang Kai couldn't help raising his brow, a strange look appearing on his face. Not only did Yang Kai have such an expression, but all the people who had rushed out of the house also wore strange looks as they stared at Huang Xiao in amazement. Yang Kai's house, was it something these people could swallow? Did they not know what kind of power was hidden in the house? Even when the 8 grand elders from the Seal Temple came, they couldn't do anything to Yang Kai's house, so where did Huang Xiao's confidence come from? Thinking about it carefully, everyone suddenly understood. Half a year ago, the 7 great families had joined forces to launch a powerful attack. The 8 grand elders from the Seal Temple had fought against the 3 transcendents from Yang Kai's house, something everyone in War City had witnessed, but the next day, the ash-gray cloud evil land had launched a massive invasion. In War City, there was no one left alive except for Yang Kai's house, so it was likely that the news of that night's battle had not leaked out. As a result, Huang Xiao thought this was just the house of a Yang family young lord who had participated in the inheritance war. The house of a Yang family young lord, even if he had gathered a lot of helpers, what kind of background could he have? The Huang family had sent all of its elites this time, and there were even transcendents among them. In Huang Zhao's opinion, as long as they could deal with Shanqing Luo, they could easily take over this place. "Brother Huang, don't be impulsive, this matter needs to be carefully considered." Lu Si was shocked and quickly tried to dissuade him. His Lu family had suffered a lot during the inheritance war because of his poor judgment and failure to follow Yang Kai. Now, Lu Si had a very high opinion of Yang Kai and didn't want to have any conflict with him. As soon as Huang Xiao said this, Lu Si realized that something was wrong. "Brother Lu." Huang Xiao looked at Lu Si with disappointment. "I don't know what you're worried about, but don't worry too much. Capturing that dragon lady and that scum from the Yang family is a great achievement. With such a great opportunity in front of you, do you really want to let it slip away?" Saying so, he turned to Jiang Zhe from the Bright Light Palace and quickly asked, "Brother Jiang, what do you think?" Jiang Zhe's face was also filled with hesitation, but when he heard Huang Zhao's question, he nodded and said, "Naturally, I will advance and retreat with Brother Huang." Huang Xiao laughed. "Brother Jiang is easy to talk to, since Brother Lu doesn't want to participate, this credit will be divided equally between our 2 families." "Very good." Jiang Zhe nodded lightly. The 2 of them seemed determined to win, as if they had already captured Yang Kai's house and captured Yang Kai and Shanqing Luo to the central capital to take credit for it. Qiu Yimeng's expression became cold as she shouted, "2 seniors, why are you so aggressive? Does our house have any grievances with these 2? Huang Xiao shook his head and said, "Young lady Qiu, you have been deceived by this slut, there is no need for them to speak. However, you can rest assured that we will not harm you. My Huang family and the Bright Light Palace only want to capture that dragon lady and scum of the Yang family. There's no need for you to do so, please retreat quickly, if you're too late, I'm afraid you won't be able to leave even if you want to," Qiu Yimeng anxiously shouted while secretly observing Yang Kai's expression. She really didn't want to see the Huang family and the Bright Light Palace's people fall into a pit of fire. No matter what, these two families were here to help the central capital. If they were killed here, their existence would be worthless. Qiu Yimeng was also clear about Yang Kai's temper. Huang Xiao had repeatedly called him the scum of the Yang family, and such insulting words had already angered Yang Kai. If she continued to pester him, Yang Kai really would kill her. We can't leave. Huang Xiao laughed, we don't intend to leave. Qiu Yimeng, stand down. Yang Kai's expression was indifferent as he softly ordered. Yang Kai. Qiu Yimeng grabbed his arm and slowly shook her head, indicating that he shouldn't be impulsive. I won't take the initiative to attack them, but if they want to die, I can't stop them. Yang Kai coldly snorted. Shameless boasting. Huang Xiao flew into a rage, his expression cold as he turned to Lu Si and said, Brother Lu, this Huang will ask you one last time, do you want to participate in this operation? If you don't, then this credit will be divided equally between me and Brother Jiang, not your Lu family. Lu Si hesitated for a moment before taking the initiative to step back a dozen steps to show his attitude. He always felt that something was wrong this time, and his heart was filled with anxiety, as if something unexpected was about to happen. Seeing Lu Si's attitude, Huang Xiao couldn't help curling his lips, secretly thinking that Lu Si was too timid. Although Yang Kai was a direct descendant of the Yang family, news of him colluding with evil demons and plotting to bring chaos to the central capital had spread throughout the world half a year ago. Now that Huang Xiao had personally witnessed this young man's close relationship with the beguiling demon queen, it was obvious that he had truly fallen into the demon path. Capturing him here would not only not offend the Yang family, but would also bring them great benefits. Lu Si actually didn't want to take advantage of this opportunity, causing Huang Xiao to scoff at him for maintaining a neutral attitude. If that's the case, then Brother Jiang, let's go. Huang Xiao sneered, slowly raising his hand and shouting, Huang family and Radiant Palace, heed my orders, follow me to capture Dragon Lady in the Yang family scum. Except for young Lady Qiu, if anyone resists, kill them all. With this order, the Huang family and Radiant Palace's people rushed towards Yang Kai's mansion, Huang Xiao and Jiang Zhe taking the lead, charging towards Yang Kai and Shanqing Luo. Yang Kai's expression remained calm as he stood in place. Beside him, Qiu Yimeng stared blankly at the people rushing towards them. It's not that I didn't give them a chance, it's that they sent themselves to their deaths. Yang Kai glanced over at Qiu Yimeng and said lightly. Qiu Yimeng was too weak to speak and simply turned her head away, unable to bear watching. She could already foresee the fate of these invaders. The distance between the Huang family and Radiant Palace's immortal ascension boundary masters was getting closer and closer, as if all of them were brimming with murderous intent. Kill them all, don't show any mercy. Yang Kai shouted coldly. If others didn't want to be polite to him, he wouldn't be polite to them either. Suddenly, 9 figures appeared behind him. 9 blood warriors rushed out like lightning to meet the enemy head-on. There were no excessive moves or powerful artifacts, just the 9 blood warriors were like tigers in a flock of sheep. The Huang family and Radiant Palace's immortal ascension boundary masters, who had come with great expectations, were like a raging river that was instantly cut off, their imposing aura leaking out. A strong shockwave spread out and in an instant, a large number of people were killed or wounded. Huang Xiao and Jiang Zhe, who had taken the lead, screamed as they were sent flying. A few dozen meters away, Lu Si and the Lu family members' eyes bulged as they stared in shock at this one-sided slaughter, their expressions particularly complex. 9 transcendents attacking at the same time caused Lu Si to almost lose his ability to breathe. Chapter 576. The situation had changed too quickly. The seemingly defenseless Yang Kai mansion suddenly had such a large number of masters, the Huang family and Radiant Palace's elites were unable to react in time. Even if they had been able to react, they wouldn't have been able to withstand the onslaught of the 9 blood warriors. This was the first battle the 9 blood warriors had fought since breaking through to the transcendent realm, so they had displayed their full strength and showed no mercy. Huang Xiao and Jiang Zhe realized that something was wrong when they first encountered the blood warriors. When the two of them stabilized their footing and stared at the scene before them, they were dumbstruck. The elites of their two families were being cut down like wheat under the onslaught of the Yang family's 9 blood warriors, unable to put up any resistance. From the moment Huang Xiao ordered the attack to the end of the battle, only 10 breaths had passed. 60 to 70 elites from the Huang family in Radiant Palace had been completely wiped out, leaving only the 2 Transcendent Realm Masters, Huang Xiao and Jiang Zhe, dumbfounded at this turn of events. The Lu family elites were also trembling in fear. Originally, Lu Si not agreeing to Huang Zhao's invitation and losing the opportunity to earn merits had caused them to feel somewhat disappointed, but after seeing this scene, they couldn't help rejoicing, secretly thinking that Elder Si's vision was truly unique and had great foresight. If the Lu family elites had participated in this battle just now, they would have ended up no different from the Huang family in Radiant Palace's elites, lying in a pool of blood without any resistance. A chill ran down their spines, making all of them feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. The so-called elites of a first-class force were nothing in front of 9 Transcendent Realm Masters. Huang Xiao and Jiang Zhe both couldn't believe what they had just seen, and even more couldn't believe that the elites their families and sect had spent so much effort to cultivate were all gone just like that. 9 figures flew over, none of them were the 9 Yang family blood warriors, all of them wearing indifferent expressions. Perceiving the approaching crisis, Huang Xiao and Jiang Zhe didn't dare to remain and hurriedly fled. "Young Master Yang, please show mercy." Lu Si hurriedly shouted, "They are still part of the resistance against the ash-gray cloud evil land." "Yang Kai." Qiu Yimeng also shouted. Hearing Qiu Yimeng's voice, the movements of the 9 blood warriors slowed down, waiting for Yang Kai's new instructions. This momentary delay allowed Huang Xiao and Jiang Zhe to escape. Seeing that Yang Kai didn't say anything to stop him, Lu Si couldn't help but sigh in relief. The elites of the Huang family and the Mansion of Light had died here. Although the losses were not small, there was always a chance for them to make a comeback. If Huang Xiao and Jiang Zhe also died, then these 2 first-class forces would really be destroyed. "Many thanks, young Master Yang." Lu Si quickly cupped his fists and thanked him. Yang Kai had a strange look on his face. His brows were furrowed, and he looked unhappy. He didn't say anything. Lu Si's heart was on tenterhooks, the pressure was great, and he could only wait quietly. Yang Kai's attention was no longer on them. When the 9 blood warriors rushed out to kill the first Immortal Ascension Boundary Master, Yang Kai suddenly discovered that a huge suction force had suddenly appeared in his knowledge sea, pulling in an inexplicable amount of energy into it. With the deaths of the Huang family Mansion of Light's elites, one after another, this inexplicable energy was sucked into his knowledge sea. Yang Kai quickly immersed himself in this and sent his divine sense into his knowledge sea to investigate. After a long time, he discovered that this inexplicable energy that was being sucked into his knowledge sea was actually the remnant spiritual energy of these Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters. Every Immortal Ascension Boundary Master had their own knowledge sea, and within that knowledge sea stored the spiritual energy they cultivated. If an Immortal Ascension Boundary Master died, their knowledge sea would collapse the moment they died. When their knowledge sea collapsed, the spiritual energy contained within it would quickly disperse into the void and disappear. It was like a cup full of water being broken, the water inside would only flow out and evaporate. Unless there was some kind of special treasure that could preserve the spiritual energy of an Immortal Ascension Boundary Master after their death. For example, the soul-warming lotus. When Yang Kai first obtained the soul-warming lotus had been wrapped in a huge amount of spiritual energy left behind by its previous master. However, at that time, Yang Kai's strength was too low, so he couldn't do anything about this spiritual energy and had ended up benefiting the old demon. But now, the spiritual energy of these immortal ascension boundary masters was actually being absorbed into Yang Kai's knowledge sea. The source of the attraction was the solitary golden eye that was tightly shut. Yang Kai's expression became strange. The tyrannical power of the solitary golden eye was something he had witnessed with his own eyes. He had even gone into seclusion for a month in an attempt to refine it. Unfortunately, he had failed. Only his divine sense had formed a subtle connection with it. At first, Yang Kai didn't care much about this solitary golden eye, but now it suddenly played a role. Clumps after clumps of divine sense gathered together, a total of 60 to 70 clumps. These clumps of divine sense contained the thoughts of the Huang family and Radiant Palace's cultivators, making them look like a hodgepodge, causing Yang Kai to frown. His divine sense was completely immersed in this place, so naturally he didn't respond to the shouts of the outside world. But in the eyes of the bystanders, Kai Yang was deep in thought, as if he was thinking about something very important, his expression constantly changing. After a while, Yang Kai suddenly recovered and turned his head to look around, but did not find the bodies of Huang Xiao and Jiangzhe, so he knew they had escaped. Not wanting to pursue this matter, Yang Kai simply said, "Clean up the bodies." After giving this order, Yang Kai turned around and walked into the house. "Young Master Yang, please wait." Lu Si hurriedly shouted. Yang Kai turned his head, a look of impatience appearing on his face as he said faintly, "What other advice does Elder Lu have?" Lu Si's forehead was covered in cold sweat as he quickly waved his hand, "I dare not." In the past, Lu Si could still put on airs in front of Yang Kai, taking advantage of his seniority, but after witnessing such a large and luxurious lineup of subordinates gathered together and seeing how cruel and decisive his methods were, how could Lu Si dare to give him any advice? If things went wrong, the Lu family would likely lose their lives here. Lowering his posture to the extreme, Lu Si carefully asked, "Young Master Yang, how do you intend to deal with this matter?" "Deal with what?" Yang Kai frowned. "You killed so many, so what if I killed them? If anyone wants revenge, just come find me." Yang Kai sneered, "What? Does Elder Lu want to avenge them?" Young Master Yang must be joking. Lu Si said awkwardly, "This Lu just wanted to say that my Lu family, together with the Huang family and Palace of Light, was preparing to head to the central capital to assist the 8 great families. We were just about to arrive at the central capital when such an incident occurred. If the 8 great families were to ask about it, this Lu would not be able to explain himself." Yang Kai turned around and looked at Lu Si calmly, asking, "Elder Lu, let me ask you, was this matter my fault?" "No." Lu Si thought for a moment before shaking his head seriously. This time, it really wasn't Yang Kai's fault. It was Huang Xiao and Jiangzhe who had been so insistent on causing trouble for Yang Kai's mansion. Their strength was inferior to his, but they had been killed. They could only blame themselves for having eyes but failing to see and offending someone they shouldn't have. If one really wanted to blame someone, it could only be said that Yang Kai's methods were too extreme. He didn't need to kill so many people, as long as the 9 blood warriors showed their strength, the Huang family and Palace of Light would definitely retreat. However, the Yang family's little lord's actions were something Lu Si had also heard about. He even dared to kill the future successor of a first-class family, not to mention these so-called elites. Since it's not my fault, if the 8 great families ask, Elder Lu can simply report to them truthfully. Yang Kai sneered. That won't be possible. Lu Si slowly shook his head. Our 3 families acted together and the Huang family and Palace of Light suffered heavy losses. Only my Lu family managed to remain unscathed. Once we reach the central capital, I'm afraid my Lu family will become a target of suspicion. What does Elder Lu want to say? Let's get straight to the point, I don't have time to waste with you. Lu Si's expression became solemn as he declared, Huang Xiao and Jiangzhe's actions, this old master understands. Their wrong decision has greatly damaged their sect and family's Yuan Qi. Now that they have cleared their name, I'm afraid my Lu family and young Master Yang's name will be smeared together. You're saying you colluded with me to frame them? That's not impossible. Lu Si nodded. Yang Kai laughed, then your Lu family is finished. This time, I'm afraid even the Chiu family won't be able to protect you. Facing Yang Kai's gloating expression, Lu Si didn't dare get angry and sincerely said, that's why this old master would like to ask young Master Yang to accompany me to the central capital. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as a cold light flashed across the depths of his pupils. Young Master Yang has many masters in his house. If you can go to the central capital with my Lu family, perhaps you can resolve the current situation. At that time, the 8 great families will no longer blame young Master Yang and will ensure the safety of my Lu family, which will be beneficial to both you and me. In fact, this old master has never believed that young Master Yang would collude with such evil forces. I'm indebted to Elder Lu for thinking so highly of me. Yang Kai said lightly, but what does the survival of the 8 great families and the central capital have to do with me? I'm simply taking refuge here. Elder Lu, I won't be seeing you out. Saying so, Yang Kai turned around and walked into the house, not giving Lu Si a chance to speak. After a while, the corpses outside the house had been cleaned up by the 9 blood warriors and everyone else followed Yang Kai inside, leaving only the Lu family members standing awkwardly outside. Lu Si smiled bitterly. Inside the house, the injured by Luo was being treated. Shanqing Luo also followed in and after inspecting her condition, she couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief. Thank you. Shanqing Luo stared at Yang Kai faintly, a faint blush appearing on her enchanting face as her breathing became slightly heavy. Noticing her abnormality, Chiu Yi Meng and Luo Xiao Man both stared at her in surprise. Are you okay? Yang Kai looked her up and down. I'm fine, Shanqing Luo grinned, a look of infatuation appearing on her face. I just want to eat you. Hey, there's someone here. Chiu Yi Meng couldn't stand it anymore. Such blatant seduction, wasn't it too shameless? The good impression she had of the beguiling demon queen immediately collapsed. Are you okay? Yang Kai looked her up and down. I'm fine, Shanqing Luo grinned, a look of infatuation appearing on her face. I just want to eat you. Hey, there's someone here. Chiu Yi Meng couldn't stand it anymore. Such blatant seduction, wasn't it too shameless? The good impression she had of the beguiling demon queen immediately collapsed. Chapter 577. Is young Lady Chiu jealous? Shanqing Luo looked at Chiu Yi Meng with a mischievous smile on her face. Chiu Yi Meng curled her lips. If you don't leave now, I'll really eat you. Shanqing Luo looked at Yang Kai again, her beautiful eyes blurred, the tip of her scarlet tongue roaming around her lips, a look of unbearable hunger on her face. The mystery of Shanqing Luo's poisonous widow body was only known to him and the beguiling demon queen. Shanqing Luo was certain this had a great influence on her. I'm going to enter retreat. Yang Kai said and turned to leave. Didn't you just come out? Chiu Yi Meng snorted, using Yang Kai as an excuse to leave, feeling a little unhappy. I just had some insights. Yang Kai casually explained. Back in his room, Yang Kai quickly sat down and sent his divine sense into his knowledge sea, transforming into his soul avatar as he stared at the clusters of energy around him. These clusters of energy were very different from the pure energy left behind by the Yi family masters who died last time. They contained the thoughts and life experiences of 60 to 70 masters. If he were to absorb them, Kai Yang reckoned that his memories and thoughts would definitely be affected. Perhaps he wouldn't even remember who he was. This was not a trivial matter. A person who didn't even remember who they were was destined to live a sad life. Looking up at the closed solitary golden eye, Yang Kai concentrated on connecting with it with his divine sense. This energy was drawn into his knowledge sea by the attractive force of the solitary golden eye. Furthermore, with his previous experience, Kai Yang now knew what to do. All he needed to do was to use his solitary golden eye to once again release that golden light, then he would be able to purify all of this impure energy. However, Yang Kai didn't know if he could control this solitary golden eye. Gradually, his divine sense began to connect with the solitary golden eye, and in that moment, Yang Kai seemed to have opened a door. Inside that door, a golden light flashed, making it impossible for anyone to see clearly. The solitary golden eye, which had been tightly shut, slowly opened at this moment. Just like the first time Yang Kai saw it, the majestic golden eye made people involuntarily feel a sense of fear and worship. A beam of destructive golden light shot out from the single eye and slammed into the cluster of heterogeneous energy. C la la, star. It was like a soldering iron being dipped into water. Among the impure energy, a black aura overflowed, struggling and squirming, but it couldn't escape the golden light, and in only a moment's time, it dissipated and no longer existed. These black auras should be the thoughts and life experiences of those experts. Under the illumination of the golden light, all of them were purified. Soon, the golden light disappeared, and the open eye slowly closed again. The solitary golden eye's eyes, the impure energy Yang Kai laughed heartily, his heart filled with joy. He finally knew how to use the solitary golden eye he had obtained from the 7th page of the Black Book. The only thing he felt a little regretful about was that he wasn't able to establish any connection with the solitary golden eye when the 7 people from the Seal Temple died. Otherwise, how great of a fortune would it have been if he had absorbed the spiritual energy left behind by the 7 people from the Seal Temple. However, it wasn't too late to find out now. Walking over to the pure energy, Yang Kai happily absorbed it. Soon, this pure energy transformed into Yang Kai's strength. His immortal ascension boundary 4th stage cultivation had been consolidated once again, and it wouldn't be long before he reached the immortal ascension boundary 5th stage. This result made Yang Kai a little dissatisfied. If he had obtained such a huge amount of pure energy, his strength would have at least risen by another minor realm. But now, it seemed he had thought too much. After all, this energy had escaped from the knowledge seas of the immortal ascension boundary masters. In terms of quality, it couldn't be compared to the energy left behind by the Yi family's top master. Although this amount was huge, it wasn't enough to cause a qualitative change. Yang Kai also faintly felt that he had reached a bottleneck. This was the bottleneck of his understanding of the immortal ascension boundary. Fortunately, when Yang Kai absorbed the energy left behind by the Yi family master, he had accepted his insights into the martial Tao and heavenly way. Otherwise, with the speed at which he was breaking through, his foundation in the immortal ascension boundary would have been unstable. Slowly opening his eyes, Yang Kai fell into contemplation. After a while, his heart began to stir. Half an hour later, Yang Kai exited his retreat and quickly came out of the house. Outside the mansion, the Lu family group had not yet left. Under the leadership of Lu Si, they were still waiting quietly. "Elder, are we just going to wait like this?" Lu Mu, an immortal ascension boundary 8th stage master from the Lu family, asked. We wait." Lu Si nodded. "Is that really necessary?" Lu Mu couldn't understand. He was also an elder in the Lu family, but compared to Lu Si, who was a supreme elder, whether it was in terms of seniority or status, the difference was vast. Although he didn't quite agree with Lu Si's current approach, he didn't dare act too presumptuously and just respectfully said, "Although my Lu family, the Huang family, and the Radiant Light Palace acted together and suffered heavy losses, they brought this upon themselves, they can't blame my Lu family. But because of this, the 8 great families shouldn't be suspicious of us, right? That's just an excuse this old master gave to the young lord of the Yang family." Lu Si smiled. "The 8 great families aren't confused people, as long as we explain what happened, how could they be suspicious of us?" Then, Lu Mu was even more confused. Lu Si sighed faintly and said, "Let me ask you, if we rush to the central capital now, what will the result be?" Lu Mu thought for a moment and said, we will fight the ash-gray cloud evil land. N, we will fight the ash-gray cloud evil land, and we will definitely be placed in the vanguard position. Lu Si turned his head and looked around. The Lu family has 35 elites, all of whom are immortal ascension boundary masters. If you were to experience such a battle, how many of you would survive? Lu Mu didn't say anything. 35 immortal ascension boundary masters, if even 3 or 5 of them could survive, it would be a stroke of heaven-defying luck. But what if we could act together with young Master Yang and follow his lead to the central capital? Lu Si asked. The Lu family members' eyes lit up, recalling the 9 luxurious lineup they had just witnessed, all of them feeling deeply shocked and expectant. This young Master Yang isn't colluding with evil demons like the rumors say. As far as I know, all of his allies in the inheritance war have obtained great benefits. If my Lu family can hitch a ride with him, regardless of whether we can obtain any benefits, at the very least, we won't be used as the vanguard and needlessly sacrificed. That's all I hope. The Lu family has cultivated you, it wasn't easy. Elder is wise. Lu Mu finally understood why Lu Si had been waiting in Yang Kai's house all this time. It turned out he had such concerns. Indeed, if Yang Kai could lead them to the central capital, their future would not be as hazy as it was now. During the inheritance war, he had repeatedly created miracles, so all of them had heard of these rumors. But this young Master Yang, will he go to the central capital? Someone asked. It'll be difficult. Lu Si shook his head sadly. The 8 great families had treated Yang Kai too unfairly, it was likely they had already disheartened him. Otherwise, with so many masters gathered around him, why hadn't he made a move yet? He himself had said that the life or death of the 8 great families and the central capital had nothing to do with him. If he still had any attachment to the central capital and the 8 great families, he wouldn't have just sat back and watched. Let's wait a few days, if it really doesn't work out, my Lu family can only rush to the central capital to help. Lu Si smiled bitterly, his expression helpless. As he was speaking, a person suddenly walked out of Yang Kai's house. Lu Si stared at this person and couldn't help feeling shocked, putting on a warm smile on his face and cupping his fists, young Master Yang. Yang Kai had actually come out. This was something Lu Si hadn't expected. Everyone from the Lu family also hurriedly saluted and respectfully greeted him. After listening to Lu Si's words, all of them had already regarded Yang Kai as their life-saving straw, so how could they dare disrespect him? Yang Kai glanced over at them and hesitated for a moment before saying, Elder Lu, speaking of which, I have some friendship with the Lu family, and you are a senior among seniors. For you to stand outside like this, I feel a little apologetic. It's fine, it's fine. Lu Si quickly waved his hand, indicating that it was fine. Would you like to come in and sit down? Yang Kai tilted his head. Lu Si's eyes lit up, although he didn't quite understand why Yang Kai's attitude had changed so much, he was still overjoyed and nodded, very good, then this old man will disturb you. Please. Lu Si had invited Yang Kai into the house to discuss the matter of rushing to the central capital, but after entering, Chiu Yi Meng took over the Lu family's hospitality while Yang Kai was nowhere to be seen. Lu Si was confused, wondering what Yang Kai was up to. He had asked Chiu Yi Meng several times, but the Chiu family's first young lady didn't know anything, so he couldn't help feeling a little uneasy. Inside Meng Wuya's room, Yang Kai told his thoughts to Meng Wuya, Old Demon, and Ling Tai Su. Young master, you want to go to the central capital? Old Demon was surprised, not understanding why Yang Kai would suddenly have such an idea. For the past 6 months, everyone in the mansion had been working hard to improve their strength, and everyone had achieved great results, but if they were to be drawn into the central capital's battlefield, who knew how many of them would die? I want to go to the central capital. Yang Kai nodded firmly. Now that he knew how to use the solitary golden eye and the great benefits it could bring him, Yang Kai naturally had to look for an opportunity. Staying in War City was indeed safe, but his strength would also rise slowly. The central capital was different. There were countless immortal ascension boundary masters there, and every day people died. As long as an immortal ascension boundary master died, Yang Kai would be able to obtain their spiritual energy. "You're not such a selfless person," Meng Wuya smiled. "Tell me, what is it?" "I can't say the specific reason, but I can tell the three of you that I have my own reasons," Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. The three of them raised their brow and stared at Yang Kai in surprise. "Grand Master, are you planning to go to the central capital yourself?" Yang Kai suddenly turned his head and looked at Ling Tai-su. Ling Tai-su was startled but didn't deny it, nodding. "There are only 2 disciples this old master has ever accepted in his life, so I must go there to settle them." Chapter 578. Tonight, there was no need to wait any longer. "Brother Ling." Meng Wuya was shocked. Ling Tai-su's words suddenly made him realize something. Ling Tai-su obviously intended to go all out against Yang Bai, but although he was a second-order transcendent, against Yang Bai, only death awaited him. Ling Tai-su was still brooding over the fact that he had cultivated Yang Bai, so since he couldn't destroy him, he would destroy himself. This was probably what Ling Tai-su was thinking. After understanding all this, Meng Wuya's expression became dignified. Over the years, Treasurer Meng hadn't made many friends. Xiao Fuxing from Medicine King's Valley's hidden cloud peak could barely be considered one, and the only one left was Ling Tai-su. Although he had a good relationship with Yang Kai, he was still a junior. Now that his old friend was going to throw his life away, Meng Wuya naturally couldn't just ignore it. "Since Brother Ling has such an idea, we'll go to the central capital together," Meng Wuya said. "Brother Meng." Ling Tai-su was slightly moved. "If I go with you, I can guarantee your safety." Meng Wuya smiled lightly, turning to Yang Kai and asking, "When do you plan to leave?" "Let's wait a few more days. The 4 blood warriors brought by Big Brother and Second Brother are now at a critical juncture. When they break through, we'll set off," Yang Kai said. At that time, 13 Transcendent Realm blood warriors, plus Meng Wuya, Ling Tai-su, Old Demon, and Li Yuan Chun, would form an unprecedentedly powerful lineup. Today, Lu Si, who was also a Transcendent Realm Master, had also been pulled in. Although such a force couldn't completely quell the chaos in the central capital, in Yang Kai's plan, it was enough to ensure their safety. Unless Demon Lord Yang Bai decided to attack them at all costs. After reaching an agreement, Yang Kai rushed out to inform Lu Si. When he heard that Yang Kai was actually willing to take his people to the central capital, Lu Si was so surprised that he didn't know what to say. Instead, he praised Yang Kai for his righteousness and consideration for the overall situation and expressed that the Lu family was willing to follow Yang Kai. After a few days of peace, the 4 blood warriors brought by Yang Wei and Yang Zhao were still in retreat trying to break through to the Transcendent Realm. It had been half a year since they had arrived in Yang Kai, and during the first 3 months, Yang Kai had vigorously cultivated them, using the myriad drug liquid to help them cleanse their bodies and break through to the immortal ascension boundary 9th stage. After 3 months, he had given them the myriad drug cream to help them break through to the Transcendent Realm. Now, they were on the verge of success. These few days, the Lu family also rested at the residence. Everything in the manor made Lu Si and the others shocked. 80% of the cultivator who came in and out were in the Heaven's Gate realm. The remaining 20%, even if not in the Heaven's Gate realm, were at least in Yuan Qi realm level 8. Many of these cultivators were from the younger generation. These young people who were less than 20 years old had actually reached such a high level. Lu Si was both shocked and envious. How could his Lu family have such a scene? Reaching the Yuan Qi realm at the age of 20 was already considered a genius in his Lu family and would be vigorously cultivated as a disciple. But in Yang Kai's mansion, Yuan Qi realm was nothing. 9 Transcendent Realm Blood Warriors and 4 other Transcendent Realm Masters. Such a mansion's strength far surpassed any of the central capital's 8 great families. Lu Si and the Lu family's people had been acting very cautiously these past few days. After witnessing the strength and lineup of Yang Kai's mansion, they found that the Lu family was just a small family and couldn't help feeling inferior. How could they dare act presumptuously? 7 days later, a towering energy fluctuation suddenly erupted. A magnificent heavenly manifestation reappeared and Lu Si rushed out of his room, staring at the huge gathering of energy in the sky, his lips trembling. Someone had broken through to the above immortal ascension boundary. And it wasn't just one person. It was 2 people breaking through at the same time. But this wasn't over yet as 2 more tyrannical auras burst forth. Lu Si was dumbstruck like a wooden chicken. At some point, Li Yuan Chun of the Endless Sea Island Supreme Solitary Sect appeared beside Lu Si and stared up at the sky with him, letting out a faint sigh. This isn't much, haven't you seen 9 people break through to the above immortal ascension boundary one after another? There was a hint of sadness in his tone. Hearing this, Lu Si glanced over at him and cupped his fists. What is your excellency's name? Endless Sea Island Supreme Solitary Sect, Li Yuan Chun. Supreme Solitary Sect. Lu Si was surprised, that's Super Force Supreme Solitary Sect. Li Yuan Chun's expression became awkward as he waved his hand. Brother Lu is too serious, there's no need to mention super forces here. Compared to my Supreme Solitary Sect and young Master Yang's mansion, there's no comparison. Lu Si nodded in agreement. How could Supreme Solitary Sect compare to Yang Kai's mansion? The 8 great families couldn't even compare to Yang Kai's mansion. This was the world's top force. It had completely surpassed the heritage of any sect or family in history. Does Brother Lu have a granddaughter? Li Yuan Chun suddenly asked an irrelevant question. This old man has been obsessed with cultivation all his life and has no direct descendants. Lu Si was confused, not understanding why this old man was asking this. Your Lu family is a first-class family, you must have young and beautiful women, right? There are quite a few. Hurry up and marry me. I really envy your inland sects and families. With such a promising young man here, if Brother Lu doesn't try to establish a relationship with him now, how long will he wait? If my Supreme Solitary Sect was inland, let alone a granddaughter, even if it was a daughter, this Li would give her to young Master Yang. Lu Si's face went black, thinking that with Li Yuan Chun's age, if he had a daughter, she would be at least 40 or 50 years old, right? Wasn't this an old cow eating young grass? Would Yang Kai be willing? Thinking so in his heart, Lu Si fell into contemplation. What Li Yuan Chun said may not be impossible. The Lu family had a large number of young and beautiful girls, each one of them a feast for the eyes. If any one of them could win Yang Kai's favor, the Lu family would be holding onto a thigh that was countless times thicker than the 8 great families. In the end, Yang Kai was still a young man. Which young man wasn't romantic? Men couldn't resist the temptation of beautiful women. Lu Si was also a man who had experienced such a period, so naturally, he had experienced such a period. Thinking so in his heart, his expression became ambiguous. Obviously, he was tempted by Li Yuan Chun's words. The 4 blood warriors' breakthroughs lasted for 4 days. After 4 days, everything gradually calmed down and they all emerged from their seclusion, each of them having reached the transcendent realm. Yang Kai gave them another 3 days to consolidate their cultivations. Tu Feng and the other saints shared their cultivation experiences and the experiences they had obtained from Meng Wuya during this time, allowing the 4 of them to benefit greatly and immediately understand the mysteries of the transcendent realm and the division of realms. Everything was ready. Yang Kai's original intention was to take the 13 blood warriors, the old demon, Li Yuan Chun, and the rest of the Lu family to the central capital. However, Meng Wuya's words stunned him. I can take everyone in the house to the central capital. How? Yang Kai was stunned. Meng Wuya smiled mysteriously, waving his hand and sending out a ray of light that disappeared into the void. The heavenly palace once again appeared, its transparent barrier wrapping around the entire mansion. Atop the barrier, a series of complex spirit array lines flashed, giving off a mysterious aura. "Rise!" Meng Wuya shouted. With a huge humming and trembling sound, the entire Yang Kai mansion rose up from the ground. Under the protection of the heavenly palace, not a single brick or tile was damaged as it slowly rose into the air, like a small island moving through the sky. This. Everyone was dumbfounded. Feeling that they were rising, the cultivator in the mansion rushed to the edge of the mansion and looked down, all of them shouting in amazement as if they had discovered a new continent. Even the transcendent realm masters were deeply shocked by the means displayed by Meng Wuya at this moment. Did I say the heavenly palace couldn't be moved? Meng Wuya glanced over at Yang Kai triumphantly, as if he was very happy to see him suffer. I've been played for a fool, Yang Kai smiled bitterly. No wonder when Yang Kai said he wanted to go to the central capital that day, Meng Wuya didn't oppose and instead supported him, even declaring that he could ensure everyone's safety. Yang Kai had been wondering why Meng Wuya would abandon Xia Ningchang and follow him to the central capital. According to Meng Wuya's principles, Xia Ningchang's safety was his top priority, so there was no reason for him to act so rashly. It turned out that it wasn't that he didn't care about the safety of his treasured apprentice, but rather that he had already made up his mind. The fact that the heavenly palace could be moved was tantamount to having an unbreakable defensive barrier, so Yang Kai's worries were no longer a concern at this moment. That's even better. Yang Kai quickly recovered and grinned towards Meng Wuya. Treasurer Meng, thank you for your hard work. Don't make such sarcastic remarks. Meng Wuya's expression was difficult as he constantly waved his hand and sent a profound light into the surrounding barrier. It was obvious that moving the heavenly palace like this was quite taxing for him. Ha 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 ha. Yang Kai laughed. On the ground, Shanqing Luo and Bai Luo both stared blankly at Yang Kai's mansion, which was slowly moving towards the central capital, unable to recover from their shock for some time. How did he do that? Bai Luo murmured. Last time, she had been injured by a transcendent realm master, but in just a few days she had healed and Shanqing Luo had taken her away from Yang Kai's mansion. I don't know, the scene in front of her had completely exceeded Shanqing Luo's knowledge and understanding. Master, what do we do now? Bai Luo asked. Go to the central capital, there's no need to stay here any longer. She and Bai Luo had only stayed here because Yang Bai wanted her to monitor the movements of Yang Kai's mansion, but now that the entire Yang Kai mansion had flown away, there was no need for her to remain. Saying so, her tender body transformed into a stream of light and caught up with Yang Kai's mansion, shouting, Yang Kai, I'm going to the central capital to report to the demon lord. Hearing her shout, Yang Kai shook his head and ordered, Old demon, stop her. Old demon scratched his head and asked, can't we send someone else? Old servant doesn't want to go. The relationship between Yang Kai and Shanqing Luo was unclear, but anyone could see that this beguiling demon queen had no hostility towards Yang Kai, on the contrary she had a good impression of him. Yang Kai's attitude towards her was also quite ambiguous. She had deliberately shouted this in the hope that Yang Kai would send someone to stop her. Stopping her without injuring her, Old Demon was naturally unwilling to do such a thankless task. Yang Kai glared at Old Demon, to which Old Demon quickly nodded, Old servant obeys. Saying so, he rushed out of the mansion with a frown on his face and met Shanqing Luo. Chapter 579. Neither north nor south, the world's greatest city. These words were originally used to describe the glory of the central capital, but with the large-scale invasion of the ash-gray cloud evil land, these words of glory had become reality. A true north and south cannot see each other. The north of the central capital had been invaded by the ash-gray cloud evil land. In the south of the central capital, the 8 great families, with Yang Kai as their core, defended and counterattacked in an attempt to repel Yang Bai and the 5 evil kings. The battle lasted for half a year and the situation was deadlocked. In terms of master level, the Ash-Grey Cloud Evil Land had an absolute advantage with their third-order transcendent Yang Bai. However, in terms of number of masters, the 8 great families were far ahead. Even though many transcendents had died in the past 6 months, this gap had not been shortened. Neither side could do anything to the other and could only confront each other, neither willing to give up on the central capital. A small battle every 3 days, a big battle every 5 days. For the 8 great families and the Ash-Grey Cloud Evil Land's cultivator, this was a common occurrence. After fighting for so long, both sides had a good understanding of each other's details. At this moment, on the north-south line of the central capital, a fierce battle was taking place. People were constantly falling down and dying, but a steady stream of people continued to pour into the battlefield, causing the scene to become more and more intense. However, both sides still had some restraint, only sending Immortal Ascension boundary masters to the front lines while the Transcendent sat in the rear and commanded. Even Transcendent Realm Masters, after such a long time of tug-of-war, would appear tired and powerless, unable to constantly rush to the battlefield. On the Ash-Grey Cloud Evil Land side, the 5 great evil kings were indifferently watching the tragic battle. The Ghost King and Poison King were even more gloomy, seemingly quite happy with this bloody scene, not caring about the life or death of their subordinates, constantly sending people to the front lines to cheer them on. On the 8 great families side, Yi Kuangren, Kang Rui, Gao Mo, and Meng Shiping all had crimson eyes, their irreconcilable hatred for the Ash-Grey Cloud Evil Land. Each of them sent their family's elites into the battlefield, determined to compete with the Ash-Grey Cloud Evil Land's cultivator. These 4 were the current leaders of the 8 great families, Yi family, Kang family, Gao family, and Meng family. Half a year ago, when the Ash-Grey Cloud Evil Land invaded, their first stop was War City. The Gao family's Gao Rangfeng had died tragically at the hands of the Ghost King and Poison King, while the Yi family's Yi Xian Ro and Kong family's Kong Zhan had been captured alive and were still imprisoned in the Ash-Grey Cloud Evil Land, living a life worse than death. At that time, only one person, Meng Shan Yi, was smart enough to disguise himself as an ordinary disciple and escape, but under the influence of the Poison Qi and Ghost Qi, he was reduced to a cripple. After escaping back to the central capital with the help of the Meng family's masters, the Meng family continued to use Meng Shan Yi's precious rare treasures to prolong his life, but there was still no sign of him getting better. The heirs of the 4 great clans were either killed, crippled, or captured. As their fathers, the 4 great clans were naturally especially furious. During the war in the past half-year, the 4 great clans were also extremely aggressive. They were even more belligerent than the other 4 great clans. Today's battle was the main force of these 4 families and the 8 great families joining forces to pressure the Ash-Grey Cloud Evil Land. Suddenly, both parties in the middle of the battle felt a terrifying aura rapidly approaching from the horizon. Sensing the approach of this aura, everyone involuntarily stopped what they were doing and put some distance between them and the enemy, raising their heads to look into the distance. A small black dot appeared in everyone's field of vision, but because it was too far away, no one was able to see what it was for a while. After waiting for a moment, everyone was able to see a faint outline and couldn't help being stunned. Because it was actually a mansion. Floating in the sky, the mansion was rapidly flying towards them like a moving fortress, with an imposing aura. Outside the mansion, there was a palace-shaped barrier. The barrier was dazzling and magnificent. Bright lines were moving around it. The tyrannical energy fluctuation came from this mansion. What is this? The profound Yin Ghost King stared at it for a while but still couldn't understand. A cultivator could cultivate to the Yuan Qi realm and fly, but he had never heard of a mansion that could also fly. Ghost King, don't you think that barrier outside looks familiar? The annihilating Poison King's pair of green eyes flashed like a ghost fire as he asked thoughtfully. Hearing him say this, the Ghost King thought for a moment and was startled. You mean, more or less, it came from that direction. That thing can fly? The Ghost King screamed. Even though he was an experienced and knowledgeable person, the scene in front of him was still somewhat difficult for him to accept. That's a mysterious artifact after all, it's only natural that it has a function we don't know about, Lightning Flash Shadow King suddenly interjected. What about the Dragon Lady? Didn't Master ask her to monitor the situation over there? Why didn't she report such a big thing? The tyrannical Force King shouted, his thunderous voice echoing throughout the central capital. Heh heh, that Dragon Lady isn't on the same side as us, the Poison King laughed grimly, his words full of meaning. Father knew it, the Thunderbolt Beast King coldly snorted, one day, Father will make that cheap slut submit under my crotch. The 5 great evil kings pointed at the huge mansion as they discussed among themselves. The 8 great families were also speculating. None of them knew what the situation in War City was like, but Yang Kai's mansion, such a sudden attack naturally made them nervous, fearing that the reinforcements from Ing Han Yun's side might be a trap. Only Yang Yinghao stared at the moving fortress with a dignified expression on his face. He had already learned from 4th Master Yang that Yang Kai's mansion was safe and sound. Although he didn't know what means Yang Kai had used to protect his mansion, inexplicably, Yang Yinghao felt that he had the ability to do so. Now that he saw this scene, all his doubts were resolved. Soon, Yang Kai's mansion arrived at the top of the central capital city, and the many figures standing in front of it entered everyone's line of sight. After seeing the appearance of these people, the 8 great families suddenly burst into exclamations. It's Yang Kai, the youngest young lord of the Yang family, Yang Kai. He didn't die. Wasn't it said that there were no survivors in War City? What's going on with this mansion? How can it fly? He brought a lot of people with him. Yang Kai took the lead and stood at the edge of the mansion, overlooking the central capital. Behind him, the 13 Yang family blood warriors, who had all reached the transcendent realm, lined up in a row, like stars surrounding the bright moon. Behind them were Old Demon, Ling Tai Su, Lu Si, and Li Yuan Chun, for transcendence. Even further back, there were countless immortal ascension boundary masters. Beside Yang Yinghao, the Blood Warrior Hall's Hall Master Feng Sheng stared at the 13 Blood Warriors participating in the Inheritance War and suddenly frowned, whispering to the Blood Warrior Hall's Vice Hall Master Zhou Feng, why do I feel like the auras of Tu Feng and Yu Xian are somewhat different from before? It's said that they have all reached the Immortal Ascension Boundary 9th stage, probably because they broke through. Zhou Feng also had some doubts. No. Feng Sheng shook his head, all of them give me a great sense of pressure, this is not something an Immortal Ascension Boundary 9th stage cultivator can achieve. As the Blood Warrior Hall's Hall Master, Feng Sheng was naturally a peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Master. If Tu Feng and the others were only Immortal Ascension Boundary 9th stage cultivators, there was no reason for him to feel any pressure. Yang Kai's mansion was surrounded by the Heavenly Palace's barrier and was isolated from the prying of anyone's divine sense. Feng Sheng didn't know what kind of cultivation Tu Feng and the others had, but he faintly felt that they weren't simple. Could they have broken through to the Immortal Ascension Boundary 9th stage? Feng Sheng, who had always been calm, was taken aback by this thought and immediately shook his head, secretly feeling that it was unrealistic. Brother Yang, what do you mean? Meng Shiping and the others quickly turned to look at Yang Yinghao, expecting him to give them an answer. If you want to know, ask him yourself. Yang Yinghao replied faintly, he didn't know why Yang Kai had suddenly come to War City. Could it be he's here for revenge? Yi Kuangren asked. Listening to him say this, the faces of the 8 great families' patriarchs all became ugly. It wasn't impossible. Half a year ago, the scene of the 8 great families using all kinds of methods to deal with Yang Kai was still vivid in their minds. He was a young man less than 20 years old, young and full of vigor, it was inevitable that he would hold a grudge and seek revenge. If he took advantage of the current situation of the 8 great families and joined forces with the Ash Grey Cloud Evil Land, then, if he dares do this, father here will make him suffer a fate worse than death. Gao Mo coldly snorted. Kang Rui also said, Brother Yang, no matter what, he is still a member of your Yang family, you have to intervene. How can I intervene? When your 7 families joined forces to attack him, my Yang family didn't intervene, but now if he really wants to retaliate, my Yang family will meet him head-on. Aren't you worrying too much? Meng Shiping sneered, although Yang Kai has a lot of powerful masters under his command, with his little strength, what can he do? If he really wants to retaliate against my 8 great families, he's simply courting death. Besides, aren't his parents in the Yang family? Yang Yinghao suddenly turned his head and glared at Meng Shiping, his eyes filled with warning, don't even think about provoking his parents. If he's angered, he's capable of doing anything. Meng Shiping secretly shook his head, feeling that Yang Yinghao was making a big fuss over nothing. A trivial Yang family disciple, was there any need to take him so seriously? As they spoke, Yang Kai's mansion stopped at the center of the central capital and then slowly descended to the ground. After a long time, with a loud bang, Yang Kai's mansion, which had been in War City for 100 kilometers, once again settled down in the central capital. Meng Wuya gasped for breath, cold sweat dripping down his forehead. Iran was about to collapse. With his peak immortal ascension boundary cultivation, using the heavenly palace, this heaven-defying artifact, had taken a huge toll on Meng Wuya's strength. Fortunately, he had only flown a few hundred kilometers, if he had flown any further, he feared he wouldn't have been able to bear it. Treasurer Meng, you've worked hard. Yang Kai solemnly said. Meng Wuya nodded and immediately adjusted his breathing. The mansion landed in the middle of the square, with the 8 great families in front and the ash-gray cloud evil land behind, like a sharp knife, completely separating the 2 camps without any scruples. Such an arrogant posture not only showed that Yang Kai didn't put either side in his eyes, but also showed that he wouldn't submit to either side. Interesting, the several evil kings laughed as they stared at Yang Kai at the front of the crowd with great interest. Arrogant. The several patriarchs of the 8 great families coldly snorted, their dislike for Yang Kai increasing. Chapter 580. In the camp of the 8 great families, 2 transcendent realm masters stared at the people from Yang Kai's mansion with bloodshot eyes filled with hatred and dread. They were Huang Xiao and Jiang Zhe. More than 10 days ago, the 2 of them had fled to the central capital and reported their experiences to the 8 great families. But to their disappointment, the people of the 8 great families did not believe what they said. How many masters there were in Yang Kai's house and what kind of strength each of them possessed, the 8 great families were well aware. Even if this information was only half a year old, it was impossible for 9 transcendent realm blood warriors to suddenly appear like Huang Xiao and Jiang Zhe had claimed. That was simply too unrealistic. Although Huang Xiao and Jiang Zhe both swore solemnly, repeatedly swearing that everything they said was true, the people from the 8 great families still didn't believe them and simply thought that they were using this as an excuse to prevent the elites of their families from coming to their aid. For this reason, Huang Xiao and Jiang Zhe were heavily doubted, and not only were they not valued by the 8 great families, the other first-class forces who had come to the central capital were also ostracizing them. This debt had now been placed on Yang Kai's head. If it weren't for Yang Kai's ruthless methods, ordering their 2 families' elites to be killed, how could they have fallen into such a situation? Although the 2 of them were furious, they still had a clear head and knew that with their strength, there was nothing they could do to Yang Kai's mansion. Exchanging a glance with each other, the 2 of them grinned wickedly before quietly moving to the side of the other 2 transcendent realm masters. Like Huang Xiao and Jiang Zhe, these 2 transcendent realm masters also stared at Yang Kai with hatred, their eyes filled with murderous intent, as if they had some kind of irreconcilable enmity with Yang Kai. Brother Xiang, Brother Nan, that little brat is the one who killed the heirs of your 2 families. Now that the 2 of you have met, don't you 2 have any thoughts? Huang Xiao said sarcastically. Xiang Ning heard the bewitching intent in his words and couldn't help coldly snorting, my Xiang and Nan family's enmity with Yang Kai is absolutely irreconcilable. If there is a chance, we will naturally take his life. There's no need for Brother Huang to worry. The Xiang family and Nan family were first-class families, so naturally, they had also accepted the conscription order of the 8 great families and had come to the central capital to provide assistance. After these few days of fighting, both families had suffered heavy losses. The Xiang family's patriarch, Xiang Ning, and the Nan family's patriarch, Nan Shilu, were in a terrible mood. He wanted to withdraw from the central capital, but he didn't have the guts to do so. Now that they had seen the murderer of Xiang Chu and Nan Sheng, the 2 patriarchs couldn't help feeling jealous. Nan Shilu turned to look at the 8 great families, his expression gloomy as he muttered, "I wonder what kind of attitude they have towards Yang Kai." Huang Xiao sneered, "Yang Kai and the 8 great families have long turned against each other, this is a well-known fact, what are you 2 worried about?" Jiang Zhe also sneered and said, "The enemy is right in front of you. Could it be that the 2 of you are still going to swallow your anger?" Xiang Ning and Nan Shilu coldly snorted at the same time. Although they also wanted to kill Yang Kai personally to avenge the deaths of Xiang Chu and Nan Sheng, they were not fools. Naturally, he could tell that the heavenly palace outside Yang Kai's mansion was not simple. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to break through that barrier of light with his own strength. If they couldn't break through this barrier, they naturally couldn't take revenge. Just as they were hesitating though, Yang Kai suddenly moved. Without any hesitation, he stepped out of the barrier, followed by the 13 blood warriors and the old demon. Li Yuan Chun, Lu Si, and the other immortal ascension boundary masters also followed closely behind. This action stunned everyone on the spot. None of them had expected Yang Kai's courage to be so great, actually daring to walk into this chaotic battlefield. Looking around, Yang Kai glanced around and ordered, "Kill." With this order, all the immortal ascension boundary masters rushed towards the stunned ash-gray cloud evil land cultivator. In an instant, the stalemate was broken. On Yang Kai's side, there were a total of 400 to 500 immortal ascension boundary masters, all of them like tigers descending the mountain. With such an aggressive momentum, the physically and mentally exhausted ash-gray cloud evil land cultivator was unable to resist and was forced to retreat. Screams rang out as blood splashed everywhere. Yang Kai felt the solitary golden eye in his knowledge sea once again produce an inexplicable attractive force, absorbing the collapsed spiritual energy of these immortal ascension boundary masters into his knowledge sea. Filled with excitement, Yang Kai stood quietly in place, enjoying the process of absorbing this spiritual energy. The blood warriors still didn't move, simply standing guard beside Yang Kai to prevent the ash-gray cloud evil land's transcendent realm masters from attacking Yang Kai. After seeing this scene, the patriarchs of the 8 great families all wore strange expressions. None of them had expected that Yang Kai would actually take the initiative to attack and even directly attack the ash-gray cloud evil land cultivator. Begin. Yang Yinghao's eyes lit up as he shouted, "Cooperate with Yang Kai and destroy this group of evil cultivators." Hearing his order, the immortal ascension boundary masters of the 8 great families and the various great forces who had come to assist also took action, taking advantage of the chaos in Yang Kai's cultivator to rush forward. "The opportunity has come, Brother Xiang, Brother Nan, let's see if you can grasp it well." Huang Xiao grinned meaningfully. Xiang Ning and Nan Shilu glanced at each other, although there was some dread and worry in their eyes, the hatred for their son's death was also burning fiercely, nearly destroying their reason. After a while, the 2 men's expressions became firm and their figures flickered, disappearing from the scene. The elites of the Xiang and Nan families also followed their patriarchs and rushed forward. Huang Xiao and Jiang Zhe stood quietly in place, grinning widely, their faces filled with gloating. They knew that Xiang Ning and Nan Shilu had been convinced by them and were about to experience the tyrannical strength of Yang Kai's forces. These past 10 days, Xiang Ning and Nan Shilu had repeatedly humiliated them, causing them to be filled with resentment, but now, this resentment had finally been vented. Huang Xiao and Jiang Zhe felt extremely comfortable. Yang Kai, hand over your life. Suddenly, an angry roar reached Yang Kai's ears. Yang Kai, who was in the middle of absorbing the spiritual energy from the dead masters, heard this shout and looked up, only to see two transcendent realm masters flying towards him, their murderous intent boiling. This made Yang Kai feel very puzzled, wondering when he had offended these two. His expression remained unchanged, not even his body moving, simply staring at them indifferently. Perceiving the ridicule in Yang Kai's eyes, Xiang Ning and Nan Shilu threw away the last of their worries, only the thought of killing Yang Kai to avenge Xiang Chu and Nanxing filled their hearts. Tu Feng and the others just quietly watched Xiang Ning and Nan Shilu approach, waiting until they were within a certain distance before suddenly condensing their true qi and sending out a violent burst of yuan qi. Feeling the tremendous killing intent contained in this yuan qi, Xiang Ning and Nan Shilu's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. This power was not inferior to theirs in the slightest, in fact it was even stronger. In a flash, Xiang Ning and Nan Shilu didn't even have time to react before they were sent tumbling through the air a dozen times before being pinned to the ground by Tu Feng and Ningjiu, unable to move. Their eyes widened in shock. The patriarchs of the 8 great families all gaped. When the blood warriors hadn't moved, they hadn't realized how powerful these 13 people were, but now that they had taken action, the patriarchs of the 8 great families were shocked to discover that these people were no longer immortal ascension boundary masters but genuine above immortal ascension boundary masters. Sure enough. The blood warrior Hall master Feng Sheng's face was filled with joy as he grinned widely. Although he had some guesses, when the facts were placed in front of him, Feng Sheng still couldn't believe it. Compared to the shock in his heart, he was more happy that these brothers and sisters of his had walked further than he had. While feeling happy, Feng Sheng also faintly envied them. Patriarch Xiang, Patriarch Nan, what are you doing? Lu Si was shocked and hurriedly asked. Patriarch Xiang, Patriarch Nan. When Yang Kai heard the way he addressed them, he instantly understood why these two were hostile to him. Xiang Ning and Nan Shilu's faces were ashen. Although they had been pinned to the ground by the blood warriors, they still stubbornly raised their heads and stared at Yang Kai in horror and anger. Little Lord, how should we deal with these two? Tu Feng asked. Kill them. Yang Kai's eyes flashed a cold light. Before he knew their identities, Yang Kai hadn't intended to kill them, but after learning their identities, Yang Kai didn't want to let them live in this world. Xiang Ning and Nan Shilu both wore looks of disbelief, never having imagined that with their status, this young family little lord would actually dare to issue such an order. Xiang Ning roared, Yang Kai, leave some leeway so we can meet again in the future. Yang Kai grinned wickedly, I don't need to leave some leeway, because we will never meet again, and the Xiang and Nan families will no longer exist in this world. Xiang Ning and Nan Shilu's faces suddenly became pale. Tu Feng and Ningjiu didn't hesitate either, their yuan qi bursting forth, instantly killing the 2 transcendent realm first-class families' patriarchs. Under the guidance of the solitary golden eye, 2 different spiritual energy streams were absorbed into Yang Kai's knowledge sea. Feeling the strength of these 2 streams of spiritual energy, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling pleasantly surprised. Raising his eyes, Yang Kai stared coldly at Huang Xiao and Jiang Zhe who were standing 1,000 meters away, taking pleasure in his misfortune, waving his hand as he shouted, kill those 2 for me too. Last time, because he had been investigating the mysteries of the solitary golden eye, these 2 had managed to escape. Yang Kai had felt quite sorry for them, but now that they had met again, how could Yang Kai let them go? The 5 blood warriors immediately moved. Huang Xiao and Jiang Zhe didn't even have time to react before they were surrounded by the blood warriors. Unable to fight back, in less than a dozen breaths of time, they were both killed. Although the blood warriors had only broken through to the transcendent realm a short time ago, under the guidance of Meng Wuya, the strength they could display was even greater than an average transcendent. 5 against 2, how could Huang Xiao and Jiang Zhe be their opponent? After the 2 died, Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he stepped forward, but when he was less than 20 meters away, he felt two huge streams of spiritual energy enter his knowledge sea. 20 meters should be the maximum distance from which the solitary golden eye could absorb these spiritual energy. Yang Kai had inadvertently discovered this mystery. Bastard! Yi Kuangren roared while the other patriarchs of the 8 great families were also stunned. They had thought that Yang Kai had come to the central capital to join forces with the 8 great families to resist the invasion of the ash-gray cloud evil land, but they hadn't expected him to be so cruel as to not even spare the masters who had come to help the 8 great families. Chapter 581. The death of 4 transcendent realm masters was not only a blow to the central capital's overall strength, but also a blow to their morale. What made the patriarchs of the 8 great families even more confused was that they couldn't figure out Yang Kai's position. 17 above immortal ascension boundary masters. Meng Shiping's lips trembled as he stared blankly at the luxurious lineup around Yang Kai, his eyes dazed. 13 blood warriors, plus the old demon, Ling Tai Su, Li Yuan Chun, and Lu Si, a total of 17 above immortal ascension boundary masters. This huge number made the 8 great families ashamed to the point of being unable to show their faces. Their families had worked so hard for so many years yet only had 4 or 5 such top masters. Compared to Yang Kai's mansion, the difference was like the difference between heaven and earth. How did the strength of these people suddenly increase so much? No one could understand. Ingjiu, follow me, the rest of you act on your own. Yang Kai ordered, immediately leading Ingjiu through the chaotic and bloody battlefield. The remaining 16 transcendents silently rushed towards the ash-gray cloud evil land side. The 8 great families' cultivator hesitated for a moment before cooperating with the masters from Yang Kai's mansion to launch an encirclement of the ash-gray cloud evil land's forces. Have everyone retreat. Yang Bai suddenly appeared and gently ordered the 5 great evil kings. The expressions of the 5 great evil kings were not much better than those of the 8 great families' patriarchs. After seeing the number and strength of Yang Kai's mansion's cultivator, the 5 great evil kings also felt that the situation was far from good. For so long, they had been in a stalemate with the 8 great families, but now with the sudden appearance of Yang Kai's mansion, this stalemate was about to be broken. Whichever side Yang Kai's mansion chose to stand on, the other side was bound to lose. What made the 5 great evil kings feel slightly relieved was that Yang Kai had not only killed their ash-gray cloud evil land's people, but also those from the central capital. It was as if he didn't respect either side and would kill whoever provoked him. After listening to Yang Bai's orders, the 5 great evil kings didn't dare hesitate. A dull sound rang out, like the sound of a horn. Following this shout, the ash-gray cloud evil land cultivators retreated and gradually disappeared. Yang Kai's cultivator and the people from the 8 great families chased after them for a while, but they didn't dare to rashly go too deep, so they all returned home. Since the arrival of Yang Kai, the battle had ended in less than 10 minutes. Both sides had suffered heavy casualties. On the contrary, the cultivator from Yang Kai's mansion who had joined in later had no losses. At most, he had suffered some minor injuries. All of them had smiles on their faces as they calmly returned. Yang Kai wandered around the battlefield a few times, absorbing all the spiritual energy of the dead immortal ascension boundary masters before returning to the house with Ingjiu. He directly went into seclusion to purify and absorb the energy, not even bothering to greet the 8 great families. Such arrogance and disregard for the 8 great families' attitude made everyone's heart flutter. Brother Yang, isn't this little brat from your Yang family a bit too arrogant? After withdrawing his troops, Kong Rui looked at Yang Yinghao angrily. He has the capital to back it up. Yang Yinghao gently sighed. But in the end, he is still a member of your Yang family. Can't you use your status as patriarch to suppress him? Nonsense, do you think he'll still give face to my Yang family? Yang Yinghao coldly snorted. Ha! We've probably made a mistake. Meng Shiping sighed, we shouldn't have targeted him and tried to dig out those secrets from him, if only, what's the point of saying this now? Yi Quanren glanced at Meng Shiping coldly, now the situation is clear. If we can get the support of Yang Kai, we can defeat the Ash-Grey Cloud Evil Land in less than half a month. On the other hand, if the Ash-Grey Cloud Evil Land gets the support of Yang Kai, then the central capital. It's over. But he just killed 4 people from the Nan family, Xiang family, Huang family, and Radiant Palace. How do we deal with this? Gao Mo frowned and asked. This is not a trivial matter. After all, these people were summoned by my 8 great families to help the central capital. If we don't deal with this matter properly, it will only make the world's 8 great families bitterly disappointed. Everyone suddenly fell silent, realizing how tricky the situation was. It stood to reason that Yang Kai killing those 4 people, the 8 great families would definitely not let this matter go. Even if it was just for show, they would still have to give the world an explanation. But if they were to fall out with Yang Kai, the consequences would not be something they could afford. What kind of person is this little brat? Hua Zheng's face was filled with confusion. How can he do such a thing? Hearing what he said, the 7 people all turned their eyes to Yang Yinghao. Yang Yinghao said lightly, don't look at me, I don't know much about him. I only know that he has a very strong temper. When he was in the Yang family, he was very strong and absolutely refused to suffer a loss. Call his parents over and ask them, they should know more than us. Kong Rui suddenly proposed. That's a good idea. No matter how cruel that little brat is, no matter how much he opposes the 8 great families, he should still care about his parents, right? Yang Yinghao hesitated for a moment before nodding, call them over, but remember, you must never do anything to harm them. Of course we know, Brother Yang worries too much. Everyone nodded. At this moment, who would dare to offend Yang Kai again? The 4th Master Yang and his wife had been in the Yang family and had not been sent out to fight the Ash-Grey Cloud Evil Land. This was also arranged by Yang Yinghao. Although the 4th Master Yang had asked to fight many times, Yang Yinghao had never agreed. This could be regarded as Yang Yinghao's compensation to Yang Kai. Soon after, the 4th Master Yang and his wife were called over from the Yang family. Yang Yingfeng cupped his fists and asked, Patriarch, why have you called me and my wife here? He and Dong Suju didn't know that Yang Kai had arrived in the central capital today and had just fought with both sides, so naturally they had some doubts and thought Yang Yinghao wanted them to fight. It's not a big deal. Yang Yinghao lightly coughed and said, it's just that the patriarchs want to understand Yang Kai's character. Kai, her. The 4th Master Yang frowned, a puzzled look on his face. Did something happen to Kai, her? Dong Suju suddenly became nervous and hurriedly asked. Yang Yinghao shook his head and said, Yang Kai is safe and sound, sister-in-law doesn't need to worry. If nothing happened, why do you want to see Kai, her? Dong Suju was extremely vigilant, her pair of beautiful eyes glancing around and quickly discovering that these patriarchs, who were usually aloof and arrogant, actually looked a little restrained when facing her husband and wife, a few of them even smiled at her. This was not something she could see normally, so Dong Suju couldn't help feeling suspicious, unable to figure out the whole story. Yang Yinghao was helpless and could only briefly explain what had just happened. This unfilial son. 4th Master Yang angrily rebuked, since he came to the central capital, why didn't he return to the family? Could it be he still holds a grudge against the 8 great families for treating him unfairly? The expressions of the 8 patriarchs suddenly became extremely awkward. 4th Master Yang seemed to be reprimanding Yang Kai's actions, but anyone could tell that he was venting his dissatisfaction on behalf of his son. If the 8 great families hadn't treated him unfairly before, as a member of the Yang family, how could he have picked up the banner and acted on his own? Patriarchs, please forgive my unfilial son, he is still young and has made some big mistakes. When I see him in the future, I will definitely teach him a lesson. That won't be necessary, Kong Rui quickly said. Kong Rui quickly said. If Yang Kai was reprimanded by Fourth Master Yang and became angry out of humiliation, Yang Kai would completely fall out with the 8 great families. Today, we just want to know more about Yang Kai's character. As the two who raised him, shouldn't you know him better than anyone else? This. Fourth Master Yang hesitated, speaking of which, I don't mind if you laugh at me, but I haven't had much interaction with my unfilial son. In fact, I don't know much about him. I understand. Dong Suju raised her hand and shouted. Everyone turned their eyes to her, their faces filled with expectation. Dong Suju quickly began to talk about the trivial things that had happened to Yang Kai when he was a child. When the 8 patriarchs heard this, their expressions became strange. After speaking for a full hour, the 8 patriarchs didn't hear much useful information, but they all knew about Yang Kai's experiences over the years. Enough. Seeing that Dong Suju was about to continue, Yang Yinghao quickly interrupted her, we have a general idea. Dong Suju giggled, my son is not a bad person. From a young age, I taught him that if people respect him, I will respect him 10 times over, if people destroy my grain, I will rob people 3 times over. The expressions of the 8 patriarchs suddenly became dignified as they all stared at the seemingly innocent and naive Dong Suju. Dong Suju didn't show any fear and simply smiled. Fourth Master Yang stood in place like a puppet, not moving at all. We understand. Kong Rui nodded gently, his expression solemn. Since everyone understands, then the husband and wife will take their leave. Fourth Master Yang said and then calmly left with Dong Suju. After the Yang family's fourth master and his wife left, the 8 people looked at each other and realized that the fourth madam, who seemed like a young girl, was actually not a simple character. Yang Kai's current behavior was more or less related to her teachings in the past. If people respect him, I will respect him 10 times over. Everyone fell into contemplation. Yang Kai's mansion. After this large-scale absorption and purification with the solitary golden eye, Yang Kai finally broke through to the immortal ascension boundary 5th stage after 2 days of retreat, completely closing the gap between him and Su Yan. Reaching this realm, Yang Kai couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Since he met Su Yan, her strength had always been ahead of his own. As her man, Yang Kai naturally wanted to surpass her. This wasn't a competition, nor was it a manly idea, but because Yang Kai knew that Su Yan's potential was infinite. If he remained stagnant, he would only fall further and further behind her. After exiting his retreat, Yang Kai once again led the many masters in his mansion to attack the ash-gray cloud evil land. However, after suffering a loss last time, the ash-gray cloud evil land had already made preparations. Yang Kai's surprise attack didn't play much of a role, only killing a few immortal ascension boundary masters and a few monster beasts. The harvest was minimal. Yang Kai wasn't in a hurry. The solitary golden eye had a huge role, but he only considered it as a supplement to his own cultivation. If he wanted to become stronger, he would have to rely on his own perseverance and unflagging cultivation. Frequent attacks were to obtain the spiritual energy of the immortal ascension boundary masters who died and also to temper himself. Chapter 582. Over the course of this month, the ash-gray cloud evil land had suffered several dozen casualties while the rest had completely holed up under the orders of Demon Lord Yang Bai. During this month of entanglement between Yang Kai's mansion and the ash-gray cloud evil land, the 8 great families had obtained a brief respite. Although they would occasionally cooperate with Yang Kai's actions and attack the ash-gray cloud evil land's forces, they had never dispatched a large number of people. Because of this, the 8 great families still couldn't understand Yang Kai's intentions. The entire central capital had become a tripartite balance of power between Yang Kai's mansion, the 8 great families, and the ash-gray cloud evil land. The relationship between them was also complex, making it difficult to see through. The 8 great families and the ash-gray cloud evil land were naturally like fire and water, and Yang Kai's mansion, which was sandwiched in the middle, often launched attacks on the ash-gray cloud evil land. However, this mansion's people didn't respect the 8 great families, and even sometimes, if the 8 great families' people provoked them, the mansion's people would not hesitate to strike back. Fortunately, the patriarchs of the 8 great families issued orders not to provoke Yang Kai's mansion. Even if there were any conflicts of interest on the battlefield, they had to endure and back down. At this critical moment, the 8 great families didn't want to have any more conflicts with Yang Kai's mansion. As a result, all the spoils on the battlefield belonged to Yang Kai's mansion. The pills and artifacts of the dead ash-gray cloud evil land cultivators were all confiscated by Yang Kai's mansion cultivator. The 8 great families didn't even get a single share. Yang Kai's mansion's illustrious reputation quickly spread. A month later, a large number of cultivators gathered outside Yang Kai's mansion. The movement was noticed by Qiu Yimeng, so after investigating the situation outside, she immediately found Yang Kai. "What's the matter? There are a lot of people outside. Who are they?" Yang Kai frowned, his expression somewhat displeased. He had thought these people were looking for trouble. "They're all here to seek refuge with you." "Seek refuge with me?" Yang Kai was surprised and couldn't help laughing. "This isn't the inheritance war." Qiu Yimeng rolled her eyes at him. "Those forces are all first-class forces. Because we received the conscription order from the 8 great families, we have come to the central capital's aid. The 8 great families were the ones who recruited them. Why did they come to me instead of the 8 great families?" Yang Kai asked with a strange expression. "Don't play dumb." Qiu Yimeng snorted. "Isn't it because it's safe here?" Before we arrived, some first-class forces had already rushed to the central capital's aid. However, the foundations of those forces had been crippled. More than half of the elites of the various clans and sects were either killed or injured. Learning from the mistakes of the past, how could the forces now dare to count on the 8 great families to protect them? "So you came looking for me?" Yang Kai's expression turned serious. "N." Qiu Yimeng nodded lightly. "Moreover, there is a ready-made example in the house." "You mean the Lu family?" Yang Kai immediately understood. The Lu family's Jing Rui also came to the rescue of the central capital, but it was under your name. During this time, the Lu family didn't lose a single person and instead killed many of the ash-gray cloud evil land's cultivator. Qiu Yimeng smiled gloatingly. "You set a precedent yourself, now others have come knocking on your door. Let's see how you deal with this." "Is that so?" Yang Kai's brow furrowed. He had allowed the Lu family to stay because he had some friendship with Lu Si. The Lu family's elites weren't too bad, so he had allowed them to stay in his house. If all the other forces that had come to the central capital's aid were to gather in his mansion, not to mention whether his mansion would be big enough to accommodate all of them, even if it could, with so many people living together, there would always be conflicts. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Kai suddenly grinned. "Since they've come to seek refuge, I'll take them all in." Qiu Yimeng looked at him in surprise. With Yang Kai's personality, she was certain he would drive all of them away. She hadn't expected him to give such an answer. After a moment of contemplation, Qiu Yimeng wore a playful expression. "Your appetite is really big." "This is an opportunity," Yang Kai sneered. "The central capital's 8 great families, it's time for a change of blood." Qiu Yimeng's beautiful eyes lit up as she secretly looked forward to it, quickly walking out of the house to make arrangements. Over on the 8 great families' side, looking at the crowded Yang Kai's house, everyone's expression was not very good. These forces had all received the conscription order from the 8 great families and had come to the central capital's aid, but now, they were not willing to be on the same side as the 8 great families and had instead flocked to Yang Kai's side. The patriarchs of the 8 great families couldn't help feeling a subtle sense of loss. The sky is about to change. Kan Rui sighed slightly, seemingly having a premonition of the future situation. The world's forces' rejection and distrust of the 8 great families and their eagerness to join Yang Kai's house formed a sharp contrast. If things continued like this, the prestige of the 8 great families would inevitably be wiped out and replaced by the newly risen Yang Kai mansion. After this crisis passed, whose hands would the central capital fall into? Your Yang family has produced an incredible character. The other patriarchs all looked at Yang Yinghao with envy and jealousy. Yang Yinghao's mouth twitched slightly as he sighed. I hope he still cares about his own bloodline. Yang Kai's house was bustling with activity as all the forces who had come to seek refuge were led into the heavenly palace. After entering this barrier, no matter who it was, all of them couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief, seemingly feeling that their safety had been greatly guaranteed. Taking a closer look at the strength of Yang Kai's forces, all of them immediately became obedient, facing Qiu Yimeng's commands and arrangements. No one dared to object. With so many people flooding in, the already small Yang Kai's house became even more crowded. The newcomers were all arranged into courtyards according to their respective sects and families. Inside these courtyards, they each found a place to sit cross-legged and meditate, not even having their own rooms or beds. However, no one complained. Being able to find a place to stay in Yang Kai's house was enough to satisfy them. More and more forces asked to join Yang Kai's house, and Yang Kai did not refuse them all. These forces had all come to fight against the ash-gray cloud evil land, so although the 8 great families were annoyed, they could not stop them. As time passed, Yang Kai's house gradually calmed down, and the entire Yang Kai house reached a state of saturation. Inside the house, more than 2,000 masters had gathered. Besides the 17 transcendents who had arrived, 10 more had joined. These 10 were the most powerful trump cards each of the 10 first-class forces possessed. The development of Yang Kai's house's strength was simply too sensational. While the 8 great families could not sit still, the ash-gray cloud evil land also could not sit still. The night wind blew gently as the 2 groups of people arrived at Yang Kai's house one after another. It just so happened that they ran into each other outside. From the left came 2 women, one enchanting and the other charming, the beguiling demon queen Shan Qing Luo and Bai Luo. From the right came a total of 8 people, the patriarchs of the 8 great families. After they bumped into each other, Yi Kuangren suddenly shouted, "Beguiling demon queen." As he spoke, Yuan Qi surged, apparently intending to start a fight here. The other 7 patriarchs also stared at Shan Qing Luo with unkind eyes. Shan Qing Luo hurriedly retreated a few steps and secretly condensed her strength, her heart secretly anxious. She had not expected that the other 8 would quietly conceal their auras and come here just like her, causing them to run into each other. "Dragon Lady, what are you doing here?" Kong Rui asked sharply. Shan Qing Luo did not say a word, simply staring at the 8 people vigilantly. "Don't waste time talking nonsense with her, since she's delivered herself to us, we'll just kill her," Gao Emo coldly snorted. Everyone nodded gently, but just as they were about to act, a person suddenly walked out of Yang Kai's house and called out, "Please come in, Yang Kai has said that all who come are guests, please do not act presumptuously outside his house." Hearing this voice, the patriarchs of the 8 great families all wore strange expressions. Qiu Shoucheng even stared blankly at the person who had just walked out of Yang Kai's house and called out with difficulty, "Meng, Father." Qiu Yimeng's expression was calm as she politely bowed to Qiu Shoucheng and said, "You should have come here to discuss something important with Yang Kai, right? He is already waiting in the side hall, please come in." As he said this, he moved aside half of his body and gestured. "Humph." Yi Kuangren snorted and stared coldly at Shan Qing Luo, "I'll spare your life this time, but don't let me see you again." After saying that, he strode forward. The heavenly palace opened up a crack and the 8 people entered one after another. After the 8 left, Qiu Yimeng turned to Shan Qing Luo and smiled, "Elder sister, come in too." "Did Yang Kai know why I came here?" Shan Qing Luo smiled bitterly. "I don't know, he only said that there were guests outside, so I came to greet them. I didn't expect it would be such a guest." Qiu Yimeng's heart was filled with resentment. If she had known that it was the 8 great families who had come, she would never have come to greet them. After all, her father was among them. That little bastard, he always acts so mysteriously. Shan Qing Luo sneered. Qiu Yimeng's expression suddenly became infatuated as she stared at Shan Qing Luo in a daze, her pair of beautiful eyes flashing with a different kind of brilliance. Shan Qing Luo's expression changed slightly as she quickly restrained her charm. Qiu Yimeng finally awoke from her stupor, her heart filled with fear as she suddenly realized that the beguiling demon queen's allure was something even women could not resist. Inside the main hall, the 8 patriarchs took their seats. Shan Qing Luo also arrived and sat down calmly on the other side. Although there were 8 people here who did not want to see her, she knew that Yang Kai would not allow her to be in danger. At this moment, the 8 patriarchs did not have the leisure to look for trouble with Shan Qing Luo, because looking at Yang Kai sitting high above them all, each of them had a complex mood. They didn't know how, but this young family direct descendant, who was a generation younger than them, had actually grown to the point where he could sit and talk to them as equals. This rate of growth had only taken him a little more than a year. None of those of his age could catch up with his pace, all of them could only look up to him, perhaps never reaching his height in their lifetime. Even Lu Qingyao, who was once considered the first young master of the central capital, was nothing in front of him. The 8 patriarchs all felt deeply shocked and aghast. One of the house's maidservants served tea, and as the 8 patriarchs drank, they couldn't taste anything other than a bitter taste that spread across their tongues. Chapter 583. After sipping the tasteless tea for a while, the patriarchs of the 8 great families gradually lost their patience. Speaking of which, they were the leaders of the central capital's superfamilies. Whether it was their status, identity, or cultivation, they were far inferior to the average person. Normally, they would act high and mighty, but now that they had come to Yang Kai's house, they were acting so cautiously, naturally they felt some dissatisfaction and resentment. In particular, Yang Kai still had a calm expression on his face, as if he had already eaten all of them. Sitting at the head of the table, his expression was cold, not uttering a single word, seemingly waiting for them to speak first. Gao Mo suddenly stood up and shouted, "Nephew, the patriarchs of our 8 great families have come here to discuss an important matter with you, yet you have allowed this dragon lady to participate. What is the meaning of this?" "Dragon lady?" Shan Qing Luo's beautiful eyes flashed a cold light before she suddenly laughed. "Patriarch Gao is too serious, I can't afford to bear such a title." "Humph, a dragon lady is a dragon lady. Today, if it weren't for giving nephew some face, this old master would have directly taken your life. Since you don't care about our kindness, why don't you quickly leave? Do you really want to force this old master to act against you here?" Gao Rangfeng had died tragically at the hands of the Poison King and Ghost King, so Gao Mo and these ash-gray cloud evil lands evil kings were naturally irreconcilable. "In my house, no one can act against me." Yang Kai coldly snorted and snapped his fingers. In the next moment, the faces of the 8 great families' patriarchs all changed dramatically because they simultaneously felt a mysterious energy suddenly appear and envelop their bodies, making it impossible for them to condense their yuan qi. Their expressions suddenly became aghast as they stared at Yang Kai in horror. They didn't know what kind of method Yang Kai had used to seal their above immortal ascension boundary masters, but such a method was simply too sensational. Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent as he gave them a slight warning before signaling Meng Wuya to release their shackles. Within the heavenly palace, Meng Wuya could control everything. Even if a transcendent realm master entered this place, their life or death would be under his control. It was because of this that he had tried to force the tyrannical Force King into the heavenly palace, only to be rescued by the lightning flash Shadow King. His heart filled with anger, Gao Mo glared at Yang Kai, but he knew he couldn't act on the spot, so his expression became ugly as he asked, "Nephew, as a direct descendant of the Yang family, do you intend to stand on the ash-gray cloud evil land side this time?" The other 7 people's expressions turned solemn as they stared at Yang Kai with concern. Colluding with evil demons, cultivating demonic secret arts, attempting to bring chaos to the central capital. Yang Kai said softly as he listed out one by one, these are all one-sided statements made by the 8 great families. Now that you say I am standing on the side of the ash-gray cloud evil land, these are also your one-sided statements. Uncles, does Yang Kai wish to refute this? Yang Kai stared at the crowd coldly. The expressions of the 8 patriarchs suddenly became awkward, all of them feeling a bit ashamed. At that time, the 8 great families had tried their best to frame and discredit Yang Kai, but Yang Kai had been powerless to resist, but now he had the qualifications to stand on equal footing with the 8 great families. The strength he could gather was enough to sweep away any one of the 8 great families. Yang Kai's cold questioning caused all of them to feel a chill run down their spines. However, there is one thing you are not wrong about, I have indeed colluded with evil demons. The 8 patriarchs all paled as they stared at him in horror. Yang Kai pointed to the beguiling demon queen and smiled, Shanqing Luo and I are old acquaintances. When I was trapped in the ash-gray cloud evil land, she took care of me many times. Kindness must be repaid with kindness, and hatred must be repaid with vengeance. So, if anyone dares to harm her, don't blame me for not showing mercy. The beguiling master's face filled with happiness as a sense of pride rose in her heart. This was the man she had chosen, using such a strong posture to suppress the patriarchs of the 8 great families, making them not dare to show the slightest resistance. Shanqing Luo thought to herself, her beautiful eyes blurring. This should just be nephew and this beguiling. Beguiling demon queen's personal friendship, it can't be considered collusion. Nephew is a person who distinguishes between public and private interests, this we all know. Kang Rui quickly said, taking the initiative to defend Yang Kai. Yang Yinghao sighed softly and said, Yang Kai, about what happened half a year ago, my Yang family and the central capital's 8 great families were the ones who wronged you. Now, that is all in the past. After we get through this crisis, my 8 great families will definitely compensate you, we can satisfy all of your requests. Great uncle. Yang Kai hesitated for a moment before saying with a straight face, there's no need to mention what happened half a year ago, I don't care too much about it. If I want something, I will take it myself, there is no need for the 8 great families to compensate me. Yang Yinghao nodded gently, knowing that Yang Kai's words showed that he was truly bitterly disappointed with the 8 great families. But at the same time, it also showed that he really didn't care about what happened half a year ago. After all, those who had tried to deal with him at that time were basically all dead. What business do all these uncles have here today? Yang Kai asked. The 8 people exchanged glances before Yang Yinghao lightly coughed and said, it's not a big deal, since the beguiling demon queen has come to see you, she must have something to discuss with you. She can speak first. Yang Kai just smiled and didn't insist. He knew that these people were worried about Shanqing Luo's purpose for coming here and wanted to wait and see. Turning his head to look at Shanqing Luo, the latter pursed her lips and smiled, not bothering to hide anything from these 8 people, bluntly saying, Yang Kai, I came here this time on the orders of the Demon Lord to act as a mediator. Yang Yinghao and the others' expressions suddenly became cold. Although they had already guessed this, when Shanqing Luo actually said it, they couldn't help feeling worried, all of them perking up their ears and listening carefully. The Demon Lord said that he hopes you can join forces with him to destroy the 8 great families and control the world. Shanqing Luo said bluntly, as if she didn't put the 8 patriarchs in her eyes at all. Yang Kai raised his brow and showed a look of interest, what are the benefits? After this matter is settled, this world will belong to you. Yang Kai was stunned, what does the Demon Lord want? He only wants to destroy the 8 great families. Shanqing Luo replied with a frown, her tone somewhat strange. Obviously, she didn't think that the Demon Lord had spent so much effort to lead a large number of masters to invade the central capital just for this purpose. Why would he work so hard for something that didn't benefit him in the slightest? The demon lord also said. Shan Qing Luo's cheeks flushed red as she glanced over at Yang Kai. If you can agree with him, he will give you the beguiling demon queen as a thank you gift. Ha ha ha. Yang Kai laughed as he stared at Shan Qing Luo with interest. Aren't you mine to begin with? What qualifications does he have to give you? I think so too. Shan Qing Luo smiled and nodded. The faces of the 8 great families' patriarchs all became strange. How could the relationship between Yang Kai and this world-famous beguiling demon queen be so ambiguous and intimate? Then do you agree or not? Shan Qing Luo asked. I agree, such a good thing, why wouldn't I agree? Yang Kai nodded seriously. Yang Yinghao and the other patriarchs all stared at Yang Kai with great vigilance, none of them having expected him to be so easily persuaded by Shan Qing Luo. Just as they were about to ask, Yang Kai's expression suddenly became cold and said, but I have a condition. Shan Qing Luo nodded, speak, I'm only responsible for passing on your message. Go back and tell the demon lord that I want his head. My Grand Master is very interested in his head. As long as he can accomplish this, I will join forces with him. Shan Qing Luo's expression remained indifferent as she nodded gently, then I'll go back and pass on your message to him, but I don't think he will agree. Saying so, she stood up and left with Bai Luo, as if she really was just passing on the demon lord's message and not trying to persuade Yang Kai at all. After she left, the patriarchs of the 8 great families breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that it was absolutely impossible for Yang Kai to stand on the same side as the demon lord. The demon lord was from High Heaven Pavilion and was Yang Kai's martial uncle. High Heaven Pavilion sect master, Ling Tai Su, wanted to take demon lord Yang Bai's life. With this kind of relationship, Yang Kai and Yang Bai could only be enemies, never friends. Considering all this, the 8 patriarchs all secretly relaxed. What business do several uncles have with nephew? Yang Kai turned to look at the 8 patriarchs. Yang Yinghao hesitated for a moment before replying, we hope you can return to the Yang family, after all, you are still a direct descendant of the Yang family. Currently, the central capital was divided into 3 factions. Yang Kai's mansion was like a thorn in the throat between the 8 great families and the ash-gray cloud evil land, so naturally the central capital hoped that Yang Kai could draw closer to them. This past month, Yang Kai's mansion had received a lot of elite masters who had come to assist the central capital, including 10 transcendents. As long as they could join forces with the 8 great families, it wouldn't be difficult to expel the ash-gray cloud evil land. Great uncle, I won't go back. Yang Kai shook his head. Why? Only those with strength have the right to speak. If I go back, do you think I can still talk to you like this? Yang Kai sneered. Once he returned to the Yang family, the forces in his hands would be fully taken over by the 8 great families. At that time, what kind of waves could Yang Kai stir up? My Grand Master wants to take Yang Bai's life, so I must help him. If the sect wants to restore its reputation, I must rely on my own strength. Uncles, if I return to the Yang family, can the 8 great families hand over to me? If you can do that, I don't mind returning to the Yang family. Impossible. Gao Mo shouted, at most, we can only give you some right to speak, the deployment and layout of the battle will be decided by us. In Gao Mo's opinion, Yang Kai was too young, impulsive and prone to making mistakes. The central capital was such a big foundation, how could it be handed over to him? Then there's no need to say anything, I like to be arbitrary. Yang Kai slowly shook his head, an expression that said there was no room for discussion. Do you insist? Yang Yinghao asked. Yes. Yang Kai nodded firmly. Yang Yinghao fell into contemplation for a moment before saying, I have to go back and discuss this matter with the Elder Hall first. Handing over the 8 great families to you is impossible, but if I hand over my Yang family to you, I can still fight for it. Brother Yang. Gao Mo stared at Yang Yinghao like he was looking at a fool, seemingly not having expected him to say such a thing. This sentence meant that the Yang family's patriarch was about to change. People can make mistakes once or twice, but they can't always make mistakes. Yang Kai, what do you say? Yang Yinghao asked meaningfully. Great uncle is right. Yang Kai smiled confidently. You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.